Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Or just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Sack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Mistrial. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Pro said, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Okay, I think I'm in. Am I in? Can you hear me? Testing 1 2 testing. I'm in a new location, same time zone. It is 3:13 a.m. Can you hear me okay? I don't know. It's new internet, so I'm hoping this works. Does it work? Can you hear me? Yes, I look tired. Yes, I look tired. I am tired. It's 3 a.m. and I must be lonely. All right, I'm not lonely because I have all of you to hang out with today. Let us court just started a moment ago. And so you're going to have to let me know if you can hear me. You're going to have to let me know if you can hear the court. And we are going to get in right away. We should hear the rest of the Mac is back on the stand today. Mac, the Mac attack. All right, Mac the knife. Okay. Oh, you could hear me good? Oh, good. Let's see if you can hear the court.
Morning.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel.
Morning.
Thumbs
Good
up.
morning, Ms. Clancy.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right. So are we ready for the jury?
We are.
All right. So what we'll do is can I see counsel just very briefly, just in regards to today's schedule?
All right. So I jump on and luckily we didn't miss a thing. Oh, the courthouse is packed today. Look at it. It's packed. It's packed. There's not a seat in the house. Not a seat in the house. I see Bob Mata. We can fast forward a little bit. Audio good. Thank you. You are my team. I have no team except for you guys are my team. Rosemary.
What's the next exhibit?
I don't think, have we seen
292.
Kevin Reddington in a Navy suit yet? I don't think so. I don't think we have we? He's been wearing mostly lighter suits.
Hey. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting at Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near and give your attendance, and you shall be heard. By the state of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, this court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. I hope everybody had a nice weekend. And so what we're going to do, as we have done so many times before, I'm going to ask you those questions, and then we're kind of going to go over what today's schedule is, and then we'll get right back. to the trial. So the first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Last question, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. What we're going to do from the schedule today, if you remember on Friday, we were in during cross-examination of Dr. Mack, who testified Friday afternoon. We're going to return to the cross-examination, and the only difference is Dr. Mack is going to be available by Zoom here. We've had a couple other witnesses, so you all kind of know how that's going to work. So we're going to finish the cross-examination of Dr. Mack by Zoom. Commonwealth, if they have redirect question, and then we're going to continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal. All right, and so just to kind of go back as far as the procedures that we followed, so the Commonwealth presented their case. Then after they were done, the defendant presented their case, and we're now on to the Commonwealth's rebuttal. All right, and when the Commonwealth's rebuttal is done, we're going to move to the next portion of the procedure process, which will be the closing arguments and the legal instructions. All right, so that comes after the Commonwealth's rebuttal witnesses. So that's kind of where we are at this point. And so as we go through today, I'll kind of keep you up to date in regards to the schedule for going forward. All right, so that's where we are. So at this point, I'm going to, we'll get Dr. Mack on the screen, and then it'll be Mr. Reddington continuing cross-examination. Yeah, please.
Dr. Mack, could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Sir, how many times have you testified in courts on the issue of criminal responsibility?
I would estimate 1 or 2.
So if you estimate 1 or 2 times, would this be your 3rd time?
By that estimation, yes.
Okay, so it's not by my estimation, though, it's by your estimation, and you would know better than me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the 3rd time in your career that you've testified on a criminal trial on the issue of lack of criminal responsibility. Is that correct?
I know there are other times that I've created opinions.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm not sure how many.
I'm just asking about criminal responsibility. That's it.
I'm talking about criminal responsibility. And I know there are other times I've created opinions, but I'm not sure that I've testified about them in the courtroom.
So my question was simply, how many times have you testified in court on criminal cases regarding the issue of lack of criminal responsibility, and this would be your 3rd time, right?
That is my recollection.
Okay. And you have testified in court on behalf of various governmental agencies on other matters in addition to criminal responsibility, correct?
Yes.
And you are operating under the umbrella, if you will, of the Park Dietz conglomerate of a lot of expert witnesses that, as I understand, would parcel out cases to different people. Is that right?
There are times that I do cases through Park Dietz and Associates. I can't speak to how many experts they have and exactly how they, as you put it, parcel things out. But over the span of my career, there have been times that I've done it when cases have been presented through Park Dietz and Associates, and times that I've done it through other entities. As I discussed the other day, I had a role for the state of Maryland, and at times, and in this case, there was a criminal responsibility trial that I was a part of when I had a role for the state of Maryland. So going throughout my career, it's been multiple different entities.
You've also testified, since we're talking about it, in the state of Pennsylvania, right?
What's your question?
You've also testified, since we're talking about it, in the state of Pennsylvania, right?
I believe I have.
Was that at Park Dietz, or was that you individually, or one of your other entities?
You'd have to specify which case.
Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania.
Can you cite that case again, please?
Sure. Commonwealth versus Torres, 342 MAL 2021, Pennsylvania, where the court held that that would be AVRAM MACK, was apparently certified only in child and adolescent psychiatry. You lacked forensic certification to testify in the field that you were ostensibly going to testify in. Does that refresh your memory?
No.
Did you testify? Did you testify in Commonwealth versus Torres in Pennsylvania?
I don't remember.
How about Commonwealth versus Carter in New Jersey? You remember that one?
No.
Do you recall that the court held on an appeal that you used an approach that fell below the standard of forensic practice?
No.
How about Feder LeBron versus the Secretary of DCF, 710 Fed 3rd, 1202 in Florida? You remember that case, I'm sure, right?
I do.
And in Feder, there was a gentleman, Mr. Feder LeBron, who was a Navy veteran, who was a single father and had a child. And he was a member or a person that was able to get benefits from what's called TANF, T-A-N-F, Temporary Aid to Needy Families. You remember that?
I do.
And the state of Florida decided that because needy families consisted of either minorities or drug users or people that would not be reliable to work in the confines of working underneath the TANF, so they wanted to have blood testing and drug testing of all the people that were temporary aid to needy families, right?
That's your conception of what was happening with that.
Well, it's my conception from reading the case, sir. Do you agree, sir, that TANF is an acronym for temporary aid to needy families?
Yes, it is.
Do you agree, sir, that this gentleman, Mr. Feder LeBron, was a plaintiff in a lawsuit against the state of Florida?
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that it was in federal court?
Yes.
Do you agree, sir, that in federal court, the court held that, in fact, you were unqualified to give an opinion that you attempted to give, saying that it was perfectly appropriate to test by way of urine or blood people that are benefiting from the TANF program, because your testimony was that they belong to a class of people that I guess had to be tested, right?
I don't agree with your conceptualization.
Okay, so the court ultimately ruled that your argument, your testimony on behalf of the state of Florida, the government, and you indicated that TANF benefits, applicants for TANF were people that were involved with drug use, violence, and higher rates of suicide. Remember those words, those three words?
The testimony that I provided.
Do you remember testifying, sir, about the people that are the beneficiaries of the TANF program, people that need aid because of needy families, are people that should be tested by way of blood or urine? And your argument, sir, was because they are of a class that would be more likely to commit a crime or have suicide or drug use. Did you testify to that?
That is not the way that that testimony or that report was presented. No.
Okay, so your answer is no. Let's keep it that way. Your answer is no. So you recall, sir, that there was an appeal, and in fact, on the appeal, it was determined that, again, yet again, you were not qualified to offer a relevant opinion because, number one, you never studied the TANF population. Recall that?
No, that is not the correct conceptualization.
Says you. Number two, that you did not survey any data. Recall that, sir?
Specifically in Florida is the nuance on that issue.
And number three, that you had no research whatsoever on the data that you based your opinion on. Would you agree with that, sir?
No.
Do you agree, sir, that the court held that you relied on other researchers' studies and didn't make any effort whatsoever to form an opinion based on your own research? Do you agree with that?
I don't remember the specific language of the court.
All right. Do you recall that ultimately your testimony was stricken?
No, I don't believe that it was stricken.
Okay. In any event, sir, you would agree with me that you have a memory of AVRAM MACK being subject to this attack, if you will, by the attorneys on behalf of the people that were involved with TAMF, right? You remember that much, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
Thank you. Now, in summary, sir, you're here to testify in front of this jury regarding your testimony and opinion that you've given regarding Lindsay Clancy's state of mind at the time of the killing of her children. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you evaluated her in 2026. Is that right?
yes,
So you really evaluated her about 3 years after the incident that occurred in January 22, right?
January 2023.
So you do recall the date that the incident occurred, 23, right?
Right, so to answer
Okay,
your
the
question about
answer is right.
yeah.
Okay. And in reference to your answer, sir, you would agree with me that there was a significant passage of time between the incident in 2023 and when you saw her about 2 or 3 months ago, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you drove out there with the guy that's going to be in here testifying in about an hour or so, Heilbrun. Is it Heilbrun or Heilbrun?
When you say that I drove out there,
I'm just asking the guy's name. Is it Heilbrun or Heilbrun?
you'll have to ask him how he likes to pronounce it.
Well, did you know how to call him or what to call him when you were out there with him for 2 days at Tewksbury?
Kirk.
Kirk, okay. And you met Kirk, I imagine, that morning that you were going to evaluate Lindsay?
Yes.
And what was the date that you evaluated her? Was it February
I
date?
think the first date was April 10th.
Okay.
The second date was April 12th. And those were the 2 days that I was there.
Right, because Kirk had to give her psychological testing on the middle day, right?
Correct.
Okay, so did you stay in a hotel or a van, or where'd you stay?
Did he just say a van? Did you stay in a hotel or in a van? Like the van down by the river? Oh my God. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Listen to that again.
Middle day, right?
Correct.
Okay, so did you stay in a hotel or a van, or where'd you stay?
You're asking me where I stayed?
Yeah, I don't want to meet up. I just want to know where you stayed.
I stayed in Massachusetts.
Where?
I believe in Wellesley.
Where? Was it like Holiday Inn? Was it a Ritz-Carlton? Where?
A private home.
A private home. Okay. Kirk didn't stay there, did he?
I don't know.
You don't
No,
know?
he didn't stay there. He didn't stay there, that's for sure.
Okay. So in any event, you must have had plans to meet up with Kirk at Tewksbury Hospital, right?
I did meet Dr. Heilbrun at Tewksbury Hospital, yes.
Okay, I'm calling him Kirk because that's what you told me is that you refer to him as, but it's Dr. Hoffman, how do you pronounce it?
I believe it's Heilbrun, but you'll have to ask him how he prefers it.
Okay, I will. And then did you meet him in the parking lot of Tewksbury?
Yes, I think that's right.
And
Or
you
in the
had,
lobby.
sorry, what'd you say?
Or in the lobby.
Okay. So when you went there on that date in April, the first day, you already had your information that you were able to form your opinion based upon. Is that right?
At the time that I initiated the examination, I had reviewed records related to Ms. Clancy, but creation of the ultimate opinion.
No. I'm asking about the records, sir. Real simple. The records that you reviewed. You had already reviewed them before you went to Tewksbury Hospital. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And the records would be obviously cell phone extraction records, yes?
I don't know exactly when I reviewed those cell phone records.
How about defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluations? Dr. Philip Resnick, Dr. Margaret Spinelli, you reviewed the reports that were already prepared by my experts, is that correct?
And also Dr. Zeisel.
Zeisel, yeah, thank you. Okay, because I had sent them to you, isn't that right?
You had sent them, I believe, to Dr. Heilbrun.
To Dr. who, I'm sorry?
I think Dr. KIRK HEILBRUN. And I think he was able to give them to me.
Okay, fine. So you also were able to review Division or Department of Children and Family Records dated February 3rd of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And those would be records that pertained obviously after the death of the children, but it was just an interview of Patrick, the father, and Lindsay's husband, right? That's what those were.
That was a substantial component of that, but that was the DCF evaluation that occurred, and they, I believe, interviewed him when he was at Boston Children's Hospital.
Okay, all I'm asking is that the DCF, in other words, there's no DCF records that shows that Lindsay was abusive to her children, right?
I don't think that that was necessarily the conclusion of that report.
Well, it wasn't a conclusion of any report. There were no other reports other than February 3rd, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
And that would be interviewing Pat, the father and the husband, right?
As I said, I think effectively that
Okay.
is the
So,
core component of that report.
okay, that's the component of the report. The answer is yes. You also had medical records from Astor Mental Health Records, right?
Yes.
That would be Jennifer Tufts,
Yes.
Jennifer McAllister, right?
I'm not sure if that's the name of another doctor in that practice, but substantially Astor Mental Health included the work of Dr. Tufts.
Dr. Tufts. And how about nurse practitioner Gelada? Did you review her records as well?
The records of hers that came from the organization that she worked in, yes.
What organization was that, do you know?
I'm not exactly recalling the title of it, but I believe it's South Shore Mental Health, but I'm not exactly sure of the
Okay.
exact title.
Boston Children's Hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and McLean Hospital records. You reviewed them, correct?
Yes.
Spalding Rehab, right?
Yep.
Tewksbury Hospital from March 27th of 23 up through April 1st of 26, which is a little bit before you saw Lindsay, right?
Correct.
They were about 7,000 pages, a lot of paper, right?
Yes.
Toxicology records, police reports, grand jury testimony, you read all that too, right?
Correct.
Police interviews of witnesses, right?
Correct.
And you had met with, I imagine, or spoken to, by telephone perhaps, with the district attorneys, the prosecutors here.
Yes.
And where did you meet them?
The prosecutors?
Yeah.
Only by phone.
Okay, so you met them by phone. When was that?
I don't know offhand when that was.
How long was the conversation?
I don't recall. It could have been somewhere between 15 minutes to 45 minutes.
And basically they told you that they wanted you to evaluate a defendant who had been indicted for triple homicide of her own children by the name of Lindsay Clancy. You knew that from speaking with them, right?
Effectively, I knew that, yes.
And, you know, I normally don't go there with expert witnesses, but it was fair game on Dr. Zeisel. How much money do you make a year on your forensic evaluations?
It ranges over the years, several $100,000.
Yeah.
Can be a few.
And a lot of
can be
that,
more.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So a lot of that would be appointed cases or cases either from Park Dietz or some other warehouse that asks you to evaluate people and testify in the court, right?
Or over the years, people contact me directly.
Really?
We're talking about over the last 15 to 20 years.
Right. So when you were contacted by, strike that, did the DAs here call you or did you call them?
I don't recall.
Do you recall that they told you what a horrible case this was, that this woman killed her 3 children by strangling them? Did they tell you that?
Sustained. Next question.
Well, did you know what the factual allegations were of the case? Yes or no?
Well, all the factual allegations, yes, I believe they were conveyed to me during a phone call.
Yeah. Okay. And when you were engaged or retained through Park Dietz and Associates to work for the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office, I mean, that's fair to say. You were working for them, right?
Effectively, I was retained by the District Attorney's Office, yeah.
All right. And let's talk about confirmatory bias. You know what that is?
Well, you were asking me the other day about the cognitive bias think tank, and we talked about how, as a part of my work in patient safety. No.
This is Doctor.
I would like to be able
Hold on, doctor, please. Listen to the question and answer the question. Go ahead.
This is confirmatory bias, sir, not a think tank talking about safety of anybody, okay? Confirmatory bias. Have you heard of that term?
I have.
And what does it mean?
Well, if you're talking about the work in diagnosis in medicine, as I was getting at before, it refers to the idea that an individual has an idea as to what they're aiming for, and they gather information that accedes to that, and that brings that point together.
Okay, so would you agree with me, sir, that when you are retained in your practice, working, whether it's for Dietz or somebody else, and you are engaged by a prosecutor, such as the Plymouth County DA's office, is it fair to say that you go into your work and your evaluation, and I hesitate to use the word investigation, but you have a confirmatory bias? You're hoping that you're going to be able to help them out, right?
No.
No. Okay. So you had read all this material, you had spoken with the prosecutors, and I imagine you had done a team back with KIRK Heilbrun, right?
A what?
You talked to KIRK Heilbrun about the fact that you guys were going to go in and evaluate Lindsay, right?
We had worked with the prosecutors, and I believe them with you.
No, you didn't. Excuse me. You didn't work with me. What do you mean? You didn't work with me.
I imagine there was interactions in terms of setting up the dates on which this would occur.
I had nothing to do with it. My office manager, Laura Mather, would have done that. I had nothing to do with it, sir.
Yeah, okay, next question.
So when you went out there on the 2 days that you went out, forget the middle day, because that's when KIRK was by himself. When you went out there, the two of you met in the parking lot or the lobby, one or the other, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
I said yes.
And the purpose was to go interview her, right?
Ms. Clancy, yes.
So you guys go down the hallway, you go in the elevator, you go upstairs to the locked wards, they have to open the door, they have orderlies and people that escort you. Is that right?
Yes.
You have to sign in, you have to have ID because it's a locked ward, right?
Effectively, yes.
Effectively. And the two of you, you and KIRK, go into a room where she's sitting in her wheelchair by herself so that you two of you can interview her. Is that correct?
Yes.
For how many hours did you interview her the first time?
First day, It was roughly ended up being about, I think, 4 or 5 hours.
And have in mind, sir, as counsel has already elicited, she's incontinent. She has issues because of being paralyzed and had to have a break, didn't she?
She did not ask for a break.
Oh, she was able to power through the 4 hours?
I don't know if that's the appropriate way to frame it. We took a break. During the interview, we discussed the schedule that she has for catheterization, if that's your question.
So you and KIRK HEILBRUN sat down and you questioned Lindsay, the both of you together or one at a time, or how'd that work out?
One would ask questions, and if another one had additional questions to ask about that particular topic, then the other would ask.
And she was, fair to say, she was pretty cooperative with you guys, right?
Yes.
She was polite, she was affable, right?
Yes.
She answered your questions, right?
Yes.
And then when you concluded that first day, then the next day, KIRK HEILBRUN went on his own to Tewksbury and had another multi-hour interrogation, questioning, or whatever of Lindsay, right?
He was there for a second day for psychological testing.
So you're aware of the fact that he was there for psychological testing, right?
Yes.
Now, a psychiatrist doesn't do psychological testing, the psychologist does, right?
Typically, that's true.
And there are a number of tests that are administered to people when they are being evaluated for purposes of a criminal case such as this, right?
There is a number of different tests that test different aspects of an individual's psychiatric or psychological or cognitive functioning.
Right. Like, for example, you want to determine, I would imagine, whether or not they're lying or exaggerating or minimizing their symptoms, right?
That's always an interest, yes.
And it's of interest because if a person is, in fact, masking or lying about their mind, trying to fake out an evaluating forensic psychiatrist or psychologist, when you say that's of interest, that's something that can be a test result that a jury could look at, right?
Well, I'm not sure if there's a test that specifically states a person is lying.
No. You ever heard of the MMPI?
I have.
Okay. You ever heard of the K scale?
Yes.
What is that?
Well, the K scale is among the internal validity scales of the MMPI. The
Okay.
MMPI is an assessment of the individual's personality.
Okay. So let's focus on the K scale, sir. When you say that it's a, let me ask you again, what is your understanding of what the K scale is seeking to find out?
I answer this in the context of the purpose of the MMPI and what the MMPI is designed.
What are you smiling for? This is not funny, sir.
Sustained. Next
Well,
question.
you know,
Next question.
MMPI, K scale, focus. What does it mean, sir?
So the MMPI is an assessment of person.
I was watching the chat, so I didn't see him smile. So let's just take that back. What are you smiling about? Nothing's funny here. Something funny? Mac attack? Something funny? Oh, look, there it is. There's a smile. Dude. He's already been thoroughly discredited. How much more damage can he do? Thank you to Play It Again, Melanie. See? That's my nickname, Play It Again, Melanie, for gifting 5 memberships, and Friend of Dog gifted 10 memberships. Welcome to everybody who is new here today. Love you guys so much. Here we go. Listen to this again.
Is seeking to find out. What is your understanding of what the K scale is seeking to find out?
I answer this in the context of the purpose of the MMPI and what the MMPI is designed.
What are you smiling for? This is not funny, sir.
Sustained. Next
Well,
question.
you know,
Next question.
MMPI, K scale, focus. What does it mean, sir?
So the MMPI is an assessment of personality, and it is a set of questions that the individual responds to provide the test and to provide the user of the test to understand what is their personality like. The K-scale is a set of questions embedded in the MMPI that are designed to see whether or not the individual is exaggerating in their responses, generally speaking.
Okay. Or lying, right? They call the K-scale the lie scale, right?
Well, if you're simply referring to your own personality style, the issue is whether or not the answers are reliable or valid. It's not a matter of assessing if the person is lying on the MMPI.
Does the MMPI assess to any degree whether or not a person is lying, in your opinion?
No.
No? So let's stay with Dr. Mack's opinion on the K-scale. What would that do? It would determine if somebody is not being truthful about their symptoms, or they're exaggerating their symptoms?
Well, the MMPI assesses the individual's personality and their thoughts about themselves. So the question is how to get an accurate reading of the person's personality. If it is the case that they are having a deviation on the K-scale, then you might not utilize the MMPI as a whole. But the MMPI is not designed in a sense as a lie detector.
So what does that mean, sir, when you say if there's a manipulation of the K-scale? What does that mean?
I don't think I used the word manipulation.
What word did you use?
I may have said deviation.
Okay. So if there's a deviation on the K-scale, according to you, what does that mean?
It may come to a threshold that the MMPI is not usable, and
because
the users cannot gather information about the individual's personality as a result.
Because they're lying, and it's not a reliable test, right? That's the ultimate consideration, right?
Right. So it's not saying that the person is lying. It's saying that the test is not reliable.
Because the person who's the subject of the test is not being, let's say, forthright. Is that fair?
I don't know that it's always necessarily a conscious act. An individual, it simply reflects the tendency the individual has when answering the questions that are on that subpart of the test.
Okay, so if somebody has been indicted by the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office for triple murder, and you are working for the DA, evaluating whether or not they are suffering from a mental disease or defect, would you agree with me, sir, that there may be a tendency for somebody to exaggerate their symptoms to try to paint a positive picture of themselves?
Overrule.
Not necessarily.
Well, how about a little bit necessarily?
I don't know that there's a relationship.
Okay, so you are aware, regardless, that when Lindsay took the test for Dr. KIRK HEILBRUN, that there was no indication whatsoever of any malingering, exaggeration, or anything along those lines in that test. Would you agree with that?
If you're talking about the MMPI, correct.
That's what we've been talking about. I don't know. We're looking at each other, right?
I wasn't sure if he was going to answer, but let's ask next.
Yeah, okay. So you,
That's what we call a pregnant pause. I don't think there was a question. No malingering was found by the MMPI.
tell me again what your answer was, sir.
That effectively, that's what the testing elicited, that her K-scale effectively, it was a valid test.
Okay. Now, you, in your review of all of the records, Tufts, Gelada, McLean, you knew that one of the healthcare providers, which would be Gelada, was focusing on the possibility that Lindsay could have been suffering from bipolar 2. Is that right?
I'm aware that that was on her mind, that that was something she was concerned about, yes.
And bipolar 2 is quite common, is it not, sir, as a precursor of a person who is suffering from postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, right?
I don't understand your question.
Okay, well, how about, is it appropriate in Dr. Mack's opinion to give a person suffering from bipolar 2 or bipolar 1 an SSRI?
An individual, there is a need in one's practice, traditionally at least, that if an individual might be suffering from bipolar 1 or bipolar 2, to avoid using SSRI medications. However, that has been reduced in terms of our worry about that over time, but that was maybe 20 years ago, 15 years ago, something that psychiatrists were more concerned about, but the concern has lessened over time.
It has. So in your opinion, sir, it's okay to give a woman who is coming to you for help, who's been diagnosed with a bipolar 2, it's okay to give her the SSRI, in your opinion. Is that what you're telling this jury?
That's not what I said.
Oh, okay. Tell me what you said.
I said the concern about the relationship between SSRIs and mania or bipolar disorder has lessened, but that doesn't necessarily mean that people's practices have changed.
And when you say mania, what does that mean to you, sir?
Mania is a state defined in the DSM. I believe we discussed this the other day.
Well, go ahead. What is it? What are the symptoms of mania?
So mania is a condition, and it's defined not only by the symptoms that I'm going to mention, but also by a time frame. And as we discussed the other day, it is a mood state that is used as a building block for bipolar type 1. So one would need to see 7 days consecutive and where the following symptoms, 4 at least of the following symptoms are present most of the day for all of these days. And that would include a thought process called flight of ideas. Secondly, distractibility. Thirdly, an engagement in activities that are pleasurable but have painful consequences. Rapid speech, or what we would call pressured speech.
Pressured speech.
Or rapid speech. Additionally, grandiosity and an exaggerated amount or excess degree of goal-directed behavior.
And what is your, go ahead.
Go ahead.
What is your understanding, sir, of the symptoms of bipolar 2?
So bipolar 2, well, we didn't finish the definition of bipolar 1, but in terms of bipolar type 2, one would need to have had a major depressive episode. I believe we discussed that the other day as well. And also one needs to have had what's called a hypomanic episode, which is similar to a manic episode, but lesser in terms of time course that's required. And only 3 out of the 7 symptoms are required.
So bipolar 2, you would agree with me, sir, is in fact a major or a serious mental illness, right?
Yes.
And your opinion, after you had your opportunity to go back again with KIRK on the 3rd day and interview Lindsay in Tewksbury Hospital. And how long did you interview her for the 3rd day, asking her questions?
I'm not sure I remember. It was perhaps 3 hours.
So after you completed your evaluation, you came to a conclusion that, in fact, Lindsay was suffering from a major mental disease or defect, to wit, bipolar 2. Is that correct?
No.
No. So why don't we look at your report and you tell me what your ultimate opinion was of your diagnosis of Lindsay after evaluating her, sir.
I think I said this the other day that my
Why don't you
opinion
say it
was
again,
that
sir?
was, yes, I'm happy to. My opinion was that, and is, that she suffered from a major depressive episode and that was a part of major depressive disorder.
Well, looking at your report, sir, on your conclusions, would you agree with? So do you have your report?
He's reading from the wrong report.
Do you have your report, sir?
Counsel, can I see it sidebar just for a second?
It's not the wrong report.
Hot Mike, listen to that again. She said, he's reading from the wrong report. And then Shred said, that's not the wrong report. Listen.
From the wrong report.
Do you have your report, sir?
Counsel, can I see it sidebar just for a second?
It's not the wrong report.
It's not the wrong report. Is my volume equal with the court volume? Very good. It doesn't even need boosting today. I think they fixed it. Wow, he's being thoroughly discredited, and I'm here for it. He's spicy early this
That
morning.
Lindsay-
Spicy red.
Agree that your opinion on page 30, sir, you would agree
Well,
that
I just said that, and there goes the volume.
on page 35 is that at the time of the incident, that Lindsay Clancy was suffering from a mental disease, and then you have the opinion, however, she retained substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct. Is that correct? Did I read
Yes.
that right? And the
Yes.
mental disease from which she suffered, in your opinion, was a mood disorder, major depressive episode. Is that right?
Yes.
And you further opined that she may have also had an anxiety disorder that preceded or continued to be present while the major depressive episode proceeded through January 24th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware that she has been at Tewksbury under a particular diagnosis of a mental disease or defect, right?
Yes.
What is that?
I believe it's adjustment disorder.
Adjustment disorder. Is it not your understanding, sir, that she's suffering, according to diagnosis, bipolar disorder?
I think well, you'd have to show me where you're referring to.
So did you have a chance to review Dr. Heilbrun's report?
I did.
And do you know what Dr. Heilbrun's opinion was of a
In terms of,
diagnosis?
yeah,
What was it?
I think he made a diagnosis of bipolar type 2.
So you have nurse practitioner Gelada, who as a treating practitioner indicates that the diagnosis possibly is bipolar disorder, correct?
I don't know that she used those terms, but I know that she was concerned about the possibility.
And you know, because you've obviously read and incorporated into your report Dr. Resnick's opinion, correct?
Correct.
And what is Dr. Resnick's opinion, sir, to your understanding?
In terms of the diagnosis?
Yeah.
Bipolar type 2.
Okay. How about Dr. Zeisel? You also had access to and incorporated into his report, your report, his diagnosis. What was that?
No, offhand, I don't remember what his diagnosis
Okay.
was.
How about Meg Spinelli? Did you have a chance to review her report and incorporate that into your report?
I reviewed her report.
Do you know what her diagnosis was, sir?
I believe it was bipolar type 1.
Right. So with all of the various healthcare providers that have an opinion of bipolar type 1, would you agree that that is a very strong indicator that a person could very well be suffering from postpartum depression?
I'm confused by your question because that last piece is not necessarily inconsistent with the diagnosis of major depressive episode.
I'm asking you,
The
sir, about
question that I discussed the other day was when that specifier is able to be used. That would be a diagnostic question.
So with the understanding that nurse practitioner Gelada is bipolar or looking at bipolar, that Zeisel report, you don't know or recall what it is, but you incorporated it into your report. Dr. Resnick is bipolar too. You feel that this is or is not indicative of a precursor to a person suffering from postpartum depression? It's in the books, in the articles, right?
Your use of terms, to me, seems apples and oranges. The
Okay.
question of postpartum depression would be, does the person have a mood disorder, and is it in the time frame following birth?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
So-
sir. I can't. Can you say that again, please?
We're talking about categories that are not aligned with each other.
No, I'm asking you what your answer was,
Diagnosis.
okay? What's your answer?
You'd have to restate the question.
Okay. You recall Friday, sir, that you were talking about onset of postpartum depression symptoms occurring within a particular time frame. Do you recall that, sir?
The diagnosis would
No,
be
my
a
question is
depressive
simple. Do you
episode.
recall saying what the time frame was Friday?
I'm trying to answer your question.
What is the time frame?
The time frame designated for the diagnostic specifier called with postpartum onset is 4 weeks.
Okay. And that's your opinion, right?
Well, I believe that's what the DSM says. It's a
Okay.
4-week
So
period
let's
in
talk
which-
about,
the 4-week period, in which that specifier may be added.
okay. You recall saying
The
that
diagnostic rule.
you recall saying that a person can be postpartum and it has to be within 4 weeks. Do you recall saying that Friday?
What I would have intended to say,
No.
which I believe I
What did you say to the, come on, what did you say to the
All right, hold
jury
on,
last
hold on.
Friday?
Doctor, please listen to the question and just answer the question as asked, okay? And then if the Commonwealth has any redirect, they can follow up with their questions. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Sully's getting spicy today too. He's admonished this witness a couple of times, Friday and today. Let's go. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Karen DePasquale, for gifting another 5 memberships. New members, check out the special emojis. Just hit the little smiley face button on the chat button below your below the chat, and you see I use the sigh emoji because we just heard a really loud sigh from Kevin Reddington. He's on his last nerve already, and it's really early still.
Do you recall saying that? The person has to be postpartum within 4 weeks, according to the DSM? Recall saying
to
that?
meet that specifier, yeah.
Right. Well, do you understand, sir, that every woman that has a baby for the rest of their life is postpartum? Because postpartum, quite frankly, means having a baby, right?
Sure.
So,
But that wouldn't be the specifier of with postpartum onset.
yeah, but
in
you
the
can't,
DSM.
postpartum is not a disease, doctor.
Right,
Postpartum,
it's an appellation that is defined in terms of 4 weeks.
okay, according to you, right? You understand that World Health Organization is different, right?
If you're talking about the ICD,
What is that time frame, sir?
I'm not sure what it is. I think you said it was 12 weeks.
How about the proposal to amend the DSM-5 text revision, or TR? What's the proposal for that?
Well, there's a proposal specifically around the proposed diagnosis called postpartum psychosis, and for that, it's a 6-week period.
So you've got 4 weeks, you got 6 weeks, you got 12 weeks. Would you agree, sir, that postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis can occur up to a year or even a year or longer?
I don't know, but I am telling you what the DSM says in terms of how to diagnose it and how to code it.
Okay.
Okay, game over. He just said, I don't know. I don't know. He's an expert. And he said, I don't know. Could it occur up to 12 months after birth? I don't know. Thank you. No more questions. Goodbye. And good day, sir. You get nothing. Think he'll be testifying again anytime soon? Listen to that one more time.
Yes,
Up to would you agree, sir, that postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis can occur up to a year or even a year or longer?
I don't know, but I am telling you what the DSM says in terms of how to diagnose it and how to code it.
Okay.
Game over. Game over. That's it. He doesn't know. What are they paying him for? He makes several $100,000 a year testifying, and he doesn't know.
You would agree, sir, that she is at Tewksbury with a diagnosis of bipolar, right?
That may be among her diagnoses.
Okay. And she's on medication, right?
Yes.
And she hasn't had, over the past 3.5 years, any problems with sleep, anxiety, depression, symptomology of the same while she's been medicated at Tewksbury, right?
She has not demonstrated any signs of mania.
And she hasn't demonstrated any signs of anxiety either, has she, while she's been on the medication, the right medication, right?
I note that she's complaining of anxiety. I'm not sure she's demonstrating signs of anxiety.
Other than the fact that she's paralyzed and has to be in a wheelchair, she's not exhibiting the inability to bathe, the inability to emote, to have feelings, to talk to people. She's able to communicate with people, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what medications that she's on while she's at Tewksbury?
She's taking, I think we discussed this the other day, a low dose of Zyprexa, I believe clonidine and trazodone, and propranolol occasionally.
Okay. Now, after you had a chance to review the medical records from Dr. Tufts, which would be from end of September of 22 up through October of 22, for example, initial prescription, right?
I reviewed all the records from Dr. Tufts, yes.
And you recall what the first prescription was that she got, right?
Sertraline?
And that would be what, 25?
Yes,
Was that increased?
it was.
And was there an issue or a problem, according to Lindsay, when that was increased from 25 to 50?
Yes.
And what was the problem that she indicated to the doctor?
She wanted to sleep, but she was finding it hard to sleep.
She was unable to sleep for a period in excess of 48 hours, is what she said, right?
I think it was at that point, yes.
And also, she indicated that there was, in her opinion, a symptom that she didn't really have a need to sleep, even though she had gone 48 hours without sleeping, right?
No, she wanted to sleep.
Well, would you agree with me, sir?
She was tolerating, she described that she was tolerating during the daytime and functional sufficiently without the sleep, but she found that she was trying very hard to sleep and she couldn't sleep.
And do you recall her indicating that she did not feel, regardless of 48 hours straight without sleep, that she had a need? She said she didn't feel like she had a need to sleep. Did you see that in the records?
I'm not sure that it would be characterized that way.
Did you
As
see,
she discussed
okay,
with us,
did you
she
see anything in the
desperately
records?
wanted to sleep.
All right, one at a time. Go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Did you see anything in the records that indicated that she complained of the fact that she had gone 48 hours without sleeping after she was on the sertraline, and then felt that she did not need to sleep, even though she'd been without for 48 hours?
I don't exactly recall what was written by Dr. Tufts, but she described to me that in that period.
Doctor, I'm asking you about the medical records, not what you think she told you 3 years later. The medical records.
The medical records review the fact that she was not able to sleep.
And would you agree with me that one of the symptoms, sir, that you would be concerned about as a psychiatrist is when a woman who is postpartum, after having a baby, is complaining of a number of symptoms, one of which is that she went a long period of time unable to sleep, but didn't feel that she had the need to sleep. That's textbook, isn't it?
Well, the DSM textbook refers to a decreased need for sleep as the 7th element of mania.
Okay, so that is an indicia of mania. Can I get that out of you?
The way it's written is a decreased need for sleep.
Okay.
I don't know that she has decreased need.
And then
She
the
was
medical.
trying very hard.
Go ahead.
I think she desperately wanted to sleep.
Is that what you think, sir, or is that what your opinion is based on the medical records?
That is my understanding based on the totality of the information.
Okay. So is it your understanding that she also exhibited signs or symptoms of postpartum depression?
So to the extent that she had depression in a period after having had a baby, that is not how DSM would refer to it, but as you said, everybody would be postpartum in that regard. So my opinion is that she had major depressive episodes in this year or within 4 or 5 months following birth.
Sir, you're familiar with the postpartum psychosis. You're familiar with that, right?
So there's the concept of having psychosis.
Are you
in this
familiar with
brand.
postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes or no?
I'm familiar with a proposed diagnostic entity called postpartum psychosis and the idea that people can have psychosis as a mental disorder at other times.
You're familiar with the Department of Mental Health in Massachusetts, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with the funding of the Department of Mental Health for the Massachusetts Child Psychiatry Access Product. You're familiar with that, right?
No.
Called the MCPAP, that focuses on postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression. Are you familiar with that, sir?
No.
Would you agree with me that when a person has a child and is within the postpartum period, that they may present to a doctor with symptoms that might lead the doctor to believe that they are suffering from postpartum depression? Would you agree with that?
I'm not familiar with that particular program. I'm happy to.
All right, I know you're happy, but I'm just asking, sir, about postpartum depression. Forget the program. You're not familiar with the program. We get it. I'm asking you now, sir, about your familiarity with postpartum depression.
Yes.
Okay. And there are symptoms of postpartum depression. Fair to say?
Postpartum depression.
Are there symptoms, sir? Yes.
I am familiar.
Okay. And forget the DSM. Let's just focus on the symptoms as you understand it for postpartum depression, which according to you has to occur within the first 4 weeks of birth. But quite frankly, it could be 6 weeks, it could be 12 weeks, it could be a year, right?
You said forget the DSM, except that making diagnoses in psychiatry requires an authority, and we utilize in this country the DSM.
Maybe we shouldn't?
All right, sustain. Next question.
So you're familiar, sir, you're not familiar with MCPAP for mothers in Massachusetts. You're not familiar with that subsidiary of the Department of Mental Health, right?
No.
Are you familiar with the Department of Mental Health postpartum psychosis provider training? In other words, what the LASCWs are learning and what the psychologists or psychiatrists working for the DMH are learning about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis? Are you familiar with those standards?
No.
How about the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale? We talked about that Friday. You're familiar with that, sir?
I am.
But you don't feel it's important. You think the regular GAD scale, general anxiety scale, is sufficient, I guess, right?
I don't think I said that.
Oh, okay. So do you think that the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale is important as a tool for a diagnosing physician dealing with a woman that's within the time frame and exhibiting symptoms of postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay. So what was Lindsay's scale, if you know now? You had the weekend, I imagine, to look it up.
I don't offhand know what it was.
Okay. So if I offhand told you that it was pretty much off the chart, would that have any impact on your opinion as to the utility of the postnatal depression scale that was administered to her?
No, sustained. I mean, overall, to me, yes. Sorry.
It's a scale that elicits distress, which she had, and it elicits depression, which she had.
And it's not just limited to distress and depression. It's focused on, and again, I'll read it, the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale, right?
Right.
So no, the answer's right.
She had diagnosis of depression. She was being treated for depression.
All right. So you, in any event, you don't utilize apparently the EPDS, right? You don't utilize it in your practice, whatever that may be.
Correct.
Okay.
Not that I'm against it. I just haven't had the opportunity to use it in some
Right.
time.
Just like you think that,
Right, because you treat children who are typically not postpartum, I would say. This message flew by, but it was so relevant. You're waiting for him to say, "Did you order the code red? Did you order the code red?"
an episiotomy is a tear, I guess, when a person.
Oh yeah, so many people pointed this out. It's an episiotomy. It's not a tear. It's actually an incision. Hold on, listen to this.
An episiotomy is just like you think that, an episiotomy is a tear, I guess, when a person has a baby, right?
I'm sorry?
You remember Friday, you said that when a baby is born and the woman suffers a tear, that you called it a particular name?
An episiotomy.
Right.
When there's a need for repair for a tear, there are several different degrees.
No, wait a minute. Hold on now. Hold
one
on.
can have.
Excuse me, sir. Friday, you said that the episiotomy is, in fact, a tear. Do you remember saying that?
I'm not sure exactly the wording.
Did somebody tell you that you...
Tell me he's not reading social media, or he doesn't have somebody reading social media. You guys pointed that out. We all pointed that out.
You were way off base on that?
I'm not sure exactly the wording.
Did somebody tell you that you were way off base on that testimony Friday, sir?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I'm referring to you saying that an episiotomy is a tear. And it's not.
And Your Honor, is there a question before the witness?
I already asked the question. I'm looking at him staring back at me.
All right, why don't you
The last,
just, hold on. You can rephrase that.
Do you remember saying Friday that episiotomy is a tear? Do you remember saying that to this jury, sir?
I don't remember the exact words that I stated.
Okay.
She
Did anybody
after a tear.
did anybody over the weekend tell you that in fact you were wrong and that it is a surgical procedure and that a natural tear has nothing to do with that procedure other than repairing? Did anybody talk to you about that at all over the weekend?
No.
Okay.
No.
So you would agree with me, at least, that postpartum depression, even though you don't use the EPDS, does have symptoms that a doctor would consider if a patient came to him or her for help, right? Yes or no?
So
Yes or no?
you're asking me about a condition which
Right.
is not the way that it's defined.
I'm asking you, sir, whether or not you understand as a doctor that if a woman has a baby and comes to you because she is in trouble, that you would look for symptoms, would you not? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And if the woman told you that she was less able to laugh, no emotion, unable to see the funny side, is that a symptom, sir, in your opinion, of postpartum depression? Yes or no?
It's a symptom of depression.
Was Lindsay Clancy complaining that she was unable to laugh or emote or see the funny side, if you will, of life when she went to see Dr. Tufts and Dr. Gelada? Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's just say the next issue would be stopped looking forward to things. You're familiar with that? People don't look forward to things, and what is that called? Anhedonia or something like that?
Right. So that was one of the several elements of major depressive episode that I referred to the other.
Right, but it's also one of the symptoms of postpartum depression, correct?
They are the same. When
Okay.
you have depression and
How-
you meet the qualifier, then you can call it depression with postpartum onset.
How about a person that comes to you and says that they're anxious and worried constantly for no good reason? Would you agree, sir, yes or no, that that's a symptom of postpartum depression, according to the authorities?
So
Can you answer that yes or no, sir? It's real easy.
Depression.
Sir,
And if it,
All right, hold on. If you can't answer the question as asked, doctor, just say you can't answer it as asked, and I'll ask counsel to rephrase it. Go ahead.
Tell me if you think that this guy doesn't think that postpartum depression is a thing, because he keeps trying to say, well, yeah, it's, it's the same as depression. It just has a postpartum onset, right? He's like a postpartum depression denier, I feel like, in addition to not really an expert, as he's been disqualified in many states from testifying.
yes.
so would you agree with me, sir, that the next symptom of postpartum depression would be anxious or worried for no good reason?
So I can't
that-
answer that question.
You can't. You can't?
I said I can't.
Okay. Was Lindsay Clancy expressing to the doctors and the nurse practitioners and the LICSWs or whatever on the medical records that she was anxious and worried on a daily basis for no apparent reason?
Yes.
Did Lindsay Clancy also indicate that she would have episodes of fear or panic for no good reason?
Yes.
Did she also indicate, sir, that she was overwhelmed by life, basically, overwhelmed?
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she was so unhappy and worried and anxious that she had trouble sleeping?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was sad or miserable and unable to enjoy things like family, friends, society?
That is a symptom that progressed as those months moved on. Yes.
Sure did. Did she also say that she's unhappy? She was so unhappy that she was crying on a daily basis.
Yes.
Did she also indicate that she had thoughts of harming herself?
Well, or suiciding. Yes.
So if she's successful in harming herself and she dies, then it's suicide. Either way, it's a thought of harming herself, right?
I don't think she had the interest of harming herself simply for the interest of harming herself. She had the interest of suiciding.
And she wasn't successful, obviously, right?
Are you referring to January 24th?
So the postpartum depression, sir, which invariably involves the EPDS, which you don't use, consists of 1 to 10 symptoms, and she hits every one in the medical records that you reviewed. Is that correct?
First of all, I'm not sure well, I can't answer the question as you
Okay.
asked it. I'll put it.
Let's talk about postpartum psychosis, because that is something that can follow postpartum depression. Is that right?
You're using terms that make it that I can't answer your
A
question.
postpartum psychosis you can't answer? You know what that is, don't you?
Are you referring to the proposed diagnosis that we referred to earlier? The one
I'm referring to the fact that this young lady was suffering from postpartum psychosis when she killed her kids. Do you know what postpartum psychosis means?
So there is a observation that a person may have psychosis, or there is the proposed diagnosis that we referred to the other day.
Let's do this. Symptoms of postpartum psychosis. Number one, hearing voices. Would you agree, sir, that hearing voices is indicative of having a symptom of postpartum psychosis?
You're referring to a condition or an illness called postpartum psychosis, and I don't know that I can answer questions as a psychiatrist based on that.
Would you agree, sir, that when a person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, you understand that term, do you not?
When we elicit,
Do you understand the term postpartum psychosis? It's real easy. Do you understand that term?
It's actually not easy. It's serious, but when we do elicit psychosis, after
It's not easy to say whether or not you understand the term postpartum psychosis. Dude. I mean, is he reading off of, like, is he cheating behind the Zoom screen? That's what's, that's one of the downfalls of Zoom, is that they could be reading off of another screen or something. They're cheating. So weird. And how did he have 10 patients with postpartum psychosis if it doesn't exist, right? Exactly. Good point.
a birth, it's actually not easy. It's serious, but when we do elicit psychosis after a birth, we take it very seriously. Typically,
Who's we? Who's we? We take it seriously.
Well,
Who's we?
We psychiatrists, I as a psychiatrist.
Yeah. So would you agree with me, sir, that when you are diagnosing, if you do, a patient that's coming to you for help after having a baby, so it's postpartum, and has been through, let's say, postpartum depression, and is now complaining of hearing voices or a voice commanding her to act, that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, yes or no? Is it?
That would be psychosis. I don't know exactly, based on your hypothetical, as to whether it would count as the proposed postpartum psychosis illness, disease, but it certainly would be a concerning symptom or sign.
Okay, so if you had administered the Edinburgh test, that is something that may have assisted you in evaluating the claim that the person is hearing voices, because that's one of the things that you would be concerned about with a patient, right?
You're always concerned if you're encountering somebody who's hearing voices,
Right.
especially if they're new.
Especially if they're a mother, right?
Anybody.
How about thought broadcasting? You ever heard of that?
Yes.
Okay. How about a patient that says that they're worried about hearing voices, and they're worried that people such as teachers could hear the voices in their head? Is that something that would concern you?
Yes.
How about if the person was afraid that somebody is able to hear the voices in their head and would call the police or DCF and they'd lose their kids? Is that something that would concern you?
Hypothetically, yes, it would be a concern.
How about actually in this case with Lindsay Clancy? Did you come across that in all of your investigation?
I came across, in my evaluation, a period where she worried that people could hear what she was thinking. That's different, first of all, from thought broadcasting. But in either event, as I've said, she was in a serious psychiatric state, and she was suffering.
How about number two, postpartum psychosis symptomology, delusional beliefs with distorted reality? Did she complain to Tufts or Gelada about having distorted reality, being disassociated? Things weren't real. Do you recall coming across that?
So there were times that in the context of some of the medication she was taking that she felt that things weren't real. Yes.
Okay, so
Or that
my
she felt,
question,
she felt
sir,
uncomfortable.
my question, sir, is whether or not she complained of that to her health care providers. You'd agree with me
Yes.
that she did, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Either way, that's a good answer because he said because of the medications. So, like, because of the medications. I mean, he just said that, right? Listen to that again. She was dissociated or had dissociation because of the medications.
Real, distorted to Tufts or Gelada about having distorted reality being disassociated. Things weren't real. Do you recall coming across that?
So there were times that in the context of some of the medication she was taking that she felt that things weren't real. Yes.
Okay, so
So he's admitting it's a side effect of medications at the very least. Okay, thank you, doctor.
That
my
she felt,
question, sir,
uncomfortable.
my question, sir, is whether or not she complained of that to her health care providers. You'd agree with me
Yes.
that she did, right?
Yes.
Okay. How about appears normal in between episodes, calm, even laughing? Would you agree with me, sir, that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes? It comes and it goes, right?
So are you referring to a particular
I'm asking
story
you a
when
simple question.
Okay,
Do you
well-
agree that postpartum psychosis waxes and wanes, that it can come out of nowhere and then leave, and a person can appear normal? They can even laugh. Would you agree with that, sir?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis and illness? Or the findings of psychosis in somebody who's postpartum?
I am asking you about Lindsay Clancy, the young lady that's sitting right here that you're testifying against in front of this jury, telling this jury that she was responsible for the death of her children. You with me?
I'm not sure I understand exactly the context that you just stated.
Okay,
But
the
if your
context I'm giving it
question
is,
the natural course of an illness called postpartum psychosis. That illness has not been refined. It's not something that we in psychiatry, at least as far as I'm aware, can talk about as an illness where we understand its typical course. And we
okay,
understand
time out.
He doesn't believe it exists. Did you hear what he just said? He does not believe it exists. We can't talk about it because it's not a thing. It's not a thing. Hold on. And he's going to go time out. Listen to this again. I said he was a postpartum psychosis denier, and I was right. It was half of a joke. Now it's a whole joke. Now this thing is a whole joke. Listen to this.
stated.
Okay,
But
the
if your
context
question
I'm giving it
about
is,
the natural course of an illness called postpartum psychosis. That illness has not been refined. It's not something that we in psychiatry, at least as far as I'm aware, can talk about as an illness where we understand its typical course. And we understand
time
what
out, time out.
All right, hold on.
Are you
Let him
telling,
finish. Doc, you done with that answer?
I'm done.
Okay, go ahead.
We can't talk
you're
about it.
telling me, sir, that you don't, basically, you don't believe or buy postpartum psychosis? Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say that at all.
Okay. So you do believe that postpartum psychosis is a serious mental illness?
I don't think it's a matter of belief or not belief. I'm aware of how to elicit the symptom or sign of psychosis. I am also aware that there's a proposal for an illness that would be recognized where we understand its typical course and how it progresses, that has been proposed and that has not been approved for use in psychiatry in the United States.
Approved by who?
By the American Psychiatric Association.
The APA, so you,
Hold on.
By the team that let me, if I can finish, by
That's
the
the judge you're
particular
talking to, not
body
me.
within the American Psychiatric.
do you agree that postpartum psychosis is a legitimate disease or defect? Yes or no?
when you have a symptom or sign of postpartum of psychosis at any time, but particularly in the postpartum period, it is a legitimate finding and something to be concerned about and to treat.
Okay. And when you say within the time frame, you're referring to the Dr. Mack time frame of 4 weeks, right?
No, I think, as I said, any time that a person has psychosis.
Okay, so
The issue about 4 weeks has to do with how we would diagnose it or what wording we would use to diagnose it, but that doesn't have to do with the reality of the individual.
okay, so any time that there is a psychosis, and if it's postpartum, you would agree that you can put the two words together and it's postpartum psychosis, right?
You would not utilize that in your diagnostic terminology.
Okay. Well, you would agree,
You
sir,
would see
that
it and you would be concerned
you would-
about it. According to the DSM, you would not
All right,
utilize
hold-
that.
I'm sorry. Doc, if you could,
Look at Kevin Reddington. If you can come to the screen, come to your screen, because the judge can sense shreds frustration. He's hanging his head down. He's like, really? Are we really doing this? He's like, sometimes a lawyer needs to be a really good oral surgeon because it's like pulling teeth to try and get a witness to answer a question. And he's showing that he's just fed up. Lawyers should go to dental school as well. Medical dental school. Dental school. What are we doing here? Listen to this. Come watch.
and it's postpartum. Okay, so any time that there is a psychosis, and if it's postpartum, you would agree that you can put the two words together and it's postpartum psychosis, right?
You would not utilize that in your diagnostic terminology.
Well, you would agree,
You
sir,
would see
that
it and you would be concerned
you would-
about it. According to the DSM, you would not
all right,
utilize
hold-
that.
I'm sorry. Doc, if you could repeat that answer. We had some problems following it. Go ahead.
So the presence of psychosis is always of concern, especially if it's new onset. To the extent that we are talking about the proper terminology of labeling something, whether it is postpartum onset or not, the DSM provides guidance as to the time frame. That is different than my saying that it is a not serious condition.
so symptom number one, complaint, according to the Mass General Hospital, major research project, along with the Department of Mental Health, dealing with postpartum psychosis, would indicate that hearing voices, a voice commanding her to act, is a symptom of postpartum psychosis. Do you agree with that? Yes or no? Just give me a yes or no.
I can't answer that.
Okay, the answer is no. The answer is no.
All right. He just doesn't agree with it. Next question.
You answered these questions several times.
Really?
Overruled. You can let him ask that question if you want to ask that again.
Really? I didn't even hear what she said. I didn't even hear what Shannon with one end Bowhead Buckingham just said. Hold on. Sharon, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. You're amazing. He's like, I wouldn't diagnose it that way because it's not a diagnosis. So I wouldn't say that. Postpartum psychosis is not recognized in the DSM, so I wouldn't say that.
I can't answer that.
Okay, the answer is no. The answer is no.
All right. He just doesn't agree with it. Next question.
You answered these questions several times.
Really?
Overruled. You can let him ask that question.
Her objection was asked and answered. He's asked and answered these questions several times now. And Shred says, really? The snark is off the charts this morning for him.
If you want to ask that again.
So let's move on, sir, so we don't fight over number one. How about number two? Delusional beliefs, distorted reality. Would you agree that that's a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir? Yes
You
or no?
said number one, number two. I don't know what authority you're referring to.
Do you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis, in addition to the hearing of the voices, would be delusional beliefs and a distorted reality?
I can't answer because I still don't know if you're referring to the phenomenon of psychosis or you're referring to some illness.
I'm referring to the illness that Lindsay Clancy was suffering that's in her medical record, sir, that you tell this jury you read. That's all I'm asking.
Well, I didn't find any evidence of psychosis in her record.
Okay.
Other than,
Was there any was there any indication that she was hearing voices? Did she complain about that, sir? Yes or no?
she complained about intrusive thoughts,
Okay.
if that's where you're.
How about the delusional beliefs and distorted reality? Do you recall her complaining about distorted reality, sir? Yes or no?
I'm not sure she used those terms. If you're referring.
No,
to
never mind what I'm
worry-
referring to. Your answer is no, right?
No, she did not display psychotic features.
I didn't ask about psychotic features. I'm asking you about delusional beliefs and distorted reality, doctor.
That is a type of psychosis.
Okay.
So I didn't see any evidence of any psychotic features throughout the medical records.
So it's your understanding from reviewing her medical records that Lindsay never indicated that she was not participating in reality, that she was in a disassociated state, that she was out of touch with reality. You're telling this jury you never saw that?
I did see that evidence, that component that you discussed with your
Right. Good.
physician.
Great.
I don't see that as a sign, strictly speaking, of psychosis. It may have been in some cases, but
Right.
I
Like
don't see any signs of psychosis or delusions.
like in this postpartum psychosis, sir, you'd agree that delusional beliefs, distorted reality is a symptom. Yes or no? Not waxing and waning with your answer. Yes or no?
Are you referring to an authority there?
Doctor,
You agree.
Doctor, hold on. Here's the way this works, all right? You don't really ask a lot of questions. You answer the questions, all right? If I told you before, if you can't answer a question the way it's framed, just let me know, and I'll tell counsel to frame it in a different way, all right? So
Okay,
that's the rules. That's how it works here. So go ahead, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you.
That was sua sponte. Reddington did not object. He did not ask for the judge to admonish the witness. The judge took that up on his own. Answer the question. You're not here to answer questions. You're here to answer questions, not ask questions. Stop asking questions. Thank you, Shop and Tan, for me for giving 5 memberships. You're amazing.
Would you agree, sir, that a symptom of postpartum psychosis with a woman who is coming to a physician for treatment indicates that they appear to have normal periods between episodes of disassociation where they're calm, they're even laughing, and they can drive cars, they can talk to people, they can use telephones, all of that, right?
It would be, that description may be of other things, but it's not necessarily of psychosis.
How about severe sleep deprivation, sir? Do you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom when you're considering the whole of the patient complaining of various symptoms? Severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of postpartum psychosis.
I can't answer the question the way you phrased it.
Okay, so let's say postpartum psychosis, you're somewhat familiar with it, and would you agree that severe sleep deprivation is a symptom of it?
I can't answer the question. the way
Okay, you
phrased
can't answer it, okay. How about rapid mood swings? Would you agree that rapid mood swings are a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, how about a person saying that they're not herself? I want to be myself. I want to go back to being myself. I can't be myself. Is that a complaint that is a symptom of postpartum psychosis, sir?
It might be, if the person has psychosis.
Okay, the answer is it might be. Did Lindsay Clancy indicate that she wanted to go back to being herself?
Yes.
Now, did she also, was there any evidence, sir, of thoughts of harming her children?
There were periods when she had impulses or intrusive thoughts about harming her children.
And when you say intrusive, if I come to you and if a person comes to you and postpartum psychosis is on your radar and says that they're having intrusive thoughts about harming their children, would you not ask them what that means? In other words, is it a voice in their head? Is it their thought process? What is it? Do you ask that question?
Of course.
Did anybody ask that question when she was complaining about having intrusive thoughts about suicide, for example? Did anybody ask her what that meant? Voices in the head or thoughts?
I believe that the clinicians at McLean, at Mass General, Dr. Gelada, Dr. Tufts all asked about or all made inquiries to understand the nature of her suicidal ideation.
Do you believe that based on your review of the medical records and based on your review of the numerous cocktail of drugs that were prescribed to her that she received good medical care from Gelada and Tufts?
No, ruled.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Oh, wow. That's a great question. And he allowed it, which I'm surprised about. Do you think that she received good medical care from Gelada and Tufts? Listen to that again.
Do you believe that based on your review of the medical records and based on your review of the numerous cocktail of drugs that were prescribed to her that she received good medical care from Gelada and Tufts?
No, ruled.
Wow.
I don't have an opinion on that.
Did she complain that she was not herself and her family could see the change?
Yes.
Okay. Did she also complain of thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
Did she also have poor insight?
I'm not sure that she had poor insight.
Well, if you are looking at postpartum psychosis and the symptoms are 1 through 10, if a person is complaining to you as a doctor, and when I say complain, I don't mean complaining, I mean that's medical language, that they're complaining or giving you a symptom, of 1 through 9, that is a very, very strong indicia that the person is suffering from postpartum psychosis, is it not?
1 through 9, I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Okay. How about blood tests? You think they're important when you're dealing with prescribing medications like Tufts was after a month?
They can be.
And do you think, sir, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that a person should be given a basic blood test when you're prescribing these medications to them?
No, overruled.
There are some situations where blood tests are required or needed, and other times when psychiatrists may feel comfortable making prescriptions without such tests.
So there is a further test that can be given that would actually determine whether or not a person's enzymes are reacting to the drugs, the narcotics that are being prescribed to them. Isn't that right?
You say narcotics?
Well, drugs, you know,
sure.
like sertraline or...
Can you say the question again?
Sure, prescriptions. When a person is prescribed prescriptions, it is well within reason that a competent physician would, number one, take a simple blood test, right?
It's possible.
Okay. And I guess that's up to the doctor that you're seeing, right?
Well, sure, or depends on what concerns the person may have, what's their medical history, what's your awareness of other factors that are affecting their biological health.
So let's take Lindsay Clancy.
Depends on which medication we're talking about also.
Let's take Lindsay Clancy, for example, sir. The medical records that you reviewed when she's dealing with Tufts and Gelada, did they administer any blood tests to her at all?
Not that I recall.
Is there a further analysis that can be performed on the blood that is drawn from the woman when she sees the doctor to determine whether or not there are enzyme reactions to the prescription drugs that they're prescribed?
There are tests that can be done to determine the relative degree of one enzyme or another and how much they would do in terms of breaking down the medications, if that's what you're talking about.
Well, that test wasn't administered to Lindsay, was it?
I don't think so.
In spite of numerous.
He's talking about gene site testing. Many of us know about gene site testing.
Innumerable.
I don't think so.
In spite of numerous, innumerable, which we won't have to go through, complaints that she had and her husband about what was happening to her as a result of her postpartum, as well as postpartum depression, symptomology of postpartum psychosis in conjunction with the narcotics, the drugs, the prescriptions that she was given. It never did any further testing, right?
Correct.
How about thyroid? Is that something that's important to you as a doctor dealing with a postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis?
Thyroid would be important to assess in a person complaining of mood problems, yes.
Well, how about a woman who is complaining that during the postpartum, which goes on ad infinitum, is complaining of postpartum depression symptoms and or postpartum psychosis? It's important to check the thyroid level, isn't it?
It would be important to check thyroid in multiple different psychiatric conditions.
So the answer is yes, right? The answer is yes.
Well, I'm not sure that specifically answers your question.
I don't care. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Okay. Commonwealth redirect?
I don't care. Oh, here we go.
Good morning, Dr. Mack. Now, defense counsel kept referring to your investigation in this case. Do you see your role as an investigator when you're retained to do these evaluations?
No.
And in fact, you are evaluating for a specific question, correct?
That's correct.
And in your evaluation in this case, you were asked to focus on the mental condition of Lindsay Clancy at the time of January 24, 2023, right?
So, excuse me, he's able to answer yes or no, but this is direct, so I'm objecting to the leading.
I'm going to allow just to kind of focus to the area and then we'll go from there. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. You can answer that question.
Yes.
Now, were you provided the information that you reviewed?
Yes.
And were you aware where that came from, whether it was the court or the district attorney's office or from defense?
I'm not necessarily aware of the origin of any of the documents that I reviewed, only that I did review them and I did possess them.
And
This is right. Good comment. Anti-Social Moms Club. This man was given one instruction by the prosecution. Whatever you do, do not say Lindsay Clancy had postpartum psychosis. He didn't investigate. He was given a goal.
And as far
That I did review them and I did possess them.
And as far as the timing of when you were retained in this case, I believe your testimony on Friday was that your memory was early 2025 you were retained. Is that right?
Yes, I would say that the initial discussion about it was at the end of 2024. I'm not exactly sure when the Commonwealth or the district attorney's office exactly made the retention happen, but I understand it to be early 2025.
And you were provided a significant amount of information after you were retained, correct?
Yes.
And that information continued to come to you up until the point that you were going to meet with the defendant in April of 2026. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And were you able to set up that interview with her on your own?
No.
Is it your understanding that it had to be with the permission of the court and the parties?
That's my understanding.
And that date in April was a date that was provided to you as a date that you could go and speak with her, correct?
Yes, the 2 dates, April 10th and April 12th.
And in conducting these evaluations, is it standard or best practice to review as much information as you can prior to that interview?
That's correct.
And you were provided records from the Tewksbury State Hospital in the weeks prior to your interview. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, when you're retained on cases, this case and any other, you're paid for your time and your work, regardless of what your ultimate opinion is, correct?
That's right.
Can you explain to us the relationship that you have with Park Dietz and Associates?
Yes. There are times that attorneys around the country go to Park Dietz and Associates seeking or asking if they have an expert in a particular field, and Park Dietz and Associates may be able to propose one expert or another who might be able to help that attorney or law firm.
And so,
Well, that was a big fail because you're not an expert in this field at all. You don't even believe it exists. Maybe that's why you were the best expert, because you don't even believe it exists. You're a true believer that it doesn't exist.
your relationship with that company, you are simply an independent contractor, or are you employed by the company?
Independent contractor.
And fair to say, there's not kind of a group email that somebody can send out asking for experts on all these types of areas in which you testify, right?
No, the Park Dietz and Associates would go to individual experts that they think might be appropriate for one or another case, given the topic.
Now, you were asked some questions about Dr. Heilbrun, and I think last week on Friday, you indicated that you didn't know him prior to working on this case. Is that correct?
Correct. I had never met him.
And so is he a name that was familiar to you in your area of general psychiatry?
I knew that he was another expert that works with the Park Dietz and Associates group, but I had never met him.
And in fact, he's not a general psychiatrist, is he?
I believe he's a psychologist.
Okay. And so your focus is different than his focus, correct?
To some degree, yes.
Now, how did it come about that you and Dr. Heilbrun ended up going to Tewksbury at the same time?
Well, my memory is that to the extent that he also had been retained, that there was a need to that there was only going to be one opportunity for an examination by the prosecution. And so rather than create two different sets of interviews for Ms. Clancy, it was better to overlap them and have them happen concurrently.
That is never done. I'm here to tell you, as a civil litigator for over 30 years, that is never done. Two experts never go and evaluate or do an independent medical exam of a client at the same time. And remember, these evaluations were just done in April of 2026.
And in relation to the purpose of the interview with the person being evaluated, the defendant here, was there anything different about your approach and his approach as far as the information you were seeking to gather?
Generally, no. As has been mentioned, he went ahead and did psychological testing on the second day. But other than that, it's still the same topic, the individual's mental health.
And in regards to that particular, those days that you were there, it wasn't just you and Dr. Heilbrun in the room with the defendant, correct?
That's right.
Who else was in the room?
One person who served as a videographer, well, two individuals who served as videographers.
Do you know who retained the videographer?
I don't.
And you're aware that Ms. Clancy was also on a one-to-one. So was there a staff member?
Kevin Reddington hired the videographer for exactly this purpose and got court permission to do it.
from Tewksbury. You're aware that Ms. Clancy was also on a one-to-one. So was there a staff member from Tewksbury close by, if not in the room?
Close by, but not in the room.
And the person who was conducting the video, they were in the room running the video the whole time?
That's correct.
And
She just opened the door to the video, so I hope he plays portions of it. He's the one who hired him. She opened the door, kick the door in. She's still got one-on-one observation, which means she still wants to take her own life. That's why it's S-Watch. And that was April of 2026.
fair to say, as it pertained to taking breaks, you and Dr. Heilbrun offered the defendant multiple opportunities to take a break, correct?
Yes.
And
We made it clear that we could take a break anytime.
and she repeatedly declined a break, right?
I recall that, yes.
And that would be contained within the video that was running throughout the course of your interaction with her, correct?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to present as the next exhibit the recorded interview with the experts.
I see counsel at sidebar.
Oh, she wants to play the recorded interview. Oh, there's a twist. Let's see if he's going to allow it. It was like 4 hours long. If they play that whole interview and it's 4 hours long, we are not going to get to many more experts today, and closings may not be tomorrow as we were originally led to believe they might be.
Okay, no objection?
No objection.
Dr. Mack, on cross-examination, you were asked about the LeBron case that you were involved in. You recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And in that case, you were retained by the state of Florida. Is that right?
Yes, the executive office of the governor.
And you offered an opinion in that case, correct?
Hold on. Did she say she wanted to play it, or she said she just wanted it to be entered into evidence? Hold on a second. I'd have to go back because I don't like to be wrong. So hold on. He said he had no objection to it. Maybe he just doesn't want to sit there for 4 hours while they watch it.
I see
Of your interaction with her, correct?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to present as the next exhibit the recorded interview with the experts.
I see counsel at sidebar.
All right. So she presented it as an expert. So maybe it's just going to go back with the jury for deliberations and they can watch it then if they want to. She wants to play snippets, not the whole interview. All right, we'll see. Let's see when we get there.
Mack, Dr. Mack, on cross-examination, you were asked about the LeBron case that you were involved in. You recall that line of questioning?
I do.
And in that case, you were retained by the state of Florida. Is that right?
Yes, the executive office of the governor.
And you offered an opinion in that case, correct?
Yes.
And was that testimony or by way of a declaration or a report?
It was a report and then there was a deposition.
And so you were part of a hearing with the court in Florida to determine whether your ultimate opinions could be considered in the case, correct?
I don't think that there was a specific separate hearing after that point.
Okay.
My recollection is that in the
Okay, what just happened? Did Law and Crimes feed just cut out?
include starting out with anhedonia, meaning lack of.
Wait a minute. That was really weird. Did you see that? We're a little bit behind. Poll, please. Shit, I'm talking about that Florida case.
Nationwide. Your testimony in these types of cases could be nationwide. In that particular case, it was just that you didn't have enough information about the residents in that state, correct?
Well, that was
Okay, if you can answer that, and then go ahead.
my understanding is that that was one of the elements by which the court determined or made the statement that it did.
And you were offering some opinions about your expertise in the area of addiction during that time period, correct?
Yes.
Had nothing to do with criminal responsibility.
Correct.
Now, you talked a lot with defense counsel about the DSM, so I don't want to go too far into it, but on Friday, you directed Attorney Reddington to a particular part of the bipolar and related disorder chapter having to do with specifiers. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you directed him to page 173, which referred to the specifier with peripartum onset. Can you just explain to us first what is a specifier when we're talking about the DSM?
Specifiers are a way in which the DSM allows a diagnostician to highlight certain details of the individual's presentation. But as I was mentioning the other day, psychiatric classification nowadays refers to the larger presenting symptoms that the individual has, and specifiers can be added on. So a person can have a severe mood disorder, and then one can add on the specifier of with postpartum onset, or atypical features, or other specifiers that have been defined.
And so when you were referring to page 173, where it starts the long paragraph about with peripartum onset, is that the portion of the specifier categories for bipolar related disorders where we're talking about postpartum periods?
Yes, there is a defined way in which a person can add as a diagnosis whether or not there was onset in that particular time frame.
And that's where we find the 4-week timeline, correct?
Correct.
And it also talks about different mood episodes, including manic and depressive episodes in that section, right?
That's right.
And that section also talks about the fact that it could present, mood episodes could present with psychotic symptoms and without psychotic symptoms, or psychotic features, I should say. Is that right?
Right. Bipolar disorder is a disorder of mood. Abnormal mood is what the diagnostician observes and is aware of. And if there is a way to determine that it's a major depressive episode or a manic episode or a hypomanic episode, that will help to determine if this severe mood condition is bipolar or major depressive disorder.
And so in that regard, the same specifier is also part of the major depressive category, correct? As
right.
a specifier.
As I said, the specifiers provide detail, but they are not the, so to speak, the major element of the diagnosis. The major element of the diagnoses in DSM are the observable major symptoms and signs.
Well, I'm asking about just what's contained within those specifiers, because you and counsel went back and forth quite a bit on Friday about what's in there and what's not in the DSM when it comes to the peripartum onset. But as far as in both the specifier for bipolar and depressive disorder, there are a number of those features that you were discussing that is in the DSM as a specifier.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And those are presentation with psychotic features, the frequency of occurrence or reoccurrence of the peripartum onset for these disorders, right? That's
yes,
in there.
the description has that, yes.
As well as the risk of postpartum episodes being greater when people have history of depressive disorders or bipolar disorder. That's within that specifier for each of those two chapters, is it not?
Yes, that portion of the specifier is a description of what's been observed over time. It's not necessarily the criteria, but it's the observations that have been so commonly observed that they were able to write that in the manual.
So this concept of a peripartum onset, or we've been using it as postpartum interchangeably, it's within the DSM-5, right?
Yes, the DSM-5 provides a manner by which to make a diagnosis that provides this specification or highlights this detail of the individual's illness.
And as far as your conclusions, again, when you're asked to do an evaluation, do you rely on other people's conclusions about diagnosis when making your own diagnosis?
It's important to understand what others have observed and what they're concerned about. And then as a physician, one will make one's own diagnosis.
And so in this case, you came to the conclusion that the defendant presented with a major depressive episode, right?
Correct.
And you relied on diagnostic criteria in the major depressive disorder category. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that was the diagnostic criteria that I used to support that diagnosis.
And counsel went through with you today a number of different, I think he called them symptoms of postpartum depression. But as far as major depressive disorder, what are the 9 general symptoms that you see, or you can find 5 or more of, to find that somebody suffers from a major depressive disorder?
So a major depressive episode is defined, and this is parallel to the description I was giving earlier of a manic episode. They're both problems of mood. They're both discrete periods of mood problems. So a major depressive episode would be a 2-week discrete change in a person's mood, and you have to have at least 5 of 9 different symptoms or signs, and it has to be persistent, and it has to be most of the days. So the 9 include starting out with anhedonia, meaning lack of feeling pleasure. Secondly, actually feeling depressed mood. It can be feelings of guilt or worthlessness. And then it also may include problems with thinking about death or suicidality. Furthermore, problems with sleep, eating, what we call energy, psychomotor activity, either psychomotor slowing or agitation. And then all these, you have to have 5 out of these 9
Right.
In order to meet the major depressive episode.
And I think maybe you might have missed one, diminished ability to think or concentrate. Is that one?
Sort of concentration.
Concentration.
So
a lot of the symptoms that counsel read to you are symptoms that are in the category of a major depressive disorder. Is that correct?
yes, this is the method of making the diagnosis of a major depressive episode.
So when you were asked on cross-examination about postpartum depression, and you kept answering that you found her to have a depressive disorder, are those the symptoms that you were speaking of when you were saying you found a major depressive disorder?
Can I object?
No overruled.
Leading?
Correct.
No overruled. I'll allow it.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Just briefly, sir, are you suggesting that my office had any control over when you were able to go visit Lindsay in the hospital?
Action.
No overruled.
I don't know if your office was involved, but I imagine, so I don't know.
You don't know.
I imagine your office was aware,
Thank you.
but I don't
All
know.
right,
that you had control.
Doctor, I think you've answered the question. All right, next, anything further?
Nothing, thank you, Judge.
Anything further, Como? All right, thank you, doctor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Whew, that was a long, drawn
All right,
out.
so, members of the jury, we're going to take the morning break at this point, and we're going to come back, continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal case. We'll have a witness. We'll go on the stand after we get there. All right. So we'll take the break at this time. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Court, are you supposed to go for it? Please, come on, chairs, please.
What a mess. Where's Father Bob? Father Bob's not here today?
Jurors have exited the courtroom.
All right. Anything we need to discuss before the break, Como? All right. So we'll be in the morning recess at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's see if we can skip past the break. Nope, still break time. See? We're not totally far behind, just a little bit behind. I think he was a mess. What do you think? In K Shred, we trust. You guys and your usernames are so creative. Thanks for your super sticker. Susie from Canada says, good morning, Melanie. All I need this morning is you saying, come on with your bad self. Come on with your bad self. Thanks, Susie. The world is watching. Marley put this in earlier, said that Carol Erskine, retired judge in Massachusetts, posted that this Dr. Mack had been previously disqualified. Yeah, and Kevin Reddington brought that out in the initial questioning from today. He had been disqualified as an expert in something like at least 3 other cases, right? One in Pennsylvania, one in New Jersey, one in Florida. In case Shred, we trust, thanks for your 20, says, Brockton, born and raised, Reddington has always been a badass. I have a bestie that's in court. I love you with all my heart. I love you with all my heart too. Thank you. Operation Hug a Thug says, Random, will you please hold up your nails so I can get the shape you have? I need to take a good screenshot. Please, I want your shape. There you go. There you go. It's kind of like, I don't know, square, I guess. There you go. Enjoy. Thanks for your 5. Allie says, Allie Cat, first time here also in New York. Do you still practice law? I'm retired. I'm a licensed attorney. I will keep my license forever. But as of right now, I'm currently enjoying not practicing law and being here with you on YouTube. I'm having a lot more fun than waiting in court all day and fighting with people all day. Litigation is something that will suck the life out of you. And after fighting the Catholic Church for, 15 years, it's time for a break. Julianne said, Red has already dismissed the credibility of the next expert before they even testified. Brilliant. Yep. This guy, Kirk. I'm not sure how he pronounces his last name, but we'll find out. Nicole Ray, like Do Re Mi, says, my best friend is a lactation consultant. She says, clients are more PPD than ever. Referrals constantly with all the same symptoms. Breastfeeding is where it starts a lot of the time. Helps without meds. A hero behind the lines. Thank you, Nicole, for your 20. Mahalo. Everyone, please hit the like button. Thank you so very much. Liz Campbell says, one of your nurses here. Oh, my nurses are here. I love my nurses. As someone who has been certified as an expert, this Dr. Mack is an embarrassment. Thank you for your 10. Alley Cat says, in your opinion, is this witness inexperienced or is Red just destroying him? I'm not sure which it is. I think he's been on the roster of being an expert witness for a long time. Let's see. He said that he's testified before in other cases. In fact, 3 of them he's been disqualified in. So he's just pointing out that he doesn't really have expertise in this particular area, and also that he's a PPP denier. He doesn't seem to believe it exists. Victoria's here watching from Brazil. Catherine said, OMG, watching your reaction to this testimony is classic. Where's Betero? This is test dummy hilarious. Kara, this was funny. Kara says, this witness has oppositional defiance disorder. Here's the traveling Mary. The traveling Mary's here. Traveled with me. Right here. Thank you so very much. Will K-Red disqualify this expert? No, he didn't want to disqualify him. He just wanted to make him look like a fool. And I think he did a pretty good job. What do you think? Anti-Social Moms Club called him Dr. Sigmund Fraud. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for your 5. Red's burnt bits. Red's burnt bits. Well done. Well done, says the state's theory. PPP does not exist. Feels like it, right? They keep changing their theory, so who knows what their theory really is, because nobody knows at this point. Rubia is here. She happens to be a medical malpractice lawyer, and she says postpartum lack of sleep and hormone shifts is a trigger for bipolar, which includes psychosis with sleep deprivation and SSRIs. Doesn't matter if it's 4 weeks, because bipolar existed due to it. This is how MedMal case will be tried, in my opinion. Do you think it'll be tried, Rubia? I think it's going to settle. What do you think? Shop and Tan for me says, who is he protecting? Is he being sued? Not in this case. But, you know, he's paid for his opinion. And he wants to be hired again as an expert. I don't know if he will be after this. What do you think? DK said, how did Dr. Mack treat 10 women with PPP? I wish Reddington would loop back to that. I think he did a good job. What do you think? Marianne said, does this doctor only get paid if he answers the questions the way the prosecution wants him to? Is this really how it works? Well, he really wants to protect his reputation for next time. He may be hired to testify as an expert in some other case. Elizabeth Mullins says, Randy from the Karen Reed trial answered questions better and he didn't speak. Randy was the crash test dummy. Remember Randy? We're talking about Randy now. Law and Disorder, thanks for your 10. I have to leave on a business trip to Stowe, Vermont. Life could be worse, I guess. Thanks for listening on the ride. Blue Bow Psych is here. She says, you, doctor, are disgracing our profession. Get the F out. Are you, too, a psychiatrist? Blue Bow Psych, she is. She is. Michelle said, we should cut Max some slack. He probably didn't get much sleep this weekend, having nightmares about having to get back on K-Red's barbecue first thing Monday morning. I stand with Mel. Thanks for your 10. Says, I take an SSRI and I had to get a blood test before I was prescribed it, and once a year because they can cause liver issues. These doctors practice like they were just trying to prescribe to med shoppers. Kaz says, Mac is FUBAR. Danica says, paying to say, Tammy Tebow says, love you all. Thanks for being so nice. The chat's being nice today. Good. Yes, where is Father Bob today? Columbo Wannabe gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Welcome, Michelle. Paula says, hi, Melanie. As he did not renew his board license from Massachusetts since he has left the area, is he qualified to have done Lindsay's assessment? Should his report been thrown out? I don't know the rules on being admitted to practice medicine in a state where you're being hired as an expert. And I don't know when he let his license lapse, because he said he did let it lapse, but he didn't say when. And this was done in April. And so that's a great question, and I just don't know the answer to it. But I can find out. Shannon said some patterns. I think that if it should be thrown out, that we would have heard about it. I think Reddington would have brought it up. Shannon said some patterns of deception when someone has no knowledge of a topic is they will often provide excessive irrelevant specifics about surrounding details while glossing over the core question itself. Yeah, we saw a lot of that with him, didn't we? We sure did. Let's see how it goes. Says doctors' evasive answers, just proving more how the mental health system failed Lindsay. He and Tufts only concerned with definitions, not based on the patient's experience. Nerdy says, I'm behind, but there's no way the Commonwealth can clean this up. What do you think? I don't think she did. Charlie says, liver specialist posted regarding Lindsay's medicinal cocktail and how these meds are broken down. He said these meds can reach abnormal levels very quickly. Thank you, Charlie, from Down Under. Tea with Mama T says it speaks volumes on how easily he's answering her questions. I hope the jury realizes this too. Okay, Kristen Rob, thanks for your 5. Laura Riker says, Dear Dr. Mack, your expertise is no longer needed. Letter from every future client of his. What a dumpster fire. K Red is a legend. Venus Blue says, Rescue Randy was a more believable witness. Jacqueline, oh, thank you very much. You watched Spotlight today? She says she watched Spotlight on Saturday. Brilliant. Thank you for tuning in from across the pond. Okay, Kristen, what are the rules for Zoom testimony as far as making sure no one else is in the room or reading notes? Are they supervised or is it just trust me, bro? I don't, they're typically not supervised as far as I know. I don't know if Massachusetts has any different rules, but it's just trust me, bro. Basically, I'm not, but honestly, Massachusetts is different in a lot of ways from other states. So I don't know. It's not like Reddington or the court is going to send a moderator there to watch him, you know? Thank you, Sandy, for becoming a member. Boxer's mom says ICD 10 code 53.1. Pupil psychosis and perium means period following childbirth. PPP can be coded. It can be coded, right, but it's not in the DSM specifically as its own standalone category. Hippie Gypsy says, I'm a little behind, but OMG, the bailiff was asleep. Oh, I don't think so, Dave. Was he asleep? I don't think he was. He was standing up, wasn't he? Backpacks, bow ties, lies, oh my. Thanks for gifting 5 memberships. Little Sea Star says, this sincerely made my brain itch. Yeah, we're on slow mode. So if you're subscribed, you can't post because the chat was moving so quickly. It makes it very, so I had it set to 2.5 minutes. I'm going to take it down to 90 seconds because if people are posting too quickly, people can't read the chat and it becomes an issue. So only if you are actually a member are you not subjected to slow mode. One of the benefits of being a member. Amber Michelle said, Melanie, did we ever find out what happened with the juror that was supposed to be let go or the jurors who questioned? Yeah, nobody was let go. They questioned, I think, all 18 jurors and nobody was let go. Mrs. Bouquet, thanks for your super sticker for tuning in across the pond. Yeah, it's free to hit the like button. So let's hit the like button. We're only at 30% likes. Come on, we got to do better than that when there's over 23,000 people watching. Come on, we could do better than that, you guys. You guys. Kay Willis is here. She's a realtor south of Boston. She can help you if you want to get out of there or if you want to buy. Thanks, Kay Willis, for gifting 5 memberships. Chance, nurse practitioner, says, I have used the gene site testing when changing therapy due to side effects from other SSRIs. Worked quite well. Highly recommend. Thank you. Didn't think it possible Shannon Burgess was more qualified than Max, says, hey, drama was. Thanks for your 5. Barry the Lead said, this is a great question. The doctor's defensiveness, is that a symptom of non-expertise? No, that's a symptom of ego. It's a symptom of ego. It's a symptom of, I've got to be the smartest person in the room, and I'm going to use word salad to answer all your questions because I really don't want to answer your questions truthfully, maybe, in my opinion. Thank you, Barry the Lead. Piney Woods, good morning. Thank you for your 50. You're so sweet. Watching on TV today, and you're looking very happy. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Reddington is my new law crush. She says what an amazing skill set he has. Yeah, he's a masterclass in trial lawyering, cross-examination, all the things. He has a way of making the Commonwealth witnesses his own, turning Commonwealth witnesses into his own witnesses, which is something he's been doing throughout this trial. And I think it's fascinating to watch. Fascinating. Jeff says, driving to and from Cape Cod listening to you. Kids hate me. Oh, I'll try and keep it clean for you, Jeff. The Brobanus Protocol says the judge couldn't wait to get that witness off the stand. LOL. I know. Feels that way too, right? Proctor got waffled is here for 16 months and says 16 is my favorite number. Must be a good sign. Denzi, thanks for your super sticker. Betsy's here. She gifted 5 memberships. You know why? Because Betsy's amazing. Yeah, the smart Maddie Foley says the smartest people in the room are those who know they don't know and can't know everything, right? And if I don't know the answer to a question, I'm not going to make up some BS. I'm just going to tell you I don't know, and I'll try and find out. Thank you, Betsy. You're amazing. Sharon, thank you for your very generous 100 over Venmo. She says, thanks for covering this case and recognizing, though horrific, there is a reason this happened and it could have been prevented with proper care. I do believe that. I do believe it could have been prevented. I just don't know what a jury's going to do with this. I really don't. I've been predicting a hung jury from the beginning because I feel like even in the public on social media, this case is so divisive and so divided that some people think that she's just evil and should go to prison forever, lock her up and throw away the case. Some people understand the nuance of not criminally responsible and that people cannot be in their right minds when they commit a crime. And the law allows for those people to be found not criminally responsible in Massachusetts specifically. And I don't think that the Commonwealth has met its burden. In Massachusetts, the burden is on the state, the prosecution, to prove that Lindsay Clancy was not suffering from a mental disease or defect that caused her to not be able to understand what she was doing was against the law and was not able to control her actions. Not and, there's an or there. That she did not understand that what she was doing was illegal, or that she could not control what she was doing when she took the lives of her 3 kids. I don't think they've met their burden. And so if you have reasonable doubt, meaning, oh, maybe she was in a psychotic break, that's reasonable doubt. Oh, she was probably in a psychotic break, that's reasonable doubt. Well, she could have been in a psychotic break, that's reasonable doubt. Well, it could have been the side effects from her medication that caused her to have a psychotic break, that's reasonable doubt. All of those things are reasonable doubt. So for me, I have reasonable doubt. Let's see if at the end of all of the experts, if my reasonable doubt has been snuffed out, but I don't think it will be. Thank you, Lisa, for your Venmo. Jean says, thanks for losing sleep to be here for us. You're the best. Thanks, Jean. Betsy, XOXO. Christina says, thanks for keeping us educated and aware of this trial with compassion. I mean, I like to, I choose cases to cover that have some legal nuance that are just more interesting than we know who did it kind of cases. And this is not we know who did it. We just don't know the why of it. And we need to understand the legal nuance in Massachusetts specifically with regard to when someone can be found not criminally responsible. And it's a hard pill for a lot of people to swallow. Elaine, thanks for your very generous 100. She says, I love a fiery Reddington cross. Have a great week. And thank you for being here. Lally on the stand this week. I'm excited for that. Yes, I can't wait. And they have filed a notice for other witnesses that they want, including Tully and others. And that's going to be on Thursday. And I will be covering that with you as well, the 27th. That is in the case of Miles King. Rosemary Scapiccio's barbecue is back in session on Thursday. Cataldo Land says, Melanie, on boots on the ground in Plymouth, there's about 100 people lined up to get back in the courtroom. Oh, wow. That was just 2 minutes ago you said that. Thank you. WV Listening says, I've never met a psychiatrist that didn't think he was the smartest person in the world. Marishon says, I cannot wait to hear from the jury. If they speak, women versus men jurors is going to be some of the tense back and forth that happens in deliberation. Yeah. They're not allowed to talk about they're not supposed to talk about what specifically happened in deliberations or who said what. I mean, they can talk about it afterwards, but I don't know if this jury's going to we'll see. I mean, 12 women, 6 men, 12 total jurors will be chosen in the end. And so we won't know the breakdown until right before deliberations. Waves and Wool said, K-Shred reminds me of my cousin Viddy. I'm done with this guy. I'm done with this guy. Thank you very much, Elaine. I appreciate you so much. And we're just waiting for the break to be over before we move back in to court and see who their next shredded expert will be. Oh, please. Raiders man, thank you so much for your 5. Says, my psych says I treat symptoms. Diagnostic codes are for the insurance companies. You worry about telling me your symptoms, I'll do the rest. It's been life-saving. It's great that you found somebody who listens to you. Raiders ma. Alabama realtor. Gigi says cesspool of X doesn't care about the law. I know. Claire says, your opinion, why did Mac dodge postpartum psychosis? I think he's a true believer in the DSM. He wrote his thesis on it, remember? In college, he wrote his thesis on the DSM, and the DSM does not recognize postpartum psychosis as its own standalone category. And so I think he just kept trying to backpedal and say, well, it's major depressive disorder with postpartum onset. But he really wouldn't budge, And so I think that's why. I mean, he chose to do his thesis on the DSM. Maybe he's delusional. I don't know. Do you think that he was thoroughly discredited? I mean, that was pretty funny when he said, where did you stay? Did you stay in a hotel? Did you stay in a van? This is only the 3rd time, by the way, only the 3rd time that Dr. Mack has testified about criminal responsibility. What does that tell you? It's not a lie, Jerry, if you believe it, right, Tina? This is the 3rd time that he has testified on criminal responsibility. Oh, and did you also notice that Kevin Reddington tricked him on the date? He said, so you evaluated her in 2026, but this happened in 2022, right? And he said, oh, no, 2023. And then he's like, oh, so you know the facts of this case. That was a trick. It was a trick. He stayed in a private home. That was interesting, too. He didn't say who. Wonder who put him up. Maybe he has a friend nearby. I don't know. We learned that he makes several $100,000 a year testifying. And it was wild to me that both he and that guy, KIRK, I don't know his last name, Heilbrun, examined her together on the same day. And then at one point he said, what are you smiling at? This is not funny, sir. What are you smiling about? He also got it out of him that KIRK, Dr. KIRK, we'll just call him Dr. KIRK, did the test for malingering, the lie test, and he found that she was not malingering, meaning faking, meaning making it up. The K scale on the MMPI. He also made him testify about the symptoms of mania, which is the building block for bipolar 1, distractibility, flight of ideas, rapid or pressured speech, grandiosity, excessive goal-directed behavior. Please call him Captain Kirk. Thank you, I will. That's what I was thinking of. MC Sharp, and decreased need for sleep. And that his opinion was that she was suffering from a major depressive episode, which is part of a major depressive disorder. And his opinion was that she was suffering from a mental disease or defect, i.e., major depressive disorder. But he finds that she was not. She did know what she was doing, and she did know that she could appreciate that it was against the law. He also got him to agree that Gelada, Resnick, and Zeisel all diagnosed her with bipolar 2, and that Dr. Spinelli, who is not testifying for the defense, but he did review her report, did diagnose her with bipolar 1. And then there was a lot of muddy testimony about the 4-week time period per the DSM with regard to postpartum. Reddington also brought out that in 3.5 years, Lindsay has not had any anxiety while she's been at Tewksbury. Currently, she's on a low dose of Zyprexa, clonidine, trazodone, and propranolol. And he got out of him that when Tufts first prescribed Zoloft, she was unable to sleep for over 48 hours when it was increased from 25 milligrams to 50. He did sort of roast him about thinking that an episiotomy was a tear instead of a surgical procedure. And he said, did anybody tell you over the weekend that you were wrong? You're wrong. You're wrong. And he said, no. And then again, he kept going over Lindsay's symptoms, postpartum psychosis symptoms. He said, I mean, we got the idea that he didn't really believe in it, except he already testified that he's treated 10 patients with it. So I don't make that make sense. He got it out of him that she was hearing voices, and you should always be concerned if someone's hearing voices, thought broadcasting, that she was worried that people could hear the voices in her head. He said, that is concerning. He said that she was worried that she might lose her kids, that she dissociated. Things weren't real. And he did say that that could be a side effect of the medications. So that came out. Got him to agree that postpartum psychosis can wax and wane. But he also said that postpartum psychosis is not an illness. It is not approved by the American Psychiatric Association. And then the judge admonished him sua sponte and said, you're not here to ask questions. You're here to answer them. He also said he didn't think she had poor insight, which was wild because it's all over the notes. And he did finally agree. Blood tests can be important, and thyroid testing could be important. And then on redirect, it was brought out that there was a videographer in the room during this psych evals. We'll see who they have up for us next. Reddington. Oh, Shred the Stigma. Cupcake RN says Dr. Resnick has a video where he discusses how to identify malingering, and he talks about how limited the DSM is. That and his other video on his lecture of Andrea Yates is fascinating. Thank you. Emily Baker says, legal dummy here. If a hung jury, does the Commonwealth have to retry? No, they don't have to. But in my opinion, they absolutely will, because they've been known to try people 4 times, 5 times. And they tried Karen Reed twice, and John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. So I don't think they'll let this one go. If they don't, is she not guilty of everything by default? Yeah, if they don't retry her, then the charges would be dismissed. Thanks for keeping an open mind on this case, says Rack Pack. Hot Mess Mom says, after watching days 1 to 18 on 2 times speed, listening to the Commonwealth on normal speed is torture. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If you want, thanks for your 10. But you can always come back later and watch it on replay if you want. I won't be upset. Audrey says, I don't care. Best line of the morning. Thanks for your 10. House 302 says, a van down by the river. I love Kate Red. FBI Ice Cream Truck is here and says, how many of those patients sued him for their treatment of PPP? I don't know. Clarissa says, the one hope out of this case, no matter the verdict, better women's health, better mental health help, and pain management. There's a lot more attention on postpartum psychosis than there ever was before, I would submit to you, because of this case specifically. Joey Perry says, various posts on X stating jury not impressed with Mack and they quit taking notes. Love knowing this from those who can see the jury. Yeah, that's great. That's great. Scott McGinnis is here. Good morning, Scott. He's always here. He says, Reddington was framing Dr. Mack as a misogynist, a disrespecter of women's health. PPP doesn't exist, and episiotomy is merely a woman getting torn during childbirth. Yeah, Yep. Karen says Reddington actually said when she killed her children to Dr. Mack, first time he's verbally acknowledged it in open court. No, it's not the first time. He said it before. He said one time after, you mean after she killed the kids? He said it before, and he said he has said it in his opening too. He's alluded to it. I mean, she admitted it in her civil lawsuit, which we've been over several times. She's suing for medical malpractice. Many of the providers, most of them who've testified here, I think all of them. So I don't think it's going to hurt their case because he's looking for a not criminally responsible verdict. However, there will be a not guilty box on the verdict form. And so if there are any people who believe, like many people on TikTok do, that she didn't do it, they could find her not guilty. I think it's highly unlikely, but you never know. You never know. Thank you, LawTube's most hated mom. Court is on a short break, they say. Really? Short? My version of short and your version of short are not necessarily the same version of short. Casey, thanks for buying a matcha latte. Says thanks for getting up early and for providing your expert commentary. I appreciate you, Casey. And I'm going to need lots of... Oh, thank you. Well, let's read this, shall we? There's an article in the New York Post by Miranda Devine. It's an opinion piece. Miranda Devine loves to give her opinions. I'm going to read it to you now. Thank you to Scott, LawTube's most hated mod, who's earned that nickname, by the way. I love Scott. I don't know who hates Scott. Who could hate Scott? Will the next witness be on Zoom? I don't know. All right, here's what Miranda Devine says from the New York Post. Lindsay Clancy's sick fans are just normalizing the horror of a mother killing her 3 children. Thank you. He says it's not favorable. Be classy, people. The bizarre fandom around Lindsay Clancy is the latest example of a moral rot infecting a small cohort of conspiracy-minded, self-engrossed women. In a clear case of female empathy gone awry, they have transformed a Massachusetts nurse who strangled her 3 babies into the sole victim in this tragedy while demonizing their poor father, Patrick. The murdered children, Cora 5, Dawson 3, and Callan 8 months, barely get a mention in the outpouring of support for Lindsay, who has become a vehicle for the TikTok mom's own fake victimhood. And there's a picture of the supporters at the vigil. I wouldn't exactly call them. Here's what it says in the caption. Lindsay Clancy supporters gather in a circle for a moment of silence at a vigil outside Plymouth Superior Court on Thursday, August 20th, 2026. Weren't they out there supporting like women's mental health? I don't know. I'm going to read on. This is Miranda Devine. Lindsay has pleaded not guilty to the 2023 murder of her children, who she methodically strangled one by one with exercise bands after sending Patrick out to pick up dinner and medications. She does not dispute that she killed the children, but claims she was suffering from psychosis at the time. The prosecution contends she acted intentionally, rationally, and swiftly to accomplish a very specific goal: to kill. She knew exactly what she was doing. The 5-week trial has been televised to an increasingly obsessive audience of true crime nuts, assorted snoops, and a disturbing number of women who have taken to filming themselves holding babies and whining about how hard it is to be a mom. Some women even caption their TikTok videos, "Same, Lindsay." Oh, I didn't see any of that stuff. It's a twisted form of attention seeking in the guise of empathy. These women are normalizing the horror of a mother killing her children, making it seem like a natural response to the everyday challenges of child rearing, which far less privileged women have managed to navigate since the dawn of time, like every other challenge in life. Oh man, I got to go for the comments. We are all Lindsay is the next section. Lindsay fans have raised almost $1 million in the name of her parents, and hundreds dressed in pink and rallied for her outside the court last week. We are all Lindsay is their sick message. One woman sobbed on camera that Lindsay can't hug her children's stuffed toys because her cruel husband supposedly threw them away. But what about the children who can't hug their toys? The father who can't hug his children? It's the same inversion behind the Luigi Mangione fangirls, the London mob who valorized Cambridge hoaxer Jason Arday, and the demonization of Erica Kirk. The Lindsay frenzy goes hand in hand with the left's upending of the moral order, in which sympathy is resolved for murderers, rapists, hold on a second, and illegal migrant child abusers, while police must be defunded, ICE abolished, and prisons closed. The Clancy trial is simply a promotional vehicle for this new amorality. It goes on for a little while more. Maybe we'll read the rest of it later, but tell me what you think about that. I mean, both things can be true. I think that we can have horror over what happened to these children and be in support of women's mental health and postpartum psychosis being more recognized. I disagree with the cheering for Lindsay as she drove down the road in the sheriff's van. I thought that was a little bit out of pocket. So she's not all wrong. I agree. I think she's not all wrong, says Barb, and I have to agree. Because I feel the same way about the fangirls of Luigi Mangione. So we'll go back to that later.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Attorney Sprague, we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
There's Lindsay's parents today in court with Dr. Zeisel. We're a little bit behind, so let's fast forward. Oh, there's Bob Motta on the end. Sitting next to, that's Lauren Conlon. Who else do we spy in the gallery?
Session, please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Sprague, you call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Dr. KIRK HEILBRUN.
Oh, here comes Kirk. Captain Kirk is coming to the stand. A little bit behind.
Right here, raise your right hand.
And the jury, the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the
Can I just point out the court clerk's beautiful Tiffany blue pantsuit today? I'm loving it. I love that color. You know, my home studio is painted Tiffany blue. I love it.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, sir.
All right. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, my name is KIRK HEILBRUN. That's spelled K-I-R-K, and then H-E-I-L-B-R-U-N.
What is your occupation?
I'm a psychologist. I am in the Department of Psychology at Drexel University in Philadelphia. And as part of that, I run two clinics. One is a clinic where I conduct psychological evaluations for, thanks, sir, for courts and attorneys, and the other is what we call the Reentry Project, where we provide assessment and treatment services to individuals who are either returning from federal prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court or have been exonerated following a false conviction.
And do you specialize in certain areas of psychology?
Yes, I do. I'm a forensic psychologist, and that means that I take the application of clinical psychology and I apply it to legal proceedings in criminal and civil matters.
Can you describe your training in clinical psychology?
Yes, I can. I received a doctoral degree from the University of Texas at Austin in 1980. And as part of that, I received training in various sorts of assessment and treatment and therapy and research and things like that. And then as part of that, I was involved in a full-time internship between 1979 and 1980 at the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio.
And did you receive specialized postgraduate training in forensic psychology?
I did. I received from 1981 to 1982, I did a postdoctoral fellowship in the applications of psychology to crime and criminal justice.
And what did that involve?
That involved full-time exposure to clinical work in correctional and forensic populations, and also a thorough exposure to the clinical and research literature on assessment and interventions with these individuals.
And are you licensed to practice psychology?
I am licensed in the state of Pennsylvania, and I'm also part of something called PsyPact, which allows people licensed in one state to practice on a temporary basis in another state.
And are you board certified in clinical psychology?
I'm board certified with the American Board of Professional Psychology, which is the oldest and most rigorous kind of board certification agency organization in the country.
And are you board certified in forensic psychology?
Yes, I'm also board certified in forensic psychology with the American Board of Professional Psychology.
And do you have experience in the treatment of individuals found either incompetent to stand trial or not guilty due to lack of criminal responsibility?
I do. Between 1982 and 1991, I was first a staff psychologist, then a chief psychologist at the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee, Florida. And then between 1991 and 1994, I served as the clinical director of the forensic unit at Central State Hospital in Petersburg, Virginia. And at that time, I was also serving as an associate professor in the Department of Psychiatry at the Medical College of Virginia in Richmond. And as a part of these positions, I had responsibilities for providing assessment and treatment services myself, and also for supervising such services provided by others.
And could you describe your job responsibilities at Drexel University?
I could. I teach graduate and undergraduate courses in forensic assessment and law and psychology. And as part of the clinic that I mentioned a moment ago, I conduct forensic evaluations at the request of judges and attorneys, and I supervise individuals.
If you're not watching your screen, he's actually reading his CV that is in his hand because he doesn't have it memorized.
Individuals who are providing services to the individuals who are either coming back to the community from prison or under the jurisdiction of a federal mental health court, or who are leaving prison having been exonerated following a false conviction. And finally, I conduct research and supervise students who are working in psychology and law areas.
And have you conducted research in the areas of abnormal behavior and criminality?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've published about 240 articles, chapters, and books in the areas of aggression and violence, juveniles, mentally disordered adult offenders, forensic assessment, ethics, and malingering and deception. And two of those interests that are particularly applicable to the present case are risk assessment, which helps us understand the influences contributing to violent behavior, and also forensic mental health assessment, where we consider the important principles and steps that are connected with psychological and psychiatric evaluations in legal contexts, such as criminal or civil proceedings.
And are you
But nothing related to postpartum depression or psychosis. Okay.
involved in providing continuing education to mental health and legal professionals?
Yes, over the past 15 years, I've presented about 50 lectures and workshops in the areas of forensic assessment, risk assessment, treatment, sexual offenders, and ethics.
And Doctor, in your experience in doing forensic evaluations and in teaching people how to do forensic evaluations, would you call someone you're doing a forensic evaluation on your patient?
No, I would call them perhaps someone who's being evaluated or an evaluee or something like that. They're not a patient because the role of therapist in treating a patient is different from the role of a psychologist or psychiatrist in conducting a forensic mental health assessment. They're different in a number of different ways, but basically what we try to do as a forensic evaluator is we try our best to conduct a thorough evaluation in which we are out there and trying our best to be accurate and just come up with something that is as true and accurate as we can possibly make it in terms of evaluating the questions that were asked. When we're working as a therapist, basically we're working to help somebody improve in their in various kinds of difficulties that they're having in life, symptoms, problems, and that sort of thing. And the two can conflict sometimes because as a therapist, I just want to do my best to help somebody. As a forensic evaluator, I want to do my best to be as accurate and open and thorough as possible, even if it doesn't necessarily help someone.
And seeing as you've treated patients and you've conducted forensic evaluations, would you conduct a forensic evaluation on one of your patients if requested?
I would not, no. If I were asked to do that, I would explain that those are two different roles, that there is very likely a conflict of interest that could arise if I try to do both, and I would refer whoever requested it to another individual to conduct the evaluation.
And have you testified in cases as a witness on issues like competence to stand trial, criminal responsibility at the time of an offense, civil commitment, and other areas?
I have. Over the course of my career, I've testified about 330 times with adults and juveniles. The issues have included things like transfer and sentencing, competence to stand trial, mental state at the time of the offense, civil commitment, and personal injury. I've testified on behalf of both the defense and the prosecution, and I've been qualified as an expert in juvenile criminal and civil litigation in both state and federal court. And I estimate that over the course of my career, I have conducted about 75% of the time I've conducted an evaluation and testified on behalf of the defense. And the remaining 25% have been conducted and have testified on behalf of the prosecution or by order of the court.
And have there been times in that 25% of your casework that you've been retained by the prosecution, say for a criminal responsibility evaluation, where you find that the defendant is not criminally responsible and you have to tell the prosecutor that?
Yes, that happens with the prosecutor, and it also happens with the defense. And it's just something that we have to be able to do if we're in the profession of forensic psychology, because if we try to be thorough and accurate and impartial, then sometimes the results will favor whoever asks us to conduct the evaluation, and sometimes they won't. And what they have to hear, if my findings don't favor them, is that they're probably not going to want to use it.
And is there something called retention bias?
There is. That's something that's been discussed, particularly in the last 10 or 15 years. And there are a number of different kinds of biases that the field has paid particular attention to, potentially, over the last 20 years or so. And retention bias is the bias that is a part of what we can experience when we want to or inclined to favor the side that asks us to conduct the evaluation. And that's an important consideration. And I'm aware of it, and I try to guard against it as much as possible by talking with others, getting multiple sources of information, and a variety of other ways of doing that.
So when you conduct a forensic evaluation, you're actively guarding against having that retention bias?
Yes.
Now, have you specialized in any particular diagnosis or type of offense or legal question?
I have not specialized in that way. Most of my forensic evaluation experience has been with criminal and juvenile matters, and they have often included alleged crimes of violence, but I haven't specialized in any particular kind of mental or emotional disorder, any particular kind of crime, anything like that.
And when you say criminal and juvenile matters, are you referring to adults as the criminal portion and juveniles as juvenile?
I am, yes.
Okay. And do you find that there's a benefit to not focusing in on a particular illness or diagnosis or type of offense?
Yes, I do. Among the biases I talked about a minute ago, there's something called confirmation bias. And basically that's if you make up your mind earlier or incline toward one particular diagnosis or anything like that, then there can be a real problem, because when you get conflicting information, that is information that's not consistent with that decision that you've made or leaned toward early on, then the problem becomes you pay attention to the information that's consistent with it, and you stay away from the information that isn't. And so in some ways, for me, not specializing gives me an advantage, because what I can do is come in and not be inclined toward any particular diagnosis or possible answer to a particular set of questions or a particular hypothesis or anything like that. What I can do is do my best to look at the different possibilities, and when there's evidence favoring one or supporting one, I'm inclined toward that. And when there's not, then I set it aside.
And have you had leadership experience in your field?
I have, yes. I served as the chair of my department at Drexel for 15 years. And I've also served as the president of two national organizations, the two that are most strongly associated with forensic psychology in this country. One is the American Psychology Law Society, and the other is the American Board of Forensic Psychology.
Your Honor, I'd move to submit Dr. Heilbrun's CV as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Doctor, were you asked to conduct a forensic evaluation of Lindsay Clancy?
I was, yes.
And what did that entail, that forensic evaluation?
One of the things it entailed is doing my best to review a lot of information, to meet with Ms. Clancy in an interview, to speak with her in particular about what happened around the time of the alleged offense, to conduct collateral interviews with other individuals and review a wide range of documents. And so I have been reviewing documents since January of 2025. I had the opportunity to meet with Ms. Clancy in April of this year, 2026. And at that time, spent 3 days with her, along with Dr. AVRAM MACK. One of those days, which was video recorded, we talked about her background and a lot of information like that. The second day, where I met with her myself and did not video that because some of these psychological tests are private and they should not be videoed. So we did some psychological testing during that second day, and then on the third day, back with the video, back with Dr. Mack, we talked with Ms. Clancy about the things that she was thinking and feeling and doing around the time of the alleged offense. And so I mentioned that I reviewed records. I've got a report sitting in front of me, and those records are spelled out over 4 pages, so I'm not going to run through the whole list with you. But those records did include things like cell phone records, the defense expert forensic psychiatric evaluation reports by Dr. Resnick and Dr. Spinelli, some Department of Children and Family records, digital forensic records, including texts and information that was provided by the watch that she wore, the Apple Watch, and the phone. Variety of medical records, police investigative records, police interviews with many people, and grand jury proceedings, as well as surveillance footage of the Clancy family going to various places, Museum of Science visit, Cape Cod, CVs, that sort of thing.
And in total, all the time that you took to review these documents.
Yeah, in case you're confused, Dr. Mack, Mack only went 2 days, the 10th and the 12th. Captain Kirk went for 3 days, 10th, 11th, 12th. So don't be confused. He did more evaluating, more testing than Mack. And the fact that they were there together blows my mind. Blows my mind. I've never seen that before. In more than 30 years of practice, where 2 doctors went and evaluated, what is essentially independent medical evaluations of a client together. It's unheard of. It's wild to me. I don't know how do they do this in Massachusetts? Where are my Massachusetts lawyers in the chat?
Look at the evidence, interview and test Ms. Clancy. Approximately how much time have you spent on this case?
About 180 hours prior to coming to Plymouth. So most of that was spent in reviewing records. About 10 and a half hours was spent in meeting with Ms. Clancy and doing the testing. And then another hour and a half was spent in collateral interviews.
And who did you interview in collateral interviews?
I interviewed her former husband, Patrick Clancy, and his mother, Ms. Clancy's mother-in-law, Sue Clancy.
And did you also request to interview Ms. Clancy's mother and sister?
Not her mother. I did request to interview her sister, and I think she decided against that.
Now, you mentioned that when you interviewed Ms. Clancy on the first and third days, you were with Dr. Mack, correct?
Correct.
Why is it that you two were interviewing Ms. Clancy together on those days?
Well, that's something that I do sometimes, conduct a joint interview. That's done in training contexts, for example, a fair amount. And in this case, many of the questions that we were going to ask her, a large number of the questions that we're going to ask her about her background and her history were going to be similar. So we were able to conduct those, ask those questions in a way and save some time, keep her from having to go through and ask and answer them twice.
So it was all about Lindsay. You were doing that for Lindsay, asking the same questions. This isn't training, right? This isn't training. You're being paid very well, doctor, for your 180 hours. I would love to know his hourly rate. Because you were going to all ask, we were both going to ask the same questions anyway. So you could what? So you could collaborate your opinions, make sure they were in line with each other. It's just ridiculous.
Then the third day, again, many of the questions that we were going to ask had to do with her thinking, feeling, and behavior leading up to the time of January 24th. And basically, it involves kind of a step-by-step process, going very slowly, getting a lot of detail. And we expected that many of those questions, sort of step-by-step detail, were going to be things that we would be able to work on, or they were going to be things that we could ask twice, or we could ask once and see it on the video.
And in terms of your interviewing Ms. Clancy together, after that was done, did the two of you come up with a joint opinion on a diagnosis?
We did not, no. Although we were interviewing her together on 2 days, we took that information and we each independently came up with our own report, our own review of that information, our own analysis of what it meant, and so on. So no, we wrote separate reports. We actually did not agree on the diagnosis.
Now, if we could have the, in terms of your evaluation of Ms. Clancy, including the records and the collateral interviews and your interviews of her, did you form some main conclusions?
I did, yes.
And if you could tell us, what were your major findings regarding Ms. Clancy's mental health history before September of 2022?
They've got a slide for us. They're going to do a slide presentation. I feel like I'm in grade school. Here's the major findings put up on the big screen.
She had a fairly limited mental health history before September 2022. She did experience some anxiety related to achievement. She's a very strong student in school and she got straight A's basically. She experienced some anxiety while in nursing school doing case presentations because you have to stand up in front of a group, and that made her kind of anxious. And then she had some anxiety connected with her 3 pregnancies, some in the beginning about the ultrasounds and so on, and some sort of as she was returning to work. So after each child, she'd have some time off with a child, and then after several months, she would return to work. And on each of those occasions, with Cora and Dawson and Callan, she had some anxiety because she didn't like to leave her children. That was an important consideration for her, whether it was dropping them off at school or returning to work or leaving them with a babysitter or going out with friends, going out on date night. She didn't like to leave them. And so those were some of the things that were connected with her mental health history before September of 2022. And this was in the context of her growing up as a highly achieving individual, getting very strong grades, competing in sports and competitive cheerleading. These are all things that the anxiety probably pushed her a little bit more in the direction of doing this very well, because she was a very hardworking and highly self-disciplined individual. She also grew up in a family that was close and comfortable and had a number of friends that she spent time with, both as a girl and a teenager and so on. But she was very highly achieving. And I think one of the important aspects of her mental health history before September of 2022 is that she really did not experience anxiety in a way that interfered very much with her functioning. She had a little bit of she had about 6 months worth of treatment for the anxiety connected with the nursing school. But it was not something that interfered with her life very much prior to September of 2022.
And doctor, did you also learn that growing up as a child, she didn't experience any type of abuse, witness any domestic violence, have any sort of trauma or anything like that as she was growing up?
Yes, one of the psychological tests, which I'll talk about a little bit later, is called the Adverse Childhood Experiences measure. And that's something that asks an individual whether they went through what we would call adverse experiences or traumatic experiences as a child and an adolescent. And there are 10 of them. And if you have 4 or more of them, that puts you at higher risk for different kinds of adverse outcomes as an adult. She did not endorse any of those. So on the ACEs questionnaire, she had a 0, which really goes to the question that you ask of whether she had adverse or traumatic experiences as a child.
And so she did not, correct? She did not report any.
She did not report any, and there were any number of individuals who were asked similar questions about her childhood and her adolescence, and they all said basically no, she did not.
And then can you tell us about your major findings for the mental health history beginning in September 2022?
Yes, I can. So it was about 12 weeks after her son Callan was born, and she was feeling very anxious and sometimes depressed about having to leave him when he went back to work. There were 2 reasons for that. One is that she had felt anxious about leaving her children on a number of occasions and with the previous kids. But the second reason was she was breastfeeding and Callan was not taking the bottle. And so she was worried if she went back to work. She worked as a labor and delivery nurse on the night shifts. And she was worried that if she left Callan home and he woke up in the night and wouldn't take the bottle, there would be a problem. And so that was what got her particularly anxious. And what happened was she searched for a psychiatrist, found one, Dr. Jennifer Tufts, in September, and went to Dr. Tufts and got a prescription for Zoloft she wanted to reduce her anxiety somewhat. And she didn't begin taking it immediately. She was a little bit worried about the impact that it might have on the breast milk. But sometime in October, she began taking the Zoloft. And things started getting very difficult at that point.
And doctor, did you learn how things became difficult from the records in your interview of her?
I did, both of those, and from, I guess you could say the records, because a number of people had talked about that, including her husband, Patrick. And I also got some of that information from him as well during the collateral interview.
And what did you learn?
What was happening toward the end of his 12-week paternity leave is that she was getting more anxious when she started in mid-October taking the Zoloft. She immediately began to have some difficulty. The anxiety did not get better. In fact, it got worse. There were some symptoms of depression. She immediately started having some really difficult insomnia. And felt a lot of stress and so on. And so in October and moving into November, she had hoped to return to work and planned to return to work, but it was not going to work out for her because her symptoms were really difficult. So in the middle of November, she texted her mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, who was at work, also a nurse, and she was in the emergency room at South Shore Hospital. She felt unwell. She was.
Nah. Sue Clancy is not her mother. Oh, mother-in-law. Did he say? I thought he said mother. Hold on.
In-law,
Okay.
Sue Clancy, who
That is her mother-in-law. Sorry.
was at work, also a nurse, and she was in the emergency room at South Shore Hospital. She felt unwell. She was having problems sleeping. She had a racing heart. She had lost some of her appetite. Continuing into November, she was struggling with anxiety.
All right. I'm seeing a lot of confusion in the chat. People are mad that he's reading from his report. He's refreshing his recollection with his report. Trust me when I tell you, it is going to be far quicker to allow him to look at his notes or his report while he testifies than it would be to try and beat all of this out of him or pull teeth to get him to answer questions. And so you should be very happy that he's looking at his report while he's testifying, and there's nothing wrong with that. They're allowed to do it. So everyone just relax, relax, deep breaths.
Continuing into November, she was struggling with anxiety, severe insomnia, palpitations. She was just having a lot of difficulty with the thought of leaving the baby, erasing thoughts, feeling overwhelmed, and things like that. So moving further into November, into late November, she was just having real difficulty with sleep disruption, and she had concerns all along, starting in mid-October, about the impact of the medications. It was her thought that the medications were giving her some of these adverse reactions because it was really difficult for her to look at this and say, I wanted to get some improvement in the anxiety, and I did not. Instead, it got worse. And so late in November, she was still having a lot of trouble sleeping. She thought that she was close to what she called the end of her rope. She was feeling off and disconnected and sort of like a zombie. And she began to report panic symptoms, concerns about being addicted or dependent on the benzodiazepines, some kind of disoriented and forgetful and disconnected from her body. So she was having a lot of difficulty with what she thought were the medication that was resulting in this kind of impact.
And let me just point out, by the way, that he's telling us everything. He's telling us everything. She was disconnected from her body. She felt like a zombie, disoriented, close to the end of her rope. This is all exactly what she's been saying. Nobody else seemed to hear her, but this doctor does. He's allowed to read from his report. I just said that. He's not reading a script. He's just looking at his notes or his report, whatever it is. It's fine. It's okay. They're allowed to do that. Right. Dissociation is absolutely a sign of psychosis. She described feeling like a puppet on a string, not knowing what she was doing, right? That all goes to criminal responsibility here.
And then resulting in this kind of thought were the medication that was resulting in this kind of impact. And then into December, it was not getting better.
And sir, if I could just interrupt you.
Yes.
On your PowerPoint here, are we still on number 3 here, or have we moved on?
I don't know as he finished his answer.
When she's coming in focus.
Are we still on number 3, or have we moved on?
We're still on number 2,
okay.
But I'm also slipping in a little bit of number 3 as I answer number 2.
Okay. And if you could please continue describing what was happening in December of 2022.
Yes. Around this time, late November, early December, she began to experience what she called horrible, intrusive thoughts. And those thoughts were about harming herself, potentially. And as she continued to experience these kinds of thoughts later into December and January, they would occasionally be about harming the children. But for the most part, particularly early on, these were thoughts about possible suicide and harming herself. And the way she described it is these thoughts would just pop into my head, and they included things like, your brain is damaged, you need to kill yourself. Now, the way she...
Sounds like auditory hallucinations to me. Does it sound like it to you? And he said she had thoughts about harming her children, not just one time.
She described these is they were not auditory hallucinations. Instead, they were her own thoughts. They were intrusive and unwelcome, but they were not auditory hallucinations. And that's important because if she had been hearing a voice like you're hearing my voice right now, it comes from outside of your head. And that's a different kind of a symptom than having thoughts, even unwelcome and intrusive thoughts that are in your head. If it's coming from outside, that is very likely a psychotic symptom. And if it's a psychotic symptom, then that has different implications for what's wrong with you as opposed.
But can intrusive thoughts, if left untreated, morph into auditory hallucinations? Because he said auditory hallucinations are clearly psychotic symptoms, right?
To something that it has different implications for what's wrong with you as opposed to something that is unwelcome and intrusive, but inside your own head.
And doctor, the way she described these thoughts that she was having in December about harming herself, in the medical records and in her conversations with you, she described those as unwelcome but internal thoughts, correct?
Yes, that's right. It was important because of what I just said that I asked her the question, when you were experiencing these thoughts, were they like your own thoughts or were they like auditory hallucinations? And she said they were like my own thoughts. And she made it clear that they were unwelcome and intrusive, but they were like my own thoughts. And she didn't get to talking about experiencing auditory hallucinations, as I will talk about a little bit later, until January 24th.
Riddle me this too. If she was faking in 2026, right, and she's trying to formulate her defense for this trial that was going to happen 3 months later, 4 months later, wouldn't she have said, I heard these voices earlier, I just never told anybody? But she's being honest. Think about that too.
And so she continued to have real difficulty with various kinds of problems. She had lost about 15 pounds, not intending to. She was having tremors and sweating and GI symptoms and sadness, severe depression, that sort of thing, as she described it, feeling numb and zombie-like were her words, again in December. And then by middle December, it was getting very difficult for her as she talked about it. Her sleep was getting a little bit better, but she was continuing to have significant symptoms of depression, things like hopelessness and the loss of capacity for pleasure and things like that. She described her experience on December 15th of 2022 as one of her worst days. She went to, her husband took her to Mass General that day, and she did not stay very long, but it was one of those things that was really difficult. The symptoms were, as she saw it, pretty bad. And then on December 20th, she went to a hospital called Women and Infants in Rhode Island, and they had a day program for postpartum individuals. having difficulties. And they said that they weren't going to take her, that she didn't meet their criteria for the postpartum program. Generally, that was because they said that she looked like she was having a general anxiety symptoms and depressive disorders, but not so much the postpartum necessarily. And
doctor, if I could just stop you.
No,
yes.
You finished with that description of what information you got from that provider?
Not quite, Judge, but almost.
Okay.
I apologize.
Yes.
You can finish.
So she was not going to remain in women and infants, and the next step that she took was hospitalization at McLean.
And so if I could ask you a follow-up question now, before we
Yes.
go on to McLean,
Yes,
about women and infants. Were you able to review the women and infants records?
I was, yes.
And looking at the women and infants records, on page 9 I have here, it states that patient was offered several options for her, including inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospital program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. Patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance. So even though they said she didn't necessarily fit into their postpartum program, they did offer her 3 other programs, correct?
They did, yes.
And her response, Ms. Clancy's response, was that she was going to discuss that with her provider for guidance, correct?
Yes.
And in reviewing the records of Dr. Tufts and Rebecca Gelada, did you ever see any mention of the defendant actually following through with that and discussing with them those 3 options that were offered by women and infants?
No, what I saw is that they were back to being treated according to the plan and the medication and so on. But she was back to being treated, discussing with Dr. Tufts what the best implications were for treatment.
Okay. And then you were about to talk about what happened at McLean. So if you could please tell us what you learned about McLean and how that was impactful to your analysis or your evaluation.
Yes, she was admitted to McLean on January 1st of 2023. And what got her there was suicidal thinking. That was very difficult for her. That was a very difficult time to experience that sort of thing. And so she went into McLean on January 1st, and their admission documentation listed postpartum depression and major depressive disorder, which they described as recurrent and mild. While she was in McLean, what she reported as her primary concern was insomnia. And she said that while she was hospitalized, it actually made her more anxious than being at home. And when she was asked about the suicidal impulses and thoughts, she said that she would not commit suicide because of her children and her mother. So she had they asked about reasons for living, among other things, and those were some of the ones that she cited.
Doctor, would that be called a protective factor?
Yes, sometimes it's called a protective factor.
And that's something that protects you or prevents you from committing suicide?
Yes, would keep you from doing something like that.
And then what were your further findings?
So
I just want to point out here that I think it's interesting that she didn't mention Patrick as one of the reasons that she wouldn't take her own life, right? That's interesting to me. Her kids and her mom.
from doing something like that.
And then what were your further findings?
So she stayed at McLean for 5 days, and she was documented as not having safety concerns and at minimal risk for returning to the community by January 3rd. She described her mood there as numb, but she denied things like delusions or hallucinations or suicidal thoughts that were continuing, or homicidal thinking. And at the time she was discharged on the 5th of January, she was described as cooperative and pleasant, with no psychosis, no suicidal or homicidal thinking. And she said,
well, that's not going to play well with the malpractice case. She was discharged from McLean as a minimal risk to the community on January 5th. Emily Thorndike would have testified that she never really saw a doctor when she was in there because there weren't any on staff over the holiday weekend, right? But she's not allowed to testify, which is the right decision, I think.
when I was homicidal thinking, and
he also didn't mention her being detoxed off the Seroquel while she was there, right?
Said when I was asking her about it that when she left McLean, she had what she described as a small shred of hope after discharge because she was off of medication, Seroquel, which she thought was causing her a lot of trouble. But
there it is. And she was right. And what happened right before she killed the kids? She was back on Seroquel. These medications have black box warnings for a reason, my friends.
Of hope after discharge because she was off of medication, Seroquel, which she thought was causing her a lot of trouble. But the intrusive suicidal thoughts returned, she said, within a week or so following her discharge from McLean.
And would we be moving on now to number 3 on your PowerPoint?
Yes, we are.
Symptoms following the beginning of medication. So what were your major findings in that area?
Well, I have, I think I've combined 2 and 3 as I've talked about this, because one of the things about this is after she started taking the medication in October, the Zoloft, she had, the anxiety didn't get better. She had great difficulty with insomnia. And she said she was numb. She felt like a zombie. It wasn't something that she was able to see any improvement in. In fact, she thought it was getting a lot worse.
Just to clarify, people are saying she was put on something else. There was Seroquel found in her toxicology after she was airlifted to the Brigham. So I know I'm right about that. Tufts put her back on it like a day or 2 days before the killings, right? High amounts. Yeah. Please don't write something in the chat as fact if you're not sure that it's a fact. And also please don't spell out the medication names because their YouTube has bots and they will strike the stream. And that did actually happen on Friday's stream. And I had to appeal it and I got it overturned. So do not risk my channel by writing things like that in the chat, please. Thank you for coming. Have a nice day.
Worse. And it wasn't something that she was able to see any improvement in. In fact, she thought it was getting a lot worse. And so basically what she thought is that the symptoms that she was experiencing following taking the medication that was prescribed beginning in October, she said the symptoms were getting worse, particularly a new symptom, which was insomnia.
We could move on to the next slide. Doctor, and does that bring us to number 4 on your PowerPoint, the adverse response to medications, including bad insomnia?
Yes, and I won't take nearly as long in talking about that because one of the things that she thought was happening when she began taking that medication in October is that the medication itself was far from making the anxiety better. It was making it worse and keeping her from sleeping, and it was, she thought, making it difficult for her to
Okay, wait. Come to your screen if you can. Here's his major findings. In his major findings Jeopardy slide, it says apparent adverse reactions to medications, including very bad insomnia. He's admitting that she had adverse response to medications. That's one of his major findings. Focus on resolving problems through medication. Mixed evidence about diagnosis and nature of problems. Those are his major findings, right? Lack of sleep will make you crazy. Everyone knows that. You don't need to be a doctor. You don't need a doctor to tell you that lack of sleep will make you crazy, right? Oops.
Difficult for her is that it was the medication itself was far from making the anxiety better. It was making it worse and keeping her from sleeping, and it was, she thought, making it difficult for her to she thought that the medication was actually making it a real problem for her to sleep, to feel. She felt emotionally numb and that sort of thing. And so accompanying the bad insomnia with the apparent adverse responses, producing the insomnia and other things, was a real problem for her as she saw it. And it's one of the things that she continued to emphasize to providers, whether it was Dr. Tufts or Ms. Gelada, a nurse practitioner. She said, basically, I think these medications are making me worse. But one of the things, moving on to number 5 there, one of the things she also said is that she was focusing on making the anxiety, helping the anxiety get better through medication. There was a little bit of counseling going on with Ms. Gelada, but one of the things that she did not really have was, say, a cognitive behavioral therapist or something like that to help her.
She did treat with Letitia Dukes. We saw her testimony, right? She was her talk therapist. She did treat with Letitia Dukes.
Work through the problems. She thought that medication was going to try to help, and it really did. It was something that she focused on a good deal.
And when you say she was focused, the defendant was focused on medication resolving her problems, would that include talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own, asking friends and family for tips on medications, things like that?
Yes, all of those things.
Okay. And then should we move on to number 6, the mixed evidence about diagnosis and the nature of her problems?
Yes.
And what were your major findings in that area?
As he turns to page 400 in his report, he spent 180 hours on this case.
Over the course of the time that she was going through these experiences between mid-October and late January, she'd had a lot of providers offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicating considerations. So among some of the diagnoses that she'd been given were adjustment disorder with anxiety and depression, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder 2, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, post-traumatic stress disorder. That last one was not before January of 2023, but it's something that she has right now.
So he spent 180 hours on this, reviewed all the records. Most of it was reviewing records. He spent 168 hours reviewing the records, and he's telling us that she was diagnosed with PPP and PPD. in addition to many other things. GAD, PTSD, all the things. Major depressive disorder. That's what he said. Seems like a credible witness to me. Right?
And in addition to those diagnoses, which sort of implies that she has a disorder and she has symptoms, there were complicating factors. She had psychotropic medication with apparent adverse reaction. She had serious sleep deprivation over a 3-month period. She had between 5 and 8 months after the birth of her third child. She had anxiety about returning to work in the fall of 22. She was worried about leaving her baby for work, and he was not taking the bottle. And the other thing, which was important for her, is she was always someone who was, she was into exercise. And she stopped exercising sometime in October when she started having these adverse reactions. But it's one of these things that it was a real difficult thing for her to handle when she couldn't do the running or the yoga or the Peloton or other things that she used to keep her anxiety managed.
Were you aware that she was able to return to exercising on several dates in December and in January, going to the Kingsbury Club where she was a member?
Yes, she was trying that, yes.
Yeah. And is that something that, as putting on your clinician hat for a moment, is that something that you would recommend to a patient that they, in this situation, that they try to do things like exercise to complement medication and therapy?
Well, if it works, it does work for some people, and they use it effectively over the course of their lives, particularly if they have some anxiety that might not fully need treatment, but it's something that might interfere with your life a little bit.
And what were your next observations?
Wait, hold up. You now want him to say that exercise was helpful to her? That would have been a good thing for her to do, would be to exercise? You flew a witness in from Texas to talk about how she dropped her kids off in daycare at the Kingsbury Club and exercised. You tried to make her look like a bad mother for doing that. Why did you fly in a witness from Texas if now you're trying to say that exercising was good for her? Am I in the Twilight Zone? I think I am. I have Twilight Zone emojis for that. Show me some, members, please.
Well, if we could move on to the next slide, please.
So here we have number 7, your diagnosis, bipolar 2 disorder. So was that your diagnosis of Ms. Clancy?
It was, and it was hard because of all the diagnoses in the.
Let's read his next Jeopardy slide together. Major findings. My diagnosis, bipolar 2 disorder. This is a criminal responsibility evaluation, so both mental state and legal standard are relevant. And then psychological testing results, and says it's important to appraise motivation for killing children. Okay. But he says she has bipolar 2, which some people say SSRIs should not be prescribed if you have bipolar. Without a mood stabilizer, perhaps. He's proving the case right on top. It's not just me. Okay, keep going, sir. Go on with your bad self.
Records. And
Bipolar 2 disorder. So here we have number 7, your diagnosis, bipolar 2 disorder. So was that your diagnosis of Ms. Clancy?
It was, and it was hard because of all the diagnoses in the records and all the symptoms that she experienced and so on. To make a diagnosis of bipolar disorder or bipolar 2 disorder, which is a kind of a less serious way of experiencing bipolar disorder, you have to have identifiable mood swings. And one is a period of depression, which she certainly had, but a period of depression. And that was something that made a big difference over a certain period of time in depressed symptoms and sadness and and not having much or not having much motivation and things like that. But you also, for a bipolar diagnosis, need something where you have an identifiable period where the mood is much greater. It's much, one of the things that I might say is that one feels during a manic period sort of high, jumpy, decreased need for sleep, racing thoughts, sort of flight of ideas, thinking really fast, excessive appetites for different kinds of things, not getting tired, feeling important and powerful, and things like that. And I was having a hard time finding something that looked like it was a manic episode. There were times when she felt, as she described it after the birth of different children, she felt good, she felt on top of the world, she felt really close to them, her husband and her kids, and so on. But it's also something that it didn't look like a manic episode so much as it looked like she was really feeling good and getting back into exercise and things like that. So
there's a reason why bipolar used to be called manic depressive disorder, right? It's hard. It was hard. It was really hard. Yeah, being a doctor is hard. It's hard. It was hard to diagnose her with bipolar.
It's one of those considerations where the thing that sort of gave me pause for a while in diagnosing a bipolar disorder is that I didn't see that manic episode. But
sir, she went running on the day she gave birth. Okay, she ran like a 5K like 2 weeks after she delivered Callan.
What really convinced me is that she's been at Tewksbury now for more than 3.5 years. And the diagnosis of record at Tewksbury is bipolar disorder.
So he was convinced. He's convinced. It took a while, but now he's convinced that that's her diagnosis.
And they are, as I read the records, very careful about what they prescribe and how much, and various other kinds of considerations. And one of the things that the records reflect is that when she was on some medication that's prescribed to help stabilize her mood, and it was discontinued for medical reasons, she had a kind of immediate response to that, which is to say, she noticed it, and that's a consideration as well. So I ended up with a diagnosis, making a diagnosis of bipolar II disorder, which is a slightly less, not slightly, it's a less severe form of bipolar disorder.
And doctor, why did you diagnose with bipolar II and not bipolar?
Because bipolar, as I said, is a more severe kind of diagnosis. It's more noticeable. And if you had a bipolar diagnosis, then I would want to see something that clearly and definitely looks like a manic episode. And I did not see any evidence of that before January 24th of 2023.
And there were some incidents that have been described by witnesses who have testified and in the medical records, things like the defendant cleaning out her garage with her husband at one point in time. Was that something that you did or did not see as manic, and why?
Well, there was some indication in the records that some people thought it was manic. I did not see it that way. She did not describe, when I asked her, whether she did not describe that as a manic episode. She didn't think it was. And when I talked to Patrick Clancy, he said he didn't think it was either. And basically it was cleaning out the garage and getting a lot of stuff into 20 trash bags and so on. But one of the things he said is, they were both working hard, but it wasn't all her out there putting stuff in 20 trash bags and he wasn't a part of it. He said he was definitely a part of it.
And would it be accurate that bipolar disorder requires that period of mania for, I believe it's 7 days, where bipolar 2 requires hypomania for 4 days. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And so did you see signs of hypomania?
Well, that's something where it's less clear that it's manic, and that's one of the things that inclined me toward bipolar 2 is I just did not see signs that were clearly manic episodes, but it looked like something that it possibly could have been a less serious or less severe manic episode.
And in terms of this diagnosis, this bipolar 2, is there a way to determine whether she always had this disorder or if it's something new, and if it's something new, when it appeared?
It's a disorder that typically comes on in adulthood. It's not something that you have as a kid or even for the most part as an adolescent. It's something that you start to show the signs of when you are in your 20s or 30s.
And so at this point, would it be time to move on to number 8 on your?
Oh, so she wants to blow right past that. People get diagnosed with bipolar in their 20s and 30s. Well, it just so happened that Lindsay was, what, 32? I want to hear that again.
Whether bipolar.
Severe manic episode.
Listen.
And in terms of this diagnosis, this bipolar 2, is there a way to determine whether she always had this disorder or if it's something new, and if it's something new, when it appeared?
It's a disorder that typically comes on in adulthood. It's not something that you have as a kid or even for the most part as an adolescent. It's something that you start to show the signs of when you are in your 20s or 30s.
And so at this point, would it be time to move on to number 8 on your PowerPoint?
Yes.
Which would be criminal responsibility evaluation. So mental state and legal standard are relevant. So what were your findings on number 8?
Well, one of the things that I wanted to say about number 8 is that I wasn't called up here just to make a diagnosis or talk about symptoms. This is a criminal responsibility evaluation. And one of the things that I take a look at very carefully when I'm doing something like this is what's the standard for criminal responsibility in the jurisdiction. Now, I'm aware that the court will instruct the jury about the standard and how you apply it and so on, but my understanding of the standard for criminal responsibility in Massachusetts is that a person is not criminally responsible if at the time of the offense they suffered from a mental disease or defect.
Well, now he is reading from his report. He's reading the statute, and I do have a problem with this. Because if he does not understand what the standard is, then he should not be able to read that from his report. We'll see if there's an objection.
And as a result, lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or wrongfulness of their conduct or to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. So there were really 3 parts. There really are 3 parts to that criminal responsibility standard. The first is mental disease or defect, and that's one of the reasons why I've paid so much attention to the symptoms and when they began and things like that. But the other thing that I try to do is take those symptoms and see how they affect somebody, in this case, Ms. Clancy's capacity for knowing that something like this was illegal or wrong, or how they affected her capacity for conforming her conduct to the requirements of the law, which I think of as kind of controlling her behavior.
And to determine, is that something that those 3 elements are those things that you kept in mind throughout your evaluation of the records and your interview of the defendant and the psychological testing that you did?
It is, yes. And it's something that I put on page 1 of my report because I always try to do that to try to make it as clear as I can that this is something I'm paying attention to throughout the entire evaluation.
So that's your mindset when approaching the evaluation of Ms. Clancy?
It is, yes.
And so what types of psychological testing did you do with Ms. Clancy?
There were several reasons why I wanted to do psychological testing. One is what we call response style. In a matter like this, somebody like Ms. Clancy during an interview could respond what we call reliably, which is within the limits of her memory, as accurately as she possibly can. But there are other response styles. One is that somebody could do what we call exaggeration or even fabrication. Sometimes that's called malingering, which is they distort or they take the kind of report that they do and they exaggerate or even fabricate the severity of what they are experiencing. And then the other kind of response style is to underreport, basically to say, I'm going to minimize or even deny things that I actually experience. So response style is always important in doing a forensic evaluation like this, and I paid attention to it. And one of the psychological tests that
You mean like not reporting to your medical providers that you have thoughts of harming your children for fear that they may report you because they're mandated reporters and then your children will be taken away by DCF? Kind of like that? Thanks, Doc.
administered, something called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, has scales that allow me to look and say, is she being kind of reliable, or is she exaggerating or fabricating, or is she minimizing or denying? So that was one of the reasons that I wanted to do these tests. The second is I wanted to pay attention to possible symptoms of what we call severe mental illness, things like hallucinations or delusions or mental disorganization. They can't really kind of focus on what's being discussed so much as you tend to get off track or have tangential speech, which is kind of running off the topic and going to different ways and so on. Cognitive disorganization is another speech. There's also a review of her reported symptoms around January 24th of 2023, and I wanted to ask her questions in a fairly comprehensive way about that. There are other symptoms that she was experiencing reportedly, depression in particular, and I wanted to know how depressed she was feeling. And so that was something that I could also measure with these psychological tests. And then finally, suicidal thinking was quite important. And I wanted to ask her questions about her thinking and feeling and behavior related to suicide, kind of leading up to January 24th and then around that time. So these are all reasons why I gave her psychological tests.
Could I have you pause there for a moment?
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's a good time
This is
to
a good
break.
time to break. All right, why don't we do that? Thank you. All right, so members of the jury, we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point. You know my instructions, so they're going to be the same. Don't talk about this case. Don't do any research about this case. Don't listen to anything about it. Don't read anything about it. Have a nice break, and we'll have you come back here about 2 o'clock. Okay?
Court, all right. All right, please. Good. Close the notebooks, place them on your chairs, just like this.
All right, Doc, you may step down. All right. Anything we need to address before 2 o'clock? All right, so we'll be in recess till approximately 2 o'clock.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if we're going to get through all the experts today. She's still on direct of this guy, Heilebrun. And I think so far he's been hella positive, in my opinion, for the defense. And we know that his testing is going to show that she was not malingering, which also means faking. And so I'm not really sure where they're going with this. Are you? All right. I don't know just what just happened to my screen here. What exactly is it that you say you do here? What do you think? What do you think of this witness so far? Come to me with your thoughts. I think so far he's good. So far he's good for the defense. He's giving me more reasonable doubt about whether or not she was in a psychotic break. And that's the question. Do you have a reasonable doubt as we sit here today? Why didn't he ask to speak to Lindsay's mom? Yeah, that's a great point. But he did speak to collaterals, unlike Dr. Mack, who didn't think it was important to speak to collaterals, right? I was realizing as I got off the stream on Friday that I forgot to end the poll. And so I don't even know what the results of the poll were. So we're going to take a poll again, effing again, right now. But first, before I do that, I get to gift some memberships. YouTube allows me to gift memberships. So, oh no, it doesn't. Oh, here we go. Wait. No, it says I already used them all up for this month. Hang on. All right, we're going to do another poll. And please, let's get a good sampling, shall we? Because it was my fault. My fault. Would you find Lindsay Clancy not guilty, guilty, or NCR, which is not criminally responsible? Now, keep in mind, before you pretend to be a juror, the Commonwealth must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Lindsay Clancy was not suffering from any sort of mental disease or defect at the time she committed these crimes, and that she did know the wrongfulness of her actions, or that she was able to stop herself from doing these things. Okay? So would you find her not guilty, meaning she didn't even do it, meaning they didn't even prove to me that she's the one who did this? That's not guilty. Guilty means she did it. I don't care what was wrong with her. I don't care. She knew what she was doing. She knew it was wrong. I'm going to put the poll up in a second, so you don't have to put it in the chat. And not criminally responsible means she was suffering from a mental disease or defect that caused her to not be able to appreciate her actions and not stop herself from doing it, or not stop herself from doing it. I'm putting the poll up now. Don't put it in the chat. Just click a button. Click the button. Do you see the poll? Do you see the poll? Let's hit the like button too. Shall we? We shall. Let's do it. Let's do all the things. All the things. So far, I think that this witness is honest. I like him. He sounds like he spent 180 hours on this case. 168 of them were reviewing the records. And he said she was, before December of 2023, before January 2023, she was diagnosed with PPP and PPD. He said it. I mean, how is he helpful to them? He's just giving me more reasonable doubt. Can you guys see the poll? Somebody said they can't see the poll. I don't know why. Lisa Rogers, I would love to give you a free membership, but it doesn't work that way. She says, I would love a free membership. I've been with you since Karen Reed. I love it, and I love your loyalty, but YouTube, when people gift memberships, they're gifted to people randomly. You can't give a membership to someone specific. It's random. YouTube does it randomly. It's not up to me. The poll's at the bottom of the chat. People are saying, I don't know why it doesn't come up on my phone. when I'm the one who's got to be reminded to end the poll. It's at the bottom of the chat if you're on your phone, I think. I really think it'll be a hung jury, says women in Georgia. Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, I don't know that 12 people are going to be able to agree, because the people who feel like Lindsay Clancy is evil and should burn in hell because she murdered her children, and I don't care about any other reasons for that, I don't think they're going to be swayed. And same thing for people who feel another way. And then there may be people who are like, I think Patrick did it, like a lot of TikTok people think. Oh, there's no option for a hung jury. Well, let's just say how you would vote. So you can't vote for hung jury. Just how would you vote? You need to click on my poll comment to see the poll. Or it's at the bottom of your chat. Why is not guilty an option? Because there's such a thing as jury nullification. Just because Kevin Reddington said she did it, and the doctors say that she said she did it, jurors can decide, I don't think they proved that she did it. They didn't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, so therefore I can vote not guilty. This doctor also said that she had severe adverse reactions to her medications, which can go to a psychotic break, right? Lex John says, if Lindsay wins her civil suit, wouldn't the insurance and other agencies go after her settlement for liens? At what point is it worth it for her? Well, the state is paying for her treatment right now. I don't think they would have liens. I know what you're talking about. It's a very complex issue. I'm a civil litigator, so dealing with medical liens was the bane of my existence for 3 decades. So let me just explain to you what she's talking about, what Lex is talking about here. If, let's say, Medicare pays for your treatment, or let's say you have an accident and your health insurance company pays for your treatment, the insurance company can have a lien on any proceeds that are awarded to you or any settlement that you receive in a civil suit. And so I don't know what liens there would be. Liens are also negotiable. I don't know about Massachusetts rules of under subrogation. I don't know. I can't opine to that. At what point is it worth it for her? I don't know. If the malpractice case is successful, how big of a check would you have to write to go through what Lindsay went through? I mean, how much money would you accept for what she went through? So I can't speak to the lien issue because I don't know who her carriers were. I don't know who paid what. They're always negotiable. And so you don't know the amount of the liens and what they can be negotiated to until the end of the case if there's a settlement or verdict. So I think she's going to go through with it, and I think it's probably going to settle based on all the testimony here. I think that Dr. Tufts' defense attorneys in that malpractice case their heads were popping off when she was testifying. Upon the Wire says, I'm a nurse just discharged from hospital after a major depressive episode. I'm so sorry. The anger I feel at these clowns testifying incompetently about mental health is helping me heal. Thanks, Mel and chat. Sending you all the healing vibes. Iowa writer said, not a fangirl, lost a family member last year to PPD. I didn't call people fangirls. That was Miranda Devine from the New York Post. And I'm so sorry that you lost a family member. So you know that it's real. Yeah. In your lawsuits, you might have to pay back long-term disability, other things, but it's also negotiable if you have a good lawyer. You have a good lawyer. Susie, thanks for your 20. Said, why does it matter whether her psychosis is PP or not? I feel like we're spending too much time with that. Thanks, Melanie, for all your hard work. I think there's a lack of awareness around postpartum, and she was in the postpartum phase. She had delivered Callan 4 months before she first sought help. And I would submit to you that her symptoms came out sooner than that. Chance says, high achievement at 16 shows 4 times the risk of bipolar as an adult. 900,000 people included in the study. British Journal of Psychiatry, 2010. Excellent school performance at age 16 and risk of adult bipolar disorder. National Cohort Study. Thank you for your 20. Call Me says, I'm undergoing PMDD, BPD evaluation and treatment and relate deeply to the Lindsay Clancy case. We need more awareness of reproductive mood disorders. Thank you. Sending you all the healing vibes. Elizabeth says, at PT I have today, a patient I have today is admitted for PPP. Doctor keeping her on a 96-hour involuntary hold, even though she denied SIHI, thoughts of harming baby. Symptoms are the exact same as Lindsay, including AH and poor insight. Interesting timing. Yes. Are you a nurse, Elizabeth Grace? Interesting. And the doctor is keeping her on a 96-hour involuntary hold. Charlie, thank you for your 5. East Coast Lana says, the Commonwealth has a moving goalpost based on what their current witness says. Big yikes, yeah. They keep changing their theory, all of it. Charlie says, this psych makes Mac look lazy and incompetent. Emma says, I'm glad I didn't have Dr. Kirk during my postpartum psychosis, which matches Lindsay's. He's vile. You aren't in my head. So fed up. He wasn't there. I'm so over this. It's so upsetting to us who have experienced it. And listen, if you need to step away because you need to protect your peace and your mental health, please step away. It's a hard case to cover. Very hard case to cover, very hard case to watch. Cindy says, wouldn't the Commonwealth need to pay her medical bills while she's under arrest? Yeah, I think since she's in custody, they're paying her bills. But I think people are talking about the initial, visit, the initial treatment at, where was she brought first? I'm conflating things now. South Shore or MGH, and then she was airlifted to the Brigham. But she was pretty much in custody the whole time, so I'm not really sure how it works. But that's a good point, Cindy. Mimi says, set aside Lindsay's confession. Well, she didn't really, yeah, all right. Where did she learn to tie the complex knot? Well, there was no complex knot. I don't know where you're getting that from or where anybody's getting that from. That has not been entered into evidence in this trial. Patrick said that it was tied like you would go to tie your shoelace and you would tie it without tying the bow. That's what Patrick said. Nobody has testified that there was a complex knot. Did I miss that part of the testimony? In fact, one of the ADAs tried to get somebody to say that it wasn't knotted at all. But we went back and watched Patrick's testimony where he said it was looped as if you were going to tie a shoelace, but didn't tie the bow. So I don't know where this talk of this complex knot is coming from. When do they say she started planning? Several questions, no answers. Psychosis can happen in a moment. So I don't know anything about some complex sailor's knot. That's how people are trying to say that Patrick was a sailor and he knew how to tie. What knot are we talking about? Nobody has testified about a knot because Patrick untied them. So nobody saw a knot. No first responders saw a knot because he undid the bands, right? There has been no complex knot testimony, probably TikTok. Anti-Alibi says, you don't even want to know the hateful comments I've received on TikTok because I'm supporting Lindsay. People are still not getting it. Lots of love. Oh, I know. I can imagine. I can imagine. Thank you for tuning in all the way from South Africa and for getting it. Debbie says, what percentage does Lindsay's poll compare to how your poll was during the Karen Reed trial? Oh, I don't remember, but that's a totally different case. Totally different case. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. Like, that was just obvious. Here, it's not a whodunit. It's the why and whether the jury is going to believe she was criminally responsible or not in the legal sense. And quite frankly, I don't even know. I don't remember what the poll results were from Gary. That was a long time ago, Sweet Pea. I don't remember. Cardiac ICU nurse says, no one is bound to burn in hell. Redemption is there for all who seek. Mortal sins can be forgiven in Catholic Church. DAs are uninformed, not surprised. Well, I don't know where Father Bob is today, but we were hoping that he brought his holy water one day and could have done an exorcism on perhaps the ADAs, who have kind of taken a little step back, right, with their ridiculousness, but we'll see if it lasts. Sidekick became a member. Some interesting discussion, as always, between Peter Tragos and his father. I think that video dropped yesterday. I love when Pop Tragos comes on the show with Peter, lawyer, you know. Many of you who watch me during the day also watch Peter at night for his I can't think, recaps. It's only 7:26 a.m. here, okay? I got up at 3 a.m. for you guys because of my location. There's a U.S. Supreme Court case, Oregon versus Kennedy. I'm pretty sure that's the name of the case. Let me just see for 1 second. A lot of people were upset that Kevin Reddington did not move for a mistrial after the comment about murder being a mortal sin. Well, you're a practicing Catholic, aren't you? To Mrs. Clancy. Well, you know that murder is a mortal sin, don't you? We all know that's improper. That's like law school number one, like year one law school. And so the seminal case on that at the U.S. Supreme Court level is the state of Oregon versus Kennedy. And that case stands for the premise that if a prosecutor, through prosecutorial misconduct, goads a defense attorney into moving for a mistrial, and that's the key word, goads them into moving for a mistrial, that a mistrial could be granted, double jeopardy will have attached, and the defendant cannot be tried again. But the bar to prove that is very, very high. You have to prove that they intentionally goaded you into moving for a mistrial, and that's a very hard thing to prove. And so while many people don't understand why he didn't move for a mistrial, there's a lot of reasons. Number one, it's not guaranteed that double jeopardy is going to attach because Massachusetts doesn't necessarily adhere to the U.S. Supreme Court rule. We know that Massachusetts has their own set of rules and their own case law. And I don't know that he'd be able to prove that in Massachusetts. And then to have to go back and retry this case again, after having paid all of these experts already, would be hard. Oh, Sonder, you're in the same time zone with me? Did you hear what happened on Friday? Oh, I have another mystery to solve while I'm here. I might have to stay here longer. I'm just saying. A Southwest flight attendant was found dead in a dumpster at the Hilton Waikiki on Friday. And local media in Hawaii is not reporting on it. Very sad story. I'm going to report on it. I'm going to solve the mystery while I'm here, I think. Did you guys even hear about that? Southwest Airlines flight attendant was found in a dumpster at the Hilton Waikiki Resort. Friday night, same night as the fireworks. Yep. And the family found out about it from somebody posting about it on like a Hawaii Instagram page. Very sad. Very sad. Justice for Jenny. That's what I say. Her name's Jenny. She's 50 years old, has a 15-year-old son. She's from Oklahoma. Yep. We're going to talk about it. Oh, Lindsay OKC says she lives near me and I'm shocked. I'll be boots on the ground if you need me. Well, boots on the ground in Oklahoma, but this is in Hawaii. A lot of times they don't report on a lot of stuff here because tourism. They don't want people to be afraid to come here. East Coast, Lana says, shout out to my fellow RNs in the chat. Love you. Love y'all. Serene says, Dr. Kirk and Dr. Spock, beam me up, Scotty. Thanks, Mel, for your hard work and hugs and love. Thank you. Teresa says, are you familiar with the Latarsha Sanders case? Will you be covering it? Yes, I am familiar. Her case was just overturned. She's getting a new trial. She took the lives of her 2 children. It was something like, there was, I think, voodoo involved. And people are saying that she was clearly suffering a psychotic break. And she's getting a new trial because Judge Sullivan, this exact judge, did not allow in certain psychiatric records. And so she's going to be getting a new trial. I'll be covering it. I mean, I can't say for sure. I don't know. It could be a year from now, 2 years from now. It depends on my schedule. It depends on a lot of things, but yeah. Oh, the New York Post has an article about the flight attendant. Okay, well, it happened on Friday though. And we just found out about it yesterday at some point. So yeah, they're saying she fell 24 stories from a hotel balcony, but let's see the surveillance footage. Yeah, the Waikiki Hilton is like a mini city. It is. There's like 1 million restaurants. It's huge. Well, maybe they would like to paint it that way. I'm not going to say that she jumped or fell, or we don't know the cause of death. We don't know the manner of death. We don't know anything. They're calling it an unattended death, right? Yep. Rebecca says, being a phlebotomist, I 99% believe she tied them as a tournament. Oh, did you mean to say tourniquet? Tourniquet? I live 30 minutes away from Plymouth. I want to drive down there. Wayne, see Brian Enton. You want to go see Brian Enton? I think that's what you're saying, right? A tourniquet. But your spell check corrected that for you, Rebecca. Thanks for your 5. I stand with Mel says, have you seen Billy Bush's comments about Patrick? He's definitely going with the he did it conspiracy. Not lately. Lately? Is he still on that train? I've told him that I didn't, I wasn't buying into that. Thanks, Melissa, for becoming a new member. College. Bird Mad Girl says, Melanie, serious question, girl, from one gal to another that supports Lindsay but feels icky about the fandom. Will this be a one-off for this TikTok BS, or will making a spectacle of the legal system? I mean, this has been going on for a long time. This has been going on for a long time. I don't understand why this particular case is making TikTok go crazy, but is it because, and I do actually, here's what I think. I think that people are having a really hard time wrapping their brain around how a mother could do this to their children, right? And so they are trying so hard to find another reason for it or another person who did it, because they just can't wrap their brain around a mother doing that to her 3 children, right? So I don't know, solving a mystery seemed like a good thing to do. Did you see the Bratz doll thing? A woman on TikTok, woman, I'm not sure, made a video reenacting the scene in the bedroom with Bratz dolls, down to like the blood spatter on the floor of her cardboard diorama. She literally made a cardboard diorama. I'm dating myself because I don't even know that they make dioramas anymore. And it's wild. So I found it to be, and I think, were people going to stand out in white today? Or is there anybody outside the courthouse in white? Because I heard that was going to happen for the children. But, like, I don't know. I don't think Reddington likes all the attention, to be honest. I think that people like, I don't know. I'm just going to keep my opinions to myself. Like taking selfies with Reddington and like, this is not, it's not a circus. This is a tragedy. This is a flippin' tragedy. 3 little beautiful, beautiful, beautiful babies are dead. And, whether the medical system and her treating providers failed her or not, they're still dead. And so I understand how some people think that she should need to pay for this. And understand, too, that not guilty by reason of insanity, which is what most states call it, is so rarely used. It is so rarely used as a defense, and it is so rarely successful. Is this the case for it? I mean, regardless of the verdict here, something has shifted, right? women's mental health maybe will be taken more seriously. Postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression is going to be something that friends and family members are going to look for in their loved ones, that maybe providers will take it more seriously, that maybe they'll actually consider it as a diagnosis and figure out how to help it, and what to do about it. Krista says, the evidence just simply doesn't add up. It points towards someone else doing it. I've just been watching the trial, but she says that she did it. And even in her civil lawsuit, it says that she did it. And she said, go to God, as she strangled each one of them, which goes back to the testimony of Dr. Was it Resnick, who talked about the different kinds of filicide, altruistic filicide, thinking that your children will be better off with you in heaven than they will be without you there. I think that the fact that Patrick and his new wife are being stalked by paparazzi and TMZ in New York with long lens cameras is gross. Please try not to curse in the chat. Thank you so much. We try and keep it classy here. YouTube doesn't like it. Right. Not everything is a conspiracy, says Carrie. That's why Karen Reed was special, right? Because the conspiracy was John O'Keefe was hit by a car. That was the conspiracy, in my opinion. Patrick, okay, then somebody says Patrick might not have committed these murders, but he's not innocent. Not innocent in what? All the medical providers told him that there was nothing to worry about. Hopefully now, husbands, men, partners, all partners of all sexes will be more aware of these types of symptoms in the future. I mean, we can hope for that, right? There are men in the chat whose wives, partners have suffered from postpartum psychosis. They have spoken out about it. They have said that it was horrific for them. Luckily, they noticed it. Sarah says, I believe she was told or dreamed she did, but really she didn't. Evidence points elsewhere. But there's surveillance video of Patrick at the CBS and at the restaurant. I mean, listen, if there's one of you on the jury, Sarah, who doesn't think that she did it at all, it's going to be a hung jury. Unless you would be able to convince the other 11 that she didn't do it at all. But listen, you're watching the trial too, right? But have you only been watching the trial, or have you also been watching TikTok? If you've only been watching the trial, I want to ask you this, all of you, all 20,000 of you. If you've only been watching the trial and no outside social media, and you think she didn't do it, put a 1 in the chat. But not if you've been watching TikTok. Put a 1 in the chat. If you have only been watching the trial and think that she did not do this at all, put a 1 in the chat. And I'm just curious how many people. Oh, fork to spoon. All right, there's a few. Fork to spoon. There's a bunch of you who have only watched the trial and you think she didn't do it. All right, well, listen, if there's 12 people like you, she should get on the jury, that she could get an outright acquittal. And despite the fact that her attorney says that she did, even though there's not evidence, and she has admitted to every provider who's treated her after that she did. Wow, look at all the 1s in the chat. So you don't think that they've proven it beyond a reasonable doubt that she actually did the crimes? I mean, that's wild to me. There's a lot of people in the chat, so you would vote straight up not guilty. All right, let me see what the poll results say so far. There's only 7,000 votes. We can do better than that. Please just come to your screen and vote. Yeah, people who think that the number 1 is for people who think she didn't even do it at all. It's not her. It wasn't her. It was something else happened. There's a lot of people. A lot of people say, I don't think they've proven it. Wow. All right. So far, 79% say not criminally responsible. 17% of you say not guilty at all, that she didn't even do it. And 4% of you say guilty. Guilty, no excuse. Yeah, they're coming back after break. This is just lunch hour. Jeffrey Murray says, I don't think they understand what they're putting on one for. I think they do. They're saying that they have not proven that she did it beyond a reasonable doubt. Listen, everyone's got their reasons. That's wild. Yeah, Scott says, Lotti's most hated mod says, the DA hasn't done a good job by a long shot, but I still voted NGRI. I mean, Papa Tragos went so far as to say that the prosecutors were evil, that they were evil, that their intent was evil when they asked the question about mortal sin. I mean, it's crazy. I think all the people that put one either think the Commonwealth has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she did it, or someone else did it. Those are big words for Papa Tragos, right? Yeah. My commentary, I mean, for me, I'm very opinionated always. For me, I think my commentary has been pretty neutral. I've said from the beginning, I don't know how I would vote on this. That's been my position from the beginning. People out there on the internet think that I brainwash people. Not this time. Not ever. Because you all have your own minds, but usually I do have an opinion because I've done so much. I've done so much of the pretrial that I have an opinion. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. That's just medicine, science, injuries, and common sense. It's the Shaggy defense. It wasn't me, says Amber Michelle. It wasn't me. Look at I stand with Mel gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Iowa Writer says your dedication gives me hope. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your utterly wonderful analysis. Thanks for being here for 29 months, Denise. I bring peace today. Thank you for super sticker. Denise gifted a membership. Thanks, Denise. Blue Bow Psych says, Insta almost chewed my head off when commenting my support of Lindsay. Nuts. I know, and Instagram is usually like the most tame of all the social media, right? I stand with Mel says, I'm not offended by the fandom. After the Karen Reed trial, nothing offends me outside the courtroom. I mean, John O'Keefe was still a human being, and my favorite part of the trial was Auntie Deb outside in the wig. Karen Reed was different to me because Karen Reed was innocent. Okay. Lindsay Clancy, I think, still murdered her children. So it was very different. That was an innocent woman being persecuted twice because some very powerful, influential people may have pointed the finger at her, and they did a really crappy investigation. And John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. To me, this is just different. That's just my own personal feelings, but I dig. Hannah needs to live. Thank you for being here for months. Says I voted not guilty because I'm simply not sure. There you go. You have reasonable doubt that she did it all, and that's a good enough reason. Bows, Unicorns, and Zombies Oh My says, I think the ones saying not guilty are having a hard time with timeline combined with the cell and watch data. Yeah. You know, I think we're going to wait for closings when hopefully they tie it all together in a bow. Allie says, OB made Hub's joint appointment prior to birth to talk PPD, gave him the checklist and personal cell number. I had a history of being depressed. Husband was on it. Best OB, best OB. Because listen, we have learned through the course of this trial that someone who has already had depression or is prone to depression could be more likely to develop postpartum depression or psychosis. And also it can increase with each child that is born, right? And so she did have issues after both of her first 2 children were born. And then it increased with Callan's birth. And at what point does postpartum depression turn into psychosis if left untreated or treated with the wrong medications that can have very severe side effects, which the experts for the Commonwealth have said that they had. Uncle Corey, thank you for your 10. I appreciate you. The medication made everything worse, right? And that wasn't anti-deb outside the courthouse, somebody said. Edelheid, thank you very much for your Venmo, says, in 1983, I had my baby boy. Shortly after, I had anxiety and obsessive thoughts. I love my baby, but I struggled to care for him. I did go to therapy. I could never admit it. I could never admit it to my therapist with fear of my baby being taken away. Thank God I came out of it. Thank you so much for sharing your story. So many of you have shared your stories with me, and heartbreaking. The psychosis, the psychotic breaks, like doing things that you couldn't control. Jessica, thank you for saying I'm awesome. Nancy says, thanks for your kind ways. You're such a bright light for us. I am from Canton, and I could not express how grateful I am for your coverage. Thank you. Amy says, oh my God, back to work after my surgery, so I'm behind. I hope you're healing well. But Kevin Reddington is destroying Dr. Mack at the what are you smiling about portion. Thank you for thanking me. And Elizabeth says, oh, you like my dress? Thank you very much. I love you with all my heart. She says, thanks for taking time out with your family to be with us. Well, since I was like here at 3 a.m., it's really kind of fits into my schedule pretty well, to be honest. Thank you so very much to Sharon for your very generous 100. Thanks for covering this case and recognizing, though horrific, there is a reason this happened and it could have been prevented with proper care. All right. I need to try and finagle something to eat around here because I'm starving and I've been up since 3. So it is now my break time and we all need a break. East Coast Lana says, the reasonable doubt for me choosing not guilty is that the crushed thyroid couldn't be explained or her heart rate suddenly dropping to 57. Here's the thing about the crushed thyroid. Nobody said she had a crushed thyroid except for Kevin Reddington. I think one of the doctors explained it as her thyroid was swollen. And I submit to you that if she did take a weapon to her throat, here's your thyroid right here. And if she did, scar it, it could have been swollen. And so I just don't know that I've seen any medical testimony about an actual crushed thyroid. It's not the same thing as a crushed larynx or a, crushed throat. Her heart rate suddenly dropping to 57. Well, I don't know if her core body temperature was 82, I think, and that's because of the severed spinal cord. Her heart rate, 57 or 60 is like sometimes a normal resting heart rate for people, especially athletes. And so I don't find that to be, I think maybe you're talking about the core body temperature. I understand what you're saying, Lana. Plant Lady said, I've only watched here, and I definitely think she's not guilty by reason of insanity. Thanks for your amazing coverage as always. Thank you. Little Cupcake Princess says, if the Commonwealth had put on this case in good faith, I might have been swayed, but their deception, flip-flopping, and gaslighting hit the Mack truck. Not criminally responsible. Well done. Well done. Oh, so Cal Lucy says, could the thyroid be damaged during intubation or CPR? I don't know. I just think that the ER, I don't think that the Hollywood Jaded says the ER doc testified regarding the crushed thyroid. I don't think those are the words that he used. I thought he said swollen. Where are my medical providers in the chat? I thought he said it was enlarged or it was swollen. Have I seen the Adi Sanchez case from 2009? No. Amber, thank you, Mother Cupcake, for your supreme coverage. They love you from the bottom of my heart. Valerie, thank you very much for your Venmo. Says, I think this witness isn't going to be as easily rattled by Old Red as the last guy was. Curious to see how this cross goes. All right, keep voting. Let's see, we're up to 8,200 votes. You guys are still voting, so good on you. For those of you who live in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, don't forget that the race for district attorney of Norfolk County is 1 week from tomorrow, September 1st. So please vote for Adam Teich if you want to see any change If you want to see an anti-corruption task force in the Norfolk DA's office. I stand with Mel. Thanks for your 20. John Steinbeck wrote, there are those among us that live in rooms of experience that you or I cannot enter. There won't be a day in the life of Lindsay Clancy where she is not reminded of her actions. That would be a good closing. Excellent. Thank you. That could be our motivational quote of the day. How about that? Since I don't have my calendar with me, I only have Tiny Mary as my only prop. But she's appropriate, right? There are those among us that live in rooms of experience that you or I cannot enter. I mean, that's a great and very precipient quote. All right, let me see. Is there a little movie that I could put on for the class while I go take a little bit of a break? We only have about 9 minutes. Let's see what we can find here. No, I don't know who Sean Grayson is. Sorry. Hold on. Let's see. Nope, too long. Somebody says, Lindsay says, I can't be the only one who sees that they were not in a happy marriage. She didn't even list him as a reason to live. I mean, that did give me pause when I heard that. Yes. Dreamboat Annie says, Dr. Laposada testified that Lindsay sustained damage and swelling to her thyroid gland and voice box cartilages due to the physical flexion and impact of her neck during her fall. Thank you. Thank you so very much. All right, let's take a quick break. Everyone go take 9 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back, but I don't want to blow your ears out. I'm just noticing how fuzzy my camera is, but it is what it is. Because travel equipment, not the right lighting, etc. However, I'm sure you'll cut me some slack, being that I'm 5,000 miles away. Interesting comments here by someone named Sarah S., who it's the first day she's ever been in the chat, so welcome to Sarah S. She said this. She said, she should never see the light of day again. If she isn't found criminally responsible, that sets a standard. Women can off their babies and get a doctor to write them off a year later and walk free. I can understand your concern about that, but I also want to just let you know that it's hardly ever, this defense is hardly ever used, and it's hardly ever believed by juries. So we're going to have to see what happens here, but the law exists for a reason, and I just don't know if this is going to open the floodgates for everyone who kills their children to say postpartum. I don't know. Do you guys think that? And she also said, why is hormones a defense? It blows my mind just in comparison to men's cases. And then she said, have you all seen the husbands and boyfriends leaving their significant others over supporting Lindsay? No, no. Is that a thing? Is that happening? Is it a TikTok thing? Is it a Reddit thing? Where's that happening? And she says, as a mom of 2 under 2, of course PPP and PPD exist, but if I did what Lindsay did, I would want to be punished by the full extent of the law. Well, that just goes to show that you're not criminally insane, because if you knew what you were doing and you would want to be punished, then you would know that what you were doing was wrong. So doesn't that sort of prove the point of the fact that it could be possible that someone in psychosis would not know what they're doing? I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of people that feel that way. TLD says no, otherwise it would have been happening since Andrea Yates, right? What year was Andrea Yates? 2007? I remember the first time she was convicted. And then her conviction was overturned because Park Dietz, the psychiatrist who testified for the state, I think that was Texas, said that the reason that she did it is because she watched a Law and Order episode. And it turned out there was no such Law and Order episode. He just made it up. He's made it up. Park Dietz is the guy who runs the firm that Mack and KIRK work for. So there's that. And then Andrea Yates was given a new trial because of that. And then she was found not guilty by reason of insanity. And she's still in a mental institution. So here's the thing. Just because someone is found not criminally responsible or NGRI, it doesn't mean they're getting out anytime soon. They could oftentimes spend longer of a time confined to a mental institution than were they convicted. Here's the other thing. Also, the conditions could be far worse in a state mental hospital than in prison, believe it or not. Also, Kevin Reddington is asking for a jury instruction on involuntary intoxication due to the medications. And if he does get that jury instruction, he's also asking for a jury instruction on involuntary manslaughter. So if that is allowed, then a jury may be also able to find her guilty of involuntary manslaughter, which would be different, carries a different penalty. Yeah, Yates, I think, has requested not to be released, or she doesn't even come in for the hearings or something, right? She doesn't want to leave the hospital. And didn't Dr. Resnick testify for the defense in Yates' second trial? I think so. I think. There are no winners here. The only good thing I see about this case is that hopefully it's opening up the conversation and the dialogue and the awareness into postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression, which is a very real thing. Postpartum psychosis is one of the only true psychiatric emergencies. And could this have been prevented? I think so. Is that part of something the jury should consider? No, not really. No, nobody said Andrea Yates was the first person. It is the most publicly known case. It's the most publicly known. It's not the first. But it's the one that everybody thinks about when they think of it, right? Uncle Corey says postpartum psychosis is generally more accepted, understood, and destigmatized in England than in the United States, 100%. There are different laws for infanticide and postpartum women up to, I think, 1 year. 100%. They are light years ahead of the US and the UK. Garden Girl Transplant says fertility hormones caused out-of-body rage for me. Cardiac ICU nurse says, I hate to say it, but it feels like this poor woman was MK Ultra by licensed medical providers, CICU, delirium, psychosis all the time. We know giving certain meds make it worse. Families are shocked by it. They become unrecognizable. Laura Jean says she is not wearing her child's bow. I don't know what you mean. Buckingham is wearing a black bow today. Maybe you can't see it on your device. Dexter Savis from the Commonwealth says, I met Red at court last week. I told him I had PPD and then bipolar 2 and thanked him profusely for everything. He looked into my eyes and told me he was sorry I suffered and said, you're welcome. He was so kind. Oh, that's nice. He seems to really care. He seems to really care. If you've sent me emails, thanks. I'll look at them later. Actually, I've gotten so many emails since I've been away that I don't even know that I've even really read them all. But I do read all the emails. I cannot respond to them, and I can't guarantee that I'm going to read them while I'm on the stream or anytime soon thereafter. Because after I'm done here, I need a break from all things YouTube and all things Lindsay Clancy. Can you blame me? I said in the beginning I wasn't going to cover this gavel to gavel because I knew how hard it was going to be, and then I did because I feel like it's really important. So important. Thank you, Jessica, for just says I'm awesome. Thank you. A lot of people talking about breastfeeding. Sickly Denise. I'm sorry that you're sickly, Denise. In my opinion, there would be more trials like Lindsay's if the defendants weren't pleading guilty to murder, not postpartum. But I watched the interrogation of Chad Dorman and thought he was in psychosis during his. Yeah, he pled guilty also. So people that are comparing Chad Dorman to this, apples and oranges. He pled guilty. Yes, Rosemary Scavicchio's barbecue is actually on Thursday. So I will be covering it. Lotsy's mom. The 27th is Thursday, right? I will be covering it. I don't know how much we're going to finish today, but it could be. Could it be that we're not going to get closings until Wednesday? I don't know. Carol says, I think I might have a different view of this case had Lindsay not reached out multiple times to providers, hospitals, and hotlines seeking help. Right. Like if she had no treatment for it, was just trying to claim it now, right, as a defense without having the treatment. I mean, she talks about intrusive thoughts, hearing voices. I mean, I don't know. And there's enough reasonable doubt for me right now that I would have to vote not criminally responsible. Heather says, I finally caught a live. Love you all on my heart. Thank you, Heather. Thank you for your time. Natasha. Hold on, Natasha. Good comment there. Let me see if I can find it before it goes away. I'm a little behind, but we can absolutely believe a mother would do this. No one is looking for an excuse. His testimony just didn't add up. I'm not saying he did it at all, but there are questions. People feel horrible that she was let down. Oh, Scapiccio's barbecue. So Rosemary Scapiccio, for those of you who don't know, she's the attorney who is representing Lindsay in her medical malpractice case against the providers. She is also representing a man named Miles King in Norfolk Superior Court, who is charged with murdering a man named His name escapes me right now. But Rosemary Scapiccio is the one who has uncovered all of the horrific text messages of Michael Proctor, the disgraced, discharged Massachusetts State Police trooper who may or may not have had a hand in pinning it on the girl in the Karen Reed case. So there's going to be a continuation of an evidentiary hearing on Thursday in which Adam Lally, the assistant district attorney who tried the Karen Reed trial 1, is going to have to get back on the stand to explain why he never turned over the evidence that he was supposed to turn over. And then she wants Michael Proctor to get on the stand, and she wants Brian Tully to get on the stand. And so that's going to be, for those of you who follow Karen Reed and all things Massachusetts with me, it's going to be a crazy, fiery Thursday. S. Kenna says, I love your channel. You look tired today. Get some rest. Thank you so much. That is so insulting. Maybe you didn't mean it as an insult, but first of all, I got up at 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't have my proper equipment, like my ring light. And it's 3 o'clock in the morning because I'm in Hawaii. And I've been getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning every single day that I've been covering this trial since I was here. Yeah, I'm tired. Sorry, not sorry. Question. Samantha. Oh, you changed your name. Pharmacist. Question. If she's found guilty, can she still go through with her civil case? Not sure how that works if you're incarcerated and receiving money. Yes, if she's still found guilty, she can still go through with her civil case. In fact, it can run both ways. Because in her civil case, she's saying she was over-medicated and they gave her improper medical care that led to her killing her 3 children and led to her jumping out a window, trying to take her own life and becoming paralyzed. So it doesn't really matter if it doesn't really matter for purposes of the civil case if she's found guilty or not criminally responsible or not guilty. This is one case in which I don't think it matters. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't fishing for compliments. I'm just pointing out that telling someone that they look really tired and they should go rest is not a compliment. I love your channel, but they're back.
Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, counsel, we all set for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, yeah, bring him in.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, we're going to return now to the direct exam of this witness. All right, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, before we broke, you were describing the various psychological tests that you conducted on Ms. Clancy. Can you tell us the results of those tests?
Yes, I can. On the MMPI, which I spoke about first, and this was, of course, 3.5 years after the alleged offense. So it's going to describe, much of it is going to describe her thinking and feeling and behavior in April of 2026 rather than January of 2023. But it's something that's always a challenge when you try to reconstruct what happened some time ago. And so some of these tests were administered from the standpoint of what was it like for you back then. But the MMPI was delivered in terms of how you're doing right now. And she, on the response style scales that I talked about earlier, she showed a slight tendency to underreport, to deny unusual experiences, although she did that in a way that was pretty sophisticated. She's a bright woman. And so given this, we kind of take into account a little bit the fact that she might be underreporting a little bit in terms of what's really wrong with her. However, there are a number of what we call clinical scales on this test, and she was not elevated on any of them, meaning that she's not actively symptomatic in many areas or in great distress in certain ways. But there was one scale that is elevated, and that is the suicide and death ideation scale, thinking about suicide and death. And I should say that Ms. Clancy has been on 1-to-1 suicide precautions, which is the highest level of precautions that a hospital can take, since she came to Tewksbury. This is a very long time to be on that kind of precautions. And what it says to me is that she was at risk for suicide. She remains at risk for suicide. And so she still is.
You know what that's going to say to the jury when they read the jury instructions? She's not getting out anytime soon. If you find her not criminally responsible, she's not going to get out anytime soon, because for 3.5 years, she's been on suicide watch. And so they will definitely keep her in there for quite some time. She's still on one-on-one. Yep. There you go. If you can't hear the stream, refresh. Only one person pointed out that I had spelled my name totally wrong. That I could see on my screen. I had it like LITTT. That's how tired I was when I set this up. Thank you. I fixed it. That's really funny, actually.
The adverse childhood experience questionnaire I mentioned earlier, basically it's a measure of whether somebody is reporting experiencing as a child or adolescent adverse or traumatic events. And she was not. So she had a 0 on that. There were 2 measures of suicide intent. One is called Beck's Suicide Intent Scale, and the other is called the Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scale. And I can sum up those results very quickly by saying that when she responded to one of them as she would have if she'd been filling it out in January of 2023, what it suggested is that this was a very serious suicide attempt at that time. And when she responded to both of them as she feels right now, she also was indicating that she remains at high risk for suicide, and hence the 1-to-1 supervision for 3.5 years. The brief symptom inventory is something where you ask people about a number of possible symptoms that they've been experiencing within the last month or so. Gave it to her under 2 circumstances. One is, how are you doing right now? That is around April of this year. And the other was, how are you doing in January of 2023?
Okay, just a reminder, please don't put the S word in the chat. Please don't do that. For some reason, the bots of YouTube think that we are promoting it and or telling people how to do it. Please do not write that word. I thought it was in the block list, but it's not.
The other was, how are you doing in January of 2023? Her description of how she was doing in January of 2023 is that she endorsed feeling blue or still extremely depressed, feeling no interest in things, thoughts of death or dying, feeling hopeless about the future, feeling very self-conscious with others, and the idea that something is wrong with her mind. She thought depression, suspiciousness, memory problems, problems with attention and concentration, and things like she was having trouble concentrating, so she'd be cooking, for instance, and she'd forget what step she was on. So most of these are consistent with symptoms of depression. And so I thought that they were good indications that she was endorsing feelings of depression, although she was improving somewhat from her December feelings. Something called the Obsessional Beliefs Questionnaire has 3 scales. One scale is kind of responsibility threat estimation, which is a belief about your personal responsibility and overestimation of threats. She was not elevated on that. A second was perfectionism and certainty. She was not elevated on that either, although she works hard and so on, but she was not elevated on the perfectionist aspect of this test right now. However, she was elevated on something called importance and control of thoughts, meaning that for her, it's always been important to be able to work hard and control what's going on with her mind and her life. And one of the things that I'm going to talk about in a few minutes that I think was making her depressed and hopeless and sad and so on is that she had been trying very hard since October to basically control the problems that she was having, and it wasn't working. It was not succeeding for her. Okay, and then there was something called the Mahoney-Slade hallucination scale. And so she endorsed the following things. Sometimes a passing thought will seem so real it frightens me. Sometimes I get distracted trying to concentrate on my work. That was something she endorsed back in 22 and 23. In the past, I've had the experience of hearing a person's voice and then found there was no one there. That was only on January 24th. I often hear a voice speaking my thoughts aloud, again, only on January 24th. I've been troubled by hearing voices in my head, again, only on January 24th. All right, so those were the psychological testing results, and I'm going to move to the last item on the PowerPoint here, which is why it was important for me to consider her motivation.
Okay, so she's saying that she only heard voices on January 24th, right? That's the only time that she says that she heard voices. That's where the Commonwealth got that to say that in their opening. And that's what he says that she said. I just want to take this back a little bit. No, the ADA is not allowed to talk to him at lunchtime. He's under oath and they would not be allowed to. And if they did, it would be highly improper. Sanctionable. You're not allowed to talk to a witness while they're under oath and currently in the midst of testifying. I'm taking this back a sentence.
Trying to concentrate on my work. That was something she endorsed back in 22 and 23. In the past, I've had the experience of hearing a person's voice and then found there was no one there. That was only on January 24th.
He's saying that's what she self-reported, January 24th. He said January 24th, but she told her mother, or she asked her mother, can you hear my thoughts? Which may not mean that she heard a voice. She was just thinking things. Unclear.
Often hear a voice speaking my thoughts aloud. Again, only on January 24th. I've been troubled by hearing voices in my head. Again, only on January 24th. All right, so those were the psychological testing results, and I'm going to move to the last item on the PowerPoint here, which is why it was important for me to consider her motivation for killing her children. And this is something that, if you look at Lindsay Clancy, would be described as so out of character that I just like to know what could possibly have been going on. Because, for instance, when I talked to her and talked to her husband as well about how do you discipline your kids, It was never.
He said he found that it was so out of character for her to do this. So he's trying to figure out why. Let's do this again. This is important. He's trying to find motive here.
Consider her motivation, which is on the PowerPoint here, which is why it was important for me to consider her motivation for killing her children. And this is something that, if you look at Lindsay Clancy, would be described as so out of character that I just like to know what could possibly have been going on. Because, for instance, when I talked to her and talked to her husband as well about how do you discipline your kids, it was never spanking, it was never hands-on, it was never anything like that. They both felt bad when they yelled at the kids. So it was one of those things that to imagine her doing something like this is really seems so out of character that I thought it was very important to try to figure out why it might have happened. So this is how I approached it. The other thing about the why question is it could well be something that is valuable to know when we're thinking about whether she understood that something was wrong, or when she was thinking about whether she could conform her conduct to the requirements of the law or control herself. The why question seemed important. So if I could have the next slide.
Sure. And in evaluating the why, did you come up with two possible explanations?
I did, yes, which is on this slide.
And so can you explain that, please?
I can, yes. There are a number of reasons in.
Come to your screen so you can see this slide that looks like a Jeopardy question. Major findings. Some evidence for two possible explanations. 1, acute psychosis with command hallucinations. Okay. 2, serious S attempt and wanted children with her so they wouldn't be separated, wouldn't have to suffer after she was gone, right? Isn't that altruistic filicide? Look at this, look at the slide. He's telling us everything. Let's see if she'll even have him read this slide, because it doesn't help her at all.
My experience, why people harm one another, why people kill one another. And most of these reasons ended up not applying to Miss Clancy. I mean, it wasn't job related. She wasn't in the military, the police. It didn't have to do with money or property or fame or anger or being callous or abusive or being afraid or doing it himself. None of those there was any evidence for. But there were a couple of things that started to have some evidence for, and this is what it looked like. One is the psychosis, the possibility that she had a severe mental illness, experiencing hallucinations, delusions, that sort of thing. And as part of that, on January 24th, experienced those symptoms that we're going to talk about in a minute. And I'm calling that the first bullet point there, acute psychosis with command hallucination.
Thank you. We're done here. What are we doing here? What is it that you say you do here? When every time he says I'm going to talk about that in a minute, and my eyes start glazing over even more. Like, do we really need to hear more from this man? It is 2:30 p.m. on the East Coast. The court doesn't usually go much past 4. This man's not even going to be done with direct.
The second possible explanation was as part of an attempt to take one's own life, as part of a suicide, one might harm one's children if you thought that would prevent them from suffering. And let me see if I can give you an example of that. If one of us were to learn, and we had no doubt in our mind that the Holocaust was coming tomorrow, and we thought that was going to be awful, and I can't live through that, and so I'm going to take my own life. If I had children, the question might come up, do I take them with me? Do I take their lives as well? Now, I'm not saying that I would definitely do that, but what I'm saying is that it would come up as a possibility in what I thought about. And so, there ended up being, in my mind, two possible explanations for why she did what she did. The first being the acute psychosis with command hallucinations, and the second being this was a serious suicide attempt, and she wanted the children to be with her so she wouldn't be separated from them, and so they wouldn't have to suffer after she was gone. Now, in a minute, I'm going to talk about—
Who's paying you, sir? Which side is paying you again? Because I'm confused now. The Holocaust has entered the chat. Either she had a psychotic break or she was going to take her own life and she didn't want her children to live without her. She didn't think that they would be better off without her. Don't both of those things lend themselves to having a psychotic break? And she's not stopping him, she's letting him go.
about the evidence that I saw supporting each of those, but I will tell you right now, in advance of talking about that, that most of the evidence that I saw supported the second one and not the first.
And so, Doctor, if we could go to the next slide and you could talk to us, tell us what evidence you—
Isn't that altruistic filicide under Dr. Resnick's testimony? Okay, thank you.
saw for acute, and you could talk to us, tell us what evidence you saw for acute psychosis with command hallucinations.
Yes. The first was, that's what she said. I asked her that question, and that's the way she explained it happened. She said, sometime on the afternoon of January 24th, 2023, that she heard a voice, and the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." If she actually heard a voice like that, that would be evidence of psychosis being experienced and what we call command hallucinations, where the voice is instructing her to do something. There were some other possible things that made me think that it could be a severe mental illness that she was experiencing, and two in particular. One was thinking that others might know her thoughts. Now, this is something that is a symptom of psychosis called thought broadcasting if it's experienced in a certain way. In thought broadcasting, if I'm experiencing that, I literally have the idea that that if I'm thinking it, you can hear what I'm saying, just as if I were putting it on the television or podcast or a movie or whatever. It's just coming out that way. I asked her about that, and she said, and other people asked her about that too, and she said it was not thought broadcasting, but these were very vivid thoughts, and she thought that it might be that people could hear them as vivid and strong as they were. The second possible symptom is that thinking police might take her children. Now, in some of the records I saw people saying, "Wow, this looks like a paranoid delusion to me." And I will tell you that it didn't look either paranoid or like a delusion to me. And here's why. I'm a healthcare professional, and that means that in Pennsylvania and every other state I know, I'm a mandated reporter. If someone tells me in therapy or in an assessment that they think that a child is going to be injured or severely hurt or that might happen, then I'm required by law to contact Childline in Pennsylvania. Ms. Clancy is a labor and delivery nurse. She's a healthcare professional as well. And so it's one of those things where if she had thought If she had said to a psychiatrist, psychologist, anyone providing treatment, that she thought she was experiencing ideas like she might harm her kids, she would know as a mandated reporter that they were legally required to report that. Now, that might not mean that the police would literally come and take her kids away, but it would mean that there would be an investigation. She would have to answer questions, and it might be that for a period of time she would be separated from the children.
And doctor, is it, I thought he was done.
I don't know.
Well, we'll find out. Are you done?
I just want to ask a follow-up question about your last point. Is that okay?
Oh, yes, that's okay.
And so you mentioned you didn't think it was a delusion. Is it true that a delusion is a fixed false belief?
Yes, that's the way it's defined.
And so Ms. Clancy thinking that if someone knew she thought of harming her kids might be taken away, that's not a false belief, correct?
Well, that was what I was trying to say, is that it is not a false belief. It's quite possible that it could come to pass.
And if you could continue with your discussion of why the evidence you saw for acute psychosis.
Yes. The other point there at the bottom is that it's appealing as an explanation because it could explain acts that seem so out of character for her. You don't have to get complicated at all. It's just, I had a psychotic episode. I heard a voice. The voice told me to do something terrible. I did it.
And after considering the evidence for acute psychosis, command hallucinations, did you then consider evidence against acute psychosis with command hallucinations?
I did, yes.
And what did you see?
One of the reasons, well, the first bullet point here is that the way she described this as happening is that she heard a voice that she'd never heard before, experienced an hallucination, and she's never experienced it since, but she only experienced it for the 18 minutes or so that it took to kill the children. And to put it mildly, that would be a very, very unusual pattern or manifestation of.
That's not what it says in the civil lawsuit. It said she had been hearing the voice all day, not just in 18 minutes.
Of how this kind of thing comes about. Very unusual. I've been doing this kind of evaluation for many, many years, and I'm always very careful when someone tells me that they experienced a symptom only during the course of committing an offense.
Why is that, doctor? Why are you careful when someone tells you that they only experience this voice during a criminal offense?
Well, because it provides a convenient way of lessening your own culpability. I mean, it's always possible, but as I said, I find it very, very rare. Whereas an explanation for why somebody did something, somebody might look at that and say, it's a convenient way of somebody looks at me and I don't have the same culpability that I would otherwise.
Very, very rare, but possible, doctor, right? Thank you.
And what was the next part of evidence that you saw against acute psychosis?
There was some discussion of whether this was postpartum. And so she was about 8 months away from having given birth to Cowan, her youngest child. And most of the explanations or most of the sources of authority like DSM-5 or the Cleveland Clinic will point to maybe 1 month after birth or 2 months after birth or something.
2 months after birth that women kill their children? She first saw a medical provider in September, which was 4 months post. She had probably been suffering in silence for a while, and then eventually it led to the full-on psychotic break, maybe, that led her to take their lives. I don't know, but I don't think this is a good thing to rule it out for this reason. Do you? Listen.
or most of the sources of authority like DSM-5 or the Cleveland Clinic will point to maybe 1 month after birth or 2 months after birth or something like that. But the farther away you get time-wise from the birth, the less likely it is under those kinds of authority to be postpartum. Now, it could be something else. And there were certainly some things that I saw that were symptoms of depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January.
So she could have had a psychotic break for some other reason than postpartum? I mean, either way, right? He's giving me so much more reasonable doubt than I even had going into this. Today, I meant. Going into this today.
But it was depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January. But it was, given the time, it was less likely, I thought, to be postpartum. Then the next bullet was inconsistencies in her account. To me, when asked about this, she said, the voice said, "This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." And it just kept repeating that, and only that, for about 18 minutes, or the duration of the time it took to do this. There were other times, though, for instance, when she was in the hospital after this happened and was talking to a psychiatric attending, when she said that the voice had said other things, for example, the children will suffer without you, or you have to take the kids with you, or things like that. So inconsistency is important because it suggests inaccuracy. In other words, which version is accurate? Is it the first? Is it the second? Is it neither? I mean, here it couldn't be both, because she said, I only heard this. To some people, she said that. And then I heard this plus this. To other people, she said that.
And doctor, if she had said to a
If you're in psychosis, how reliable is your memory? I'm just asking for a friend. I don't really know the answer to that.
third person that it was a different doctor, if she had said to a third person that it was a different version, such as you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself because there's a danger to you and the kids, would that be a further consideration of the inconsistencies?
Objection.
Yeah, overall.
The more inconsistency there is.
Can we have a basis for that, please?
The test,
It's asked as a hypothetical?
hypothetical, yes.
I'll allow that.
So it's not based on evidence, it's a hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical.
You might have to repeat the question.
So if the person has a third version of what happened, what the voice said and what the reasons the voice gave, would that be important in your assessment as well regarding inconsistency?
Objection. It's speculation, it's not based on evidence, and there's no foundation for a hypothetical question.
Let's just ask it as the hypothetical. You know, assuming this and go that way.
Doctor, a hypothetical question for you. Assuming that a person has already given two versions of a voice, what the voice said for them to do, and then gives a third version of what the voice told them to do, would that be significant to you in assessing the inconsistencies?
Objection for the record.
Yeah, overall, go ahead.
What I would say is the more inconsistency there is, the more problematic I find it to take any one particular account and say this is the accurate one.
And then what other evidence did you find against acute psychosis?
There is some research that's been conducted on malingered hallucinations, which are accounts of hallucinations that are exaggerated or fabricated. And I found it useful to look at those, look at that research and see what it suggested and kind of lay it out there in terms of the way she described it. So some research suggests that that one consideration is whether the voices are internal or external, whether they're coming from your own thoughts or whether they're coming from outside of your head. And Ms. Clancy perceived this voice as external, which is more consistent with genuine hallucinations. However, command hallucinations are often, in about 88% of individuals reporting them by one account, accompanied by a related delusion. Ms. Clancy did not report any accompanied delusions. So thus far, you've got 1 point for genuine and 1 point for possible exaggerated. Then there's frequency and control. Genuine psychotic hallucinations are more often intermittent than constant. They'll come and they'll go. You'll hear it, stop hearing it. You'll hear it again, stop hearing it, and this can extend over a period of time. Ms. Clancy, in this instance, reported that the voice was constant for 18 to 20 minutes, and then it stopped. It had not been experienced before, and it has not been experienced since. And she also did not report having any control over the voice or over her actions in response to the voice. Then the next item is content. So genuine hallucinations are often familiar, use both genders, and are clear rather than vague. Ms. Clancy described this voice as clear, but it was unfamiliar and it was a single male voice. So that was sort of mixed. I'm not counting it as one direction or another. And then finally, reaction and coping. Individuals who experience hallucinations like this often try to reduce their influence by in different ways. Could be praying, could be listening to music. And while those who inaccurately report the experience of such hallucinations often do not describe coping mechanisms. And Ms. Clancy didn't report any attempt to stop the voice or distract herself from it or what have you. So there were about...
What about diving out the window? Do you think maybe she tried to make the voice stop by diving out the window after, doing some damage to her wrists and her neck? Maybe that's how she tried to make it stop? What?
3 points on which her account more closely resembled exaggerated or fabricated hallucinations. One where it looked more genuine and one that was kind of mixed.
If I could ask you a question, you said that there were more points indicating malingering or exaggerating the existence of the voice. But earlier you testified about your psychological testing of Ms. Clancy, and it showed minimization, and it didn't show malingering. Could you explain how those two things could occur in the same person at the same time?
Yes. When we try to appraise through testing or specialized measures something that looks like malingering or exaggeration, the way we typically do it as psychologists who develop the measures is it looks like somebody who is going to take a shotgun approach. They're going to say unusual things are wrong and strange things are wrong and many things are wrong and things like that. If you do that, we're pretty good at picking up that shotgun approach to malingering. But if I ask you a bunch of questions and you answer them almost entirely in a genuine way, that you're being as accurate as you can, except with one exception, when I ask you about one experience or one symptom and you exaggerate or fabricate that, it's we can't pick that up through our testing. So what we have to do instead is we have to kind of develop our ideas about how it might have been experienced, what it was consistent with, what the disorder is. We take a broader approach, which is what I've tried to do in talking about this.
We'll go to the next slide, please. And was there further evidence against acute psychosis?
Yes. I'm going to start with the question of thoughts or hallucinations. I've already said that I found the account of hallucinations to be, as she described it, it would be very, very unusual to experience it that way. Never having, not before, not since, constantly for 18 minutes. However, if this was a thought, an unwelcome, intrusive thought, but still a thought that's basically, this is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself. Then that would be consistent with thoughts that she'd been experiencing for some time. She'd been having thoughts about harming herself, that she was, it was going to be very difficult for her to do this in a way that was that made sense. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting herself because her brain might have been damaged. She was experiencing thoughts about hurting the kids. She was experiencing all sorts of unwelcome thoughts. If that were the case on January 24th, if these were thoughts, then that would be consistent with what she'd been experiencing for months before. So that was something that made more sense to me, that rather than an auditory hallucination, it would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought. The next bullet is...
Before he gets to the next bullet, we all need to take a break because I'm hearing wah, 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 wah. Scuffles says, could you be any more biased in her favor? Wow. Well, first of all, I'd like to point out that it's biased, B-I-A-S-E-D. And no, I'm not biased in her favor. I'm pointing out reasonable doubt. I am pointing out that it is the Commonwealth's burden to prove she was not suffering from a psychotic break at the time that this occurred. And this is not biased. This is my reasoned legal analysis from watching over a year of pretrial and this entire trial. So thank you so much for coming in and sharing your thoughts with us. Biased. Just one of my many pet peeves. Let's get to his next bullet point.
Her response to her husband's question, what did you do? So when he got home around 6 p.m. on January 24th, and the house was quiet, and he went in, thought people might have been playing hide and seek with him, called downstairs, didn't get an answer, called upstairs, didn't get an answer, went upstairs, found the bedroom door locked, unlocked it with his key, went in, saw some blood there, saw the window was open, ran downstairs, and he saw his wife, Lindsay, lying there semi-conscious.
Okay.
And he said his first question was, what did you do? And her response was, I tried to kill myself.
Is he like telling a story now? Does he think he's like in some sort of story time? What are we doing here? First of all, why didn't he look out the window? Wouldn't you have looked out the window? I would have looked out the window. I'm just saying.
Now, I thought that if she had actually experienced this command hallucination, that she might have said something like, I did what I had to do. I did what the voice said, or something like that. But no, she said, I tried to kill myself. And this is consistent with my looking at this.
I would think that this is confirmation bias. He's trying to come to the conclusion that they want him to come to. And remember in grade school when you used to do a math test and they used to say, show your work. And if you don't show your work, you get points off. He's showing his work right now. He's showing his work. But K-shred is called K-shred for a reason. He's going to shred him on cross because this is confirmation bias. He's telling us that through his reasoning. I would have thought that she would have said, I did what the voice told me to. I did what I had to do. I would have thought that she would have said that, but it's not an exact science. We need the rubber duck for quack, quack.
And starting from the perspective of this is a serious, highly lethal suicide attempt. And that's the way to understand it. And then the last bullet point has...
Oh, okay, wait. So you think this was a very, very serious attempt to take her own life and highly lethal. So you don't think she was faking. Funny thing, the woman who's questioning you right now, she thinks it was a fake suicide attempt. So which was it? Shield and a sword. He just said it was a very serious, very lethal attempt. Listen to that again. Well, I guess you're going to have to change your theory again, Ms. Sprague.
I tried to kill myself. And this is consistent with my looking at this and starting from the perspective of this is a serious, highly lethal suicide attempt. And that's the way to understand it. And then the last bullet point has to do with the recovery of memories. So when she regained consciousness that night in the hospital, one of the things she said is that she wasn't able to remember what had happened. And she was informed of it, but if this had been a genuine memory loss, then human memory is funny. And one of the things that happens is that when you're trying to remember something that actually happened, things can interfere with that.
Stop. When she woke up in the hospital that evening, I thought she was in a coma. I thought she was in a medically induced coma. She didn't know what happened, but someone told her what happened? Hold on. Listen.
The way to understand it. And then the last bullet point has to do with the recovery of memories. So when she regained consciousness that night in the hospital, one of the things she said is that she wasn't able to remember what had happened.
She coded. She coded more than once, right? She actually did die and they brought her back to life.
And she was informed of it, but
she was informed of it. She was informed that she took her children's lives. They told her that she did it. Huh. Did we know this already? Is this new information?
If this had been a genuine memory loss, then human memory is funny.
Yeah, it is.
And one of the things that happens is that when you're trying to remember something that actually happened, things can interfere with that. Things that you read, things that you're told.
What about propofol? What about propofol? What about other drugs they gave her to induce a medically induced coma? What?
Other sorts of things like that. So it would have been hard to understand how she would recover that memory accurately, including the particular memory of the command auditory hallucination, what it said.
And doctor, did you already go over the first bullet point, the inconsistencies in her description of knowing wrongfulness?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one. Go to the next slide.
Okay, you don't have that's not a consideration?
Well,
you made the slides and now you're passing on this? What? What?
Go over the first bullet point, the inconsistencies in her description of knowing wrongfulness?
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one.
You're gonna pass on her knowing wrongfulness? Why are you gonna pass? This is not Jeopardy or whatever that game show was where you could pass. What? Not Jeopardy. I know Jeopardy. Match game? Pass? What?
Go to the next slide.
Okay, you don't have that's not a consideration?
Well, there were some additional inconsistencies in terms of whether she knew that when I asked her whether she was aware that it was illegal or immoral, she said basically, I wasn't thinking about this at all. No thoughts, no decisions, none of that. It was just all action. One of the things that Dr. Resnick wrote in his report is that she was intellectually aware that it was wrong or illegal, but not morally. And what she said to me is that I just don't think I wasn't thinking about that at all. I didn't know any of that.
And if we could go to the next.
So you're agreeing with Dr. Resnick, the defense expert, who said that she didn't know right from wrong? You're agreeing with him and passing? Okay, I guess.
Slide, I think if you could describe for us the evidence that you saw for suicide combined with altruistic filicide.
Yeah. Altruistic filicide is a term that's used that means killing your kids out of love, not because you're trying to be cruel or for material gain or because you want them out of your lives or any of that, but killing them out of love so that you could basically, they wouldn't have to suffer, so you could prevent their suffering. And what she did, I thought, was begin with what I said a minute ago was a highly lethal and very serious suicide attempt.
So you agree with that?
And that was preceded
It
by
was
what?
preceded by months of thoughts and impulses about you should harm yourself, you should kill yourself, your brain is damaged, that sort of thing.
So she was having all of those intrusive thoughts for months. And while she may not have had a plan, according to the S hotline, she eventually did it. What are you doing here, Stuart?
And that, I think, is the beginning of the way to understand what happened that day. The second point is that, as I've said before, she didn't like to leave her children. Whether that was for date night or school or going back to work or anything, she did not like to leave her children. And if she had taken her own life, then her children would have been without her, and she thought that they would suffer. And she'd been having these thoughts both about herself and about her children over a several-month period. And the other thing that I will say is that she was in pain. She was suffering. She was doing a little bit better than she had been before she went into McLean, but she was still in pain. She was suffering. I think she was even desperate. And that is something that is often characterized as people who try to take their own life. They're in pain, they're suffering, and they're trying to put a stop to it. And I think when she decided at some point that she was going to put a stop to it, then she had to answer the question of what to do about the kids. And she didn't want to leave them, and she was convinced that they would suffer without her.
For the next slide. And further evidence that you saw for the suicide combined with altruistic filicide?
There was.
Ma'am, this is the risk that you run when you allow your expert to run rampant in the field, like a free-range chicken with his head cut off. You allow him to narrate his testimony instead of questioning him, and he's going to go off on a tangent, and now he's proving the defense's case. Is it just me?
One of the things that she said when asked about what happened.
Come and screenshot this slide for yourself. Evidence for S combined with altruistic filicide. Go to God, baby. An expectation that she and her children would be together in heaven. The quality of her experience. Peritraumatic dissociation is recognized part of trauma for some.
Happened is that in the course of strangling each child, she said, "Go to God, baby, go to God." And that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. But when I asked her about that, when I said, "Isn't suicide a mortal sin?"
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
I asked her about that. I said, "Isn't S a mortal sin?" Oh my God, she's bringing up mortal sin again. Oh, this time there's going to be trouble. There's going to be trouble in River City. There's going to be trouble, my friends. And I was just about to rewind to let you look at Judge Sully's expression, because he's all of us when he's looking at this guy like, what are you testifying to? Hold on a second.
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
Whoa, he slammed the
But
bench.
when
Watch
I
this.
asked her about that, when I said, "Isn't suicide a mortal sin?"
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
That's the second try. That's the second time. They're goading him into moving for a mistrial. In my very reasoned analysis and opinion. As I said to you before, that is the case. Oregon versus Kennedy, U.S. Supreme Court case. If the prosecutor goads the defense attorney into a mistrial, it could be with prejudice.
All right.
Hold on.
And then all right, and so I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury room, and then we'll bring you back in a couple.
Sending the jury out.
All right?
Court, all right.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I think maybe he's going to move for mistrial now. Pay attention, folks. Pay attention. She knew this was coming, and she let him say it, and she didn't tell him not to say it. Could this be the Alec Baldwin moment of the Rust trial here?
Court's in session.
All right, we'll be in a short recess, and I'll come out as soon as I can.
Oh, they're going into recess now. They're going into a recess. Judge is going into a recess. He knows exactly what he's got to do. He's going to go look up some case law. Is he taking books with him? Hold on. Reddington's just sipping on his coffee like he has no more F's to give. Okay, and let's take this down. Look at Sprague. She's like unbothered, trying to pretend that she's unbothered. Watch. Oh, I got to rewind this. Hold on. She's looking at papers now. She's like, oops, maybe I shouldn't have let him say mortal sin again. Oh, this is a big problem for them. Big problem. Watch again. Look at her face. Oops. Did you do the research on this, ma'am? Hope you spent the weekend researching this issue since you knew you were going to do it again. Evil, said Papa Tragos. Papa Tragos said she's evil. They are evil for doing this. And he says they're doing it intentionally. And they're evil. A mistrial with prejudice would mean they can't retry her. Case is over.
Court's in session.
All right, we'll be in a short.
Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. Wait, let's go back to it. I'm going to have to rewind it a little bit again. Boy, what are those people over there on Law and Crime saying in their chat? Can you even imagine?
Including that we're doing a little bit better.
I wanted to focus on the judges. I want to see if he was taking any books with him. Yeah, he's taking the books. He's taking all the books. Look. Reddington's drinking his coffee. He's unbothered. And he's now going to decide, maybe, I don't know, maybe he moved for a mistrial with prejudice at the bench, and the judge is like, yeah, enough is enough. I've had enough. Oh, what a spicy day this is turning out to be, huh? How long of a break will he take? I don't know. We could speculate about a lot of things, but we'll see. Yeah, you can't bring religion into it. You can't bring religion in to bolster or impeach a witness's credibility. Now, the first time she brought it in was when Patrick's mom was on the stand, Mrs. Clancy, and she was talking about Lindsay. And then she said, well, and how she was like supportive of Lindsay. And then she said, well, you're a practicing Catholic, right? Mrs. Clancy said, yeah. And she goes, well, you know that murder is a mortal sin, don't you? And there was a big hullabaloo about that. Reddington did not move for a mistrial at that time. I'm not sure if he preserved the record because certain things in Massachusetts are waived if you don't object to them. But now this is the second time. And as I was saying earlier, if you were here for the beginning of the stream, there is a U.S. Supreme Court case. When I say it was Oregon versus Kennedy, where if the prosecution goads the defense attorney into requesting a mistrial in order, because the case isn't going well, because they know they're tanking things. And so they do things intentionally to poke and prod at the defense attorney to get him or her to request a mistrial. And then they figure, oh, it'll be granted. And then we can have another shot at it. See? U.S. Supreme Court said, no, you can't do that. If you do that, the case is going to be dismissed with prejudice. The problem is the burden on the defense is it's very hard to prove that, right? How are you going to prove intent on the part of a prosecutor? They put him up to it. Somebody said he used the exact words, mortal sin, right? And that must have been in his report somewhere, which is why she asked Mrs. Clancy that. And that was wild. All right. All right. So judge is on a break. Mortal sin. Judge called. Wow, just wow. I mean, she was warned. I have to imagine she was warned the first time. I have to imagine that she was warned the first time. Oh, you want to see it again? Sure, we'll rewind it. Of course it was intentional because it was in his report and she knew it was in there and she brought it up again.
And that was
Bedroom door locked, open, ran downstairs, and he saw his wife Lynn was
A little too far.
And then the last date night or school or going back to work or anything, she did not like to leave her children. And if she had taken her own life, would suffer. And she, several month period, she was in pain. She was suffering. She was doing a little bit better than she had been before she went into McLean.
She was in pain. She was suffering.
But she was still in pain. She was suffering. I think it's people who are trying to put a stop to it. And then she had to answer the question of what to do about the kids. And she didn't want to leave.
and further evidence that you saw for the suicide combined with altruistic filicide?
There was. One of the things that she said when asked about what happened is that in the course of strangling each child, she said, "Go to God, baby, go to God." And that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic.
Okay, this is where the judge starts paying attention. Watch Judge Sullivan. He's going to bring up Catholicism.
And this, as I understand, Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. But when I asked her about that, when I said, "Isn't suicide a mortal sin?"
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
Oh, isn't suicide, isn't S a mortal sin? Last time the question was asked of Mrs. Clancy, they said, "Isn't murder a mortal sin?" And so now he's asking Lindsay, "Oh, what do you mean? You're not going to really go to heaven, are you? Because you're Catholic. And if you S yourself, then you're not going to go to heaven anyway, right? Because it's a mortal sin, right?" Wow. All right, let me get back on real time because I don't want to miss a thing when they come back. Every time they say short break, I say liars, 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 liars. Yeah, but if they goad him into asking for a mistrial by bringing it up twice, it could be dismissed with prejudice, meaning they can't. First time it was, "Isn't murder a mortal sin?" And then it was, "Isn't S a mortal sin?" Quilting Queen gifted 5 memberships because she's awesome. Ian's Stairway to Heaven says, if the jurors think that both Resnick and Kirk have joined the dots in a credible narrative, doesn't that create the reasonable doubt that the defense needs? Yeah, I think so. Rubia says, so there was reasonable doubt. Yeah. Yeah. Lauren says, time to ask for the case to be dismissed. Needham says, I feel like I'm watching the forensic files listening to Kirk. He really enjoys storytelling, doesn't he? RN Mindy says he doesn't believe her command hallucination, but also said she proved to be very honest and truthful. Right. I would submit to you, I'm not a psychiatrist or a mental health provider or expert of any sort in that field. That command hallucinations aren't always the same for each patient, that they're not always constant, that they're not always heard more than once. Every patient is different, just like every psychosis is different. Every psychotic break is different. Anti-Social Moms Club says, Kevin Reddington at defense table, like, you're doing great, sweetie. LC McJD says one might get to one's point. Planet Tuable says, Boss Baby, nope, troll scales, a lot of emojis in there. Boss Baby is in there. Tiny Mary may have just intervened. Tiny Mary is here talking about mortal sin. Yeah, so the first time that it was brought up, it was Buckingham who was questioning Mrs. Clancy, and now it is Sprague who's just allowing her expert to go on a narrative and wander around the chicken yard. Laura says, does the prosecutor always wear bows or just for this trial, Cora? It's just for this trial and for Cora. Yep. She said in her opening, this exact attorney, Shannon with one and Buckingham said, Cora loved to wear bows in her hair and she loved unicorns. And then she also kept bringing up unicorns. Coincidence? I think not. And she doesn't always wear bows. People have gone back and looked. You guys are armchair detectives. Nothing gets by you. Robert says, even if Lindsay ends in a psych hospital, will that be hell to her? Paula says, happy 1 year anniversary to us. Although she's been here much longer. Thank you for your time, insight, and beautiful soul. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Thanks for being interested. Emma gifted a membership. Thank you, Emma. Okay, they're back. Mad Lib-based opinions is Allison. Okay, let's see what he says.
This court is back in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. After the following sidebar conference, I think the defendant made a motion. I'm going to allow argument in regards to the motion. I'll hear first from the defendant, and then I will hear from the Commonwealth. Mr. Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, this has been obviously a long trial and a lot of work on the part of everybody involved, from the court to the staff to the prosecutors to myself, and needless to say, the strain on Lindsay Clancy. I have to move for a mistrial reluctantly. The reason is that this is intentional misconduct on the part of the prosecution. You know that this whole idea of injecting Roman Catholic faith, the concept of mortal sin, into this trial occurred, I don't even remember now, about a week ago. And I objected, but before I could get the objection out, Your Honor had us at the sidebar at the same time, and very forcefully, in my opinion, indicated to the jurors that they should not consider that to any degree. At the time, I put on record the fact that I did not feel that I felt that the court's instructions were sufficient. They were forceful. They were right on point. And we moved forward without a motion for a mistrial. I made a tactical decision. But unfortunately, at this point, it's a concern I have because this is just over the top. It's the same thing again, talking about religion, talking about heaven, talking about killing people and the impact or the effect that it would have on Lindsay as well as her children. The fact that this is not the first time that it occurred during the trial, and the prosecution has previously brought up the concept of mortal sin, based on your ruling in the past, in conjunction with the fact that they brought it up again, I believe it was intentional misconduct, and I feel that the court should grant a motion for mistrial.
All right, thank you. Commonwealth?
Thank you, Your Honor. The question I asked the witness did not ask for any testimony about religion, about Catholicism, about mortal sins or anything like that. And the slide is still up on the screen. There's nothing on the slide about Catholicism, about mortal sins, about any of that. The witness was explaining his reasoning. I don't think it was intentional on part of the witness either. If we look at his interview of Ms. Clancy, one of the things that this witness has to do is determine whether the defendant knew the wrongfulness of her conduct. And that can be either that it was criminally wrong or morally wrong. And he explored that with her in the interview and asked her about whether she knew it was legally wrong, and she said she had no concept of legal consequences. And then he went on to ask her about moral wrongfulness and about her religion and whether she knew it was morally wrong. And she did say that she had knowledge that suicide was considered sinful. So I believe that's where the witness was going in trying to explain his reasoning. I don't think he was intentionally trying to inflame the jury or cause an issue in this case. I know I certainly wasn't, because I didn't ask a question about her religion or a question that would invoke that kind of response. I asked him to explain what was on the slides, and that's not on the slides. So there was no intentional conduct by the Commonwealth. That was not where I intended to go with this questioning. And I don't think that the witness intended to do any harm either. He was just explaining his rationale. So I would ask that the jury be instructed to disregard the answer, and I can speak to the witness and tell him not to talk about that reasoning for behind his thoughts, that he can testify about his conclusions, but to leave that portion of his reasoning out of his testimony.
Well, here's a concern I have, is what the witness did say in regards to go to God, baby, go to God. That was statements that had been made in evidence already. And then he indicated that was part of her expectation, that she and the children would be together in heaven with God. All right. Now we're getting a little closer to problematic area. Then he testified she was raised as a Catholic. And as I understand Catholic considerations, that's not necessarily what happens. How is any of that proper at this point? But it was not, well, I'm not going to declare a mistrial at this time. What I am going to do is I'm going to bring the jury in. I'm going to tell them to disregard it. I'm going to tell them that's an inappropriate area of inquiry, and that this witness's understanding of Catholic dogma or Catholic teaching is irrelevant. There's no evidence of his background or training or having been to the seminary or any of that. And so I think, and that's where he injected that. And so I am giving that, but the Commonwealth, I'm going to strongly, and perhaps the strongest language, talk to him and let him know that he can't go into that. And then my thought is, we're going to bring the jury back in. I'm going to give them that instruction, and I'm going to send them home. I don't want them leaving here today with the last thing they heard was a discussion about this witness's understanding of the Catholic teaching. That's not the last thing they're going to hear. And so my thought is that as best I can is to address that and minimize the damage or prejudice, because I do presume that this jury will be able to follow those instructions. And so that would be my thought. We'll come back. That will give the Commonwealth plenty of time to talk to this witness, to let him know the areas that he should and should not go into. And then we can come back tomorrow and we can resume his direct examination and cross-examination. All right, so that'll be my thought. We'll bring the jury in. I'll give them that instruction, and then we will recess until tomorrow. Okay?
Your Honor, just for the record, could I note an objection?
Sure, absolutely. All right, so we ready for the jury?
No, my objection for the record. Listen, here's the problem. Here's the problem. Was that in his report? Because if it was in his report, she knew that he was going to say it. The fact that she didn't warn him ahead of time not to say it is a big problem. This is all on video. Was it on video that he was talking to her about it? And if it wasn't in his report, how ironic is it that he used the same exact terminology, mortal sin? She didn't stop him either. She didn't stop him. Where's my BS button when I need it? She didn't stop him. She just let him go. It's atrocious. It's atrocious. Remember how I said to you, a big case like this can make or break a career? What do you think it's going to do for her and them? Break it? I didn't know he was going to say it. Wow, just wow. He's going to send them home and give them an instruction to disregard, which doesn't, it's too late. It's already been heard. Look how packed the courtroom is. Look how packed the courtroom is. She knew what he was going to say. I don't believe her one bit. I don't believe a thing that comes out of that woman's mouth anymore. She should be sanctioned. I agree. Just telling the jury to disregard it. Like, oh, just no worries. Just pretend you didn't hear it. It's the second time.
Session, please be seated.
All right. Well, members of the jury, just before we broke, there was some testimony from that last witness. And I just want to give you some instructions in regards to that testimony. And I just wanted to let the religion that the defendant was raised with is absolutely an inappropriate area of testimony. It is to be stricken. It is not to be considered. I can't be any more clear of that. It cannot be considered. Secondly, the witness's understanding of Catholic teachings and considerations, again, is immaterial. It's irrelevant. It is to be disregarded based on that testimony. All right. And so because we had a little bit of a delay due to this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to excuse you until tomorrow. All right. And so the thought is we'll come in, we'll finish up with this witness. I believe the Commonwealth has another witness at that point, and then we'll talk about where we go. I apologize for any kind of confusion or delay, but I just wanted to make sure you had those instructions with you when you left here today. All right? So I'm sorry, but so I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Court, all right. Jurors, can I close the notebooks? Place on the chairs. This way.
Notice that I found the volume right as that was happening. Do you think that admonishment or that disregard instruction, the instruction to disregard, was strong enough? Do you think that some people who might be Catholic are on the jury going, oh yeah, well, yeah, I'm Catholic, so how can I possibly say she's not guilty or not criminally responsible? Because it is a mortal sin after all. Another witch trial in Massachusetts, people are saying.
Jurors have exited the courtroom. This court's in session. Please be seated.
All right. Also, one more time, can I see it sidebar?
Another sidebar. How much longer is this trial going to take? We thought closings would be tomorrow. Nope. They still have another rebuttal witness to put on. And we haven't even gotten to cross on this one. We're a little tiny bit behind, so let's see what we have here. Wow. I mean, remember what happened in New Mexico in the Alec Baldwin trial? When that special prosecutor, Carrie Morrissey, put herself on the stand and questioned herself about the evidence that she didn't turn over to the defense because she didn't think it was relevant, and she put it under a different case file and a different case number. Remember that? Judge is mad. Judge Sullivan, do you think maybe he might be Catholic? I don't know. Just brainstorming with you, just spitballing. You can't unsay it. You can't put the, you know what they say. This is earlier. My sunshine said, do you think this case had any influence on Justin's behavior toward Kelsey? I said that about the judge too. I said, maybe nobody wants another Lindsay Clancy on their hands, right? And maybe that's why the judge was so harsh on Kelsey Fitzsimmons, but I don't know what's going on inside Justin's head. But it's a good point. Basingees, I don't know what this says. Basingees, for the most part, says, men with large platforms, Matt Walsh and actor Kevin Sorbo, say CPS should be called MW, or we are all mentally insane, KS, if we think Lindsay is NGRI. I don't know who those guys are. And they must be on some sort of social media that I'm not on. Camille says, intrusive thoughts contradict your conscious sanity. Add insomnia, messed up medication that both can cause hallucinations. What doctor could say she was in her right mind? Did Kevin Reddington take this case pro bono, says Babes Mom? No, he's a private attorney for this one. I don't know if he took a pro bono, but I don't think so. I think her parents are paying for it. But I really have no inside knowledge on that. What a day. What a day. Joey says, is this part of why mental health? This is part of why mental health is so scary.
Be in recess until tomorrow. The anticipation is that the evidence will be done at some point tomorrow, with the thought that most likely we'll have a charge conference sometime probably tomorrow afternoon, and arguments in charge would be on Wednesday. All right, subject to change as they always are. So thank you, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
And he smirks out of the prosecution team. Yeah, they're going to bring back the doctor, but tomorrow. And then they have one more rebuttal witness, and they're going to have a charge conference in the afternoon. He's assuming this is going to be done in the morning, and I don't think so. And then, all right, Louise, you've been rage baiting this channel for, I don't know, days now. Bye-bye. Block Island is really nice this time of year. I don't mind if you come in here with different opinions, but when you come in here and you try to rage bait the chat, I have a problem with that because people do that intentionally. Oh, wait, did she take her bow off for that part? Hold on a second. I got to go back.
So, with the
Did they show
be done at some
Buckingham?
conference would be on Wednesday. All right, subject to change. Thank you.
No, that's Sprague. I don't see Buckingham. Hold on. No, that's not the one that wears the bow. The one that wears the bow is the other one. Buckingham, that was Sprague. Okay. Wow. Just wow. Joey said, this is part of why mental health care is so scary. Different doctors, different opinions, different meds. God help us. Yeah. Did they call it a soft science? I don't know. Storm Dancer says, how can anyone say another is exaggerating something if you are not the one seeing what they are? Great point.
Before the court is Commonwealth versus Lindsay.
Okay. Oh, wait a second. Something just happened to my screen here. Hold on. Sweet Lorraine said she didn't hear the voice after the children died because she jumped out a window, was unconscious, then died, then intubated, then unconscious for days. So maybe that's why she didn't hear it again. All right. LC, Mick JD said exactly, not only psychosis, but how much medication was she on when she was given these alleged inconsistent statements? My mom talked to the little men that lived in her IV machine after surgery. Gave gavel me this, says he can't remember from April 26, has to read notes, but LC is supposed to remember from 3 years ago while in PPP, right? And after coming out of a medically induced coma. Oh yeah, these are definitely appellate issues. Definitely appellate issues. Maybe reversible error. Judge is pissed. All of the things that you guys are saying in the chat are all saying, but please, again, try not to curse in the chat because YouTube doesn't like it, and neither do I. Reddington's barbecue says, all I can hear now is Charlie Brown's teacher. Happy, thank you for your super sticker, and says story time with Dr. Kirk. Hannah says, if a juror believes LC ended the kids but is uncertain about her mindset or insanity, should they vote NGRI or NG? Well, if they have a reasonable doubt about whether or not she was suffering from a mental break, that's reasonable doubt. And then they should find her not guilty by reason of insanity or not criminally responsible because they have a doubt about whether or not she was. See what I'm saying? If they have a doubt about whether or not she's the one who actually did take the lives of the children, that would be not guilty. Jessica, welcome. Jessica, this is a no uterus, no opinion situation for this expert, she says. Peace Geek. Bob Mata thinks red move for a mistrial at the sidebar. Yeah, we just saw it in real time. Sorry, that was earlier. SK Harf says, I think another thing we're learning is that if someone says they're S and they say they won't because of the kids, take the kids. Good point. I'm just going to delete that because it's got the S word in it, which is why my stream was had to be appealed from Friday because too many people writing in the chat. Calling all y'all, it's a sabotage. Thank you. Rebecca, hey Mel, I drove down to Plymouth, lots of cameras. Cool. So there must be everybody outside now, right? Mary Poppins said if she thought she did not. If she thought she did it, not confessing means no heaven. No heaven is not with kids. She is very Catholic. There's nuance, but not here. No, religion has no place in a trial, has no place in a trial. There's case law about it. There are court rules about it. There are rules of ethics about it. It's got no place in a trial, but I see what you're saying. Deborah, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. WB Listening says, can the judge do a mistrial without being asked? Yeah, he could. It's not often done, though. Wait, the attorneys have a grin, said Plant Lady. Elisa said the DA is doing this on purpose so they can fix their crap of a case, right? That's the case we talked about, but he wasn't going to give it to him. KH says, I think in trying to understand her motivations, it's appropriate for the psychologist to ask about her concept of the afterlife and religious penalties, but it's not, because this was his opinion of mortal sin. He was forcing his opinions, and she was already warned once not to talk about it. So the fact was that she was already warned once not to bring it up, and then they brought it up again, effing again. And I'm sure she knew he was going to say that, because I bet you anything it was in his report. Cardiac ICU nurse says she was in psychosis. What the actual F? Don't think she was thinking about Catholic canon law at the time. I'm livid. This is obscenely disgusting. He said he didn't want to comment on it. The DA pushed it, said Camille. Jenna said, I feel like if Reddington said he felt like Judge Sullivan took care of it after the Susan Clancy question, then they must have been warned. Oh, they totally were. And he said that they were. Maybe that was, no, well, I thought he didn't skip a slide. He said he was skipping like a section of the slide that was already on the screen, but I see what you're saying. Iowa, thanks for becoming a member. Give me a viral trial, says their expert is going to blow their case. Yikes. OMG, they did it again. Mistrial. Thanks, Gail. Mingo says, thank you, Melanie, for always bringing class to these cases and guiding us through them. You're welcome. Thanks for your 20. Oh, yeah, if you've been in meetings, Colleen, you better rewind. You missed a mistrial motion and another mortal sin comment. Jana, thanks for becoming a member. Cajun Bud said, Commonwealth never even tried to stop him from saying it. Nope, she didn't. MN Cupcake Turtle Rider says the prosecutor knew what he was going to say when he started talking about being Catholic and should have stopped him. Do the experts know not to bring up religion? No, but she should have prepped him not to bring it up because they've already been admonished once. Pauline says, I think the voices and psychosis improved greatly once she was out of the toxic environment. Could her marital life be discussed because it seems to be the source of her problems? She doesn't seem to think so. It could have been. And trust me when I tell you this. If there was any evidence of that at all, don't you think the Commonwealth would have used that as their motive? Lindsay was in a bad marriage. She had a terrible husband. She hated him so much that she wanted revenge on him. And so then she took the lives of her kids. That's a way better motive than, oh, she just didn't want to go back to work and her kids were a burden, so she just wanted to off them, right? So if they thought that, they definitely would use it. Desperate Housewife says the prosecutor brought mortal sin up first with Sue Clancy. Yes, to bolster the expert testimony, she knew it was on his report. Gross. Yep. Loving Jesus says, I don't know why they don't talk about this more, but someone with bipolar should not take trazodone. It causes hypomania, severe mania, and voices. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. So please do not write the names of the medications in the chat. Pauline, thanks for becoming a member. Lori says, today I rage garden rather than crochet. Carol says that's why he wanted to skip slide and she pushed. Resisting arrest. Judge AJ called. He said, do it. Judge AJ called. He said, do it. Expert of all says, have prosecutors always been this unprofessional? In some cases they have. Lack of candor with the court, or are cameras in the courtroom exposing it? Maybe. Deport the bow, says I'm from Rhode Island. Followed you since Karen retrial. First time in chat. You have the best, most compassionate coverage of this trial. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for watching. Donna, welcome. Thank you, Guy Yu. Her witness, her responsibility, says Storm Dancer. Needham, is it on the video of the interview? I don't know. At Fordred, if it's not with prejudice, I think it's best to finish. Thank you. And for another super sticker, Gail Louise Scaparella. Blue Bow Psych says, didn't give the instruction to witness equals her fault. And the record doesn't matter, even if his answer wasn't written. Yeah, they're done for the day. They're coming back tomorrow at 9. This guy's going to be back on the stand for continued direct and then cross and then one more witness and then hopefully closings on Wednesday. Candy says, I think the judge may consider he sees reasonable doubt plus their egregious behavior and grant them mistrial with prejudice. Nope, he didn't. He denied it. He gave a strong warning to the jury to disregard it. Thank you, Gail, for another super sticker and another super sticker. And wow, life is rough says morals has nothing to do with the law. But in Massachusetts, they do use to a moral certainty in some of their jury instructions. KIRK is the ADA's patsy, period, said Lisa. Paula says that was not strong enough. Paulina says, if it was here in Brazil, this witness would have to be removed from the witness roll. Yeah, I'm surprised the judge didn't strike all of his testimony. We'll see what happens by tomorrow. If Kevin Reddington makes a written motion, I don't know. But I don't know. Ann says, who was that lady oddly smiling and grinning behind the ADAs? I don't know. I didn't notice. Kelly says it's not good enough. Sue says Plymouth County, Mass is 36 to 40% Catholic. Their chance of Catholics being on the jury is extremely high. I think the jury needs to be voir dired. Sheeb's Lot says if found guilty, could she appeal because of this? Yes, it would be a very good appellate issue. Could be reversible error on appeal. And Judge Sullivan was just overturned on appeal. That's why LaTarsha Sanders is getting a new trial. He's got to be skittish. Shannon in the UK, Shannon says, I bet a big grizzly bear coming back to court. Miss Cubella said, did anyone see the reporter wink at the camera when the cameraman panned the room? No, I didn't. Marilyn, thank you for your super sticker. Gail for another super sticker. Why stop the trial for the day? Because it's already 3:30. They weren't going to go that much longer, and he did not want the jury to finish the day on that terrible testimony. He wanted to give them an instruction and let them go for the day. It's his decision. Kenzie became a member. Welcome. Joey says, why do you think the judge didn't declare a mistrial? Well, he gave us his reasoning. He told us exactly why he thought that. He said he thought it could be cured with an instruction. But he said, as I understood Catholic considerations, how is that proper? He's going to tell the jury to disregard and send him home. He didn't want that to be the last thing that they heard for the day. And her excuse was, Sprague's, well, I didn't ask him. I didn't ask him that. I didn't mention Catholicism in my question. I didn't ask him that. I didn't mention mortal sin. It wasn't intentional on my part or his part, and I can ask him not to say it in the future. Ma'am, you should have given him that instruction before. Anthony, thank you for your super sticker. Gail, thank you for another super sticker. You're so generous. Charlie says, as soon as ADA heard Catholic, she should have jumped on him. She knew what was coming. I agree with you. Angela said, I understand why he didn't do a mistrial. He didn't want to give the government a redo button. Yeah, but he could have dismissed it with prejudice for cumulative prosecutorial misconduct. But again, he's skittish of the appellate court. Anthony, thank you so very much for another super sticker. Kenzie said he wanted to skip that slide. She pushed him to proceed with it. I thought it was a portion of the slide. I'm going to have to go back and watch it again. I don't think it was the next slide. He said he wanted to pass on that last part of that slide, and we looked at the slide initially. So I don't think it was a different slide, but I don't know. I have to go back and watch it. I'm tired. Isla says, Melanie, can Reddington voir dire the doctor to see what the Commonwealth prepped for the slide? I don't know what the slide said, so I can't really answer that question. Some of you are saying it was planned. I agree. Maybe. Judge Sullivan is an Irish Catholic who went to Notre Dame. He must be pissed. I am too. I'm a Catholic, and this is despicable, says Ava. Mrs. Always Right says the venom in the judge's voice when he first said that the psychologist had no business speaking about Catholic dogma, but my ears were burning. Paulina, thank you so much from Brazil for your very generous super chat. But what about the husband's connections? Because then it conflicts with the good husband and suffering husband. He doesn't attack her directly, but he quickly moved on from her. Also, the whole case was put together based on his testimony. Thank you. Very Cherry Lou, if a judge denies a mistrial, is it always on their record? I don't know what you're asking. On the judge's record? They don't really have a record. If they're overturned on appeal, there's a record of that. Needham, judge better find out before the jury gets it. Cardiac ICU nurse, Judge Sullivan is Catholic. He went to Notre Dame. Well, you can go to Notre Dame and not be Catholic. I'm just saying. I mean, you don't have to be Catholic to go there. There are people from many religions that go to Catholic schools. But backpacks, bow ties, lies. Oh my, says, I just drove by the courthouse. It looks like a circus. Oh, man. Lisa Lott's missing robe says, after hearing the doctor say, I'm going to pass on that, and then the judge gives that instruction, visibly mad, and ends for the day. The Commonwealth is cooked, in my opinion. They didn't grant the mistrial. Undercover Angel says, strike his whole testimony. Thank you very much. Buzzing for Truth's head is spinning. Nana Bear says, could this be why you wanted to skip the slide? I don't know. I got to go back to the slide. Everyone's saying that. Tamara, thank you. Julie Moskowitz says, thank you. I looked up appellate. Can you tell us more about it? Yes, Bo attorney has trashed her career forever. I'm glad she is evil. You mean the U.S. Supreme Court case? I can't talk about it more today. I talked about it earlier. If a prosecutor goads a defense attorney into declaring a mistrial, into asking for a mistrial because they know their case is tanking, it can be dismissed with prejudice, but the defense has to prove that they were goaded into it, and it's a very high burden and difficult to prove. You can look up, if you want to Google it, you can look up Oregon versus Kennedy. That's the Supreme Court case. Candy says, yes, the judge should have said, you should have stopped him. I submit the Old Testament for the record. Thank you, UK Anton. I mean, it's wild. This whole day was wild. So there, thank you for your Venmo. Was the interview with Kirk and Lindsay the one that was recorded and entered into evidence? I'm not sure. I think one of them was not recorded. Two of them were, one of them was not. And so I don't know. And even if something was discussed during the interview, it doesn't make it admissible for trial, right? Just because it may have happened and it may have been recorded and they may have spoken about it does not mean it's admissible. So there's a distinction there. Liz says, thank you for this and the Karen retrial. You're the best. Thank you so much. Rebecca says, seeing the passion for your work and fellow humans. Thank you so very much. And Linda said, has anyone asked which medications were curtailed on 124 and not put on again? Maybe that's why the voices didn't come back. Well, yeah, we did hear testimony about what she was given in the hospital. And Jill says, I'm a proud new member. You always look great. Commentary never fails. Please acknowledge that the Rage twins dress alike. And has anyone else morphed them into one big, terrible ADA? Valerie says, I think this witness isn't going to be as easily rattled by Old Red as the last witness was. Curious to see how this cross goes. Me too. Me too. What a day. What a day. Thank you, Emma Fairy Raven, for 3 matcha lattes. I love you so much. She's here from Ireland. Many of you are from outside the U.S. If you're outside the U.S., tell us from where you are watching, because many of you are from out. The whole world is watching. Night Owl Nurse, thank you for your 3 matcha lattes. She said, for getting up at 3 a.m. to cover this and be with us today. I know I look tired. Listen, the bags under my eyes are not carry on. You'd think I don't know that. Nobody can see them. Nobody can see them more than I can. I look in the mirror, trust me. Lawyer you know is going live right now. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to teleport you over there. He's going live right now, and I want you to hear from Peter because we've been sort of tag teaming on this. We've been and so I'm going to send you over there. Tell him I said hi. Hold on for a second. Let's see if he allows redirects. All right. I'm going to hit the end button, and it's going to teleport you over to Peter Tragos, lawyer you know, so you can hear his thoughts. But before I do that, thank you, Sarah, who says, can Reddington have the video removed because won't that be on the tape? Not if he had agreed to admit that one. It may have been on the one time that it wasn't recorded. Ashley says, can someone give me a quick rerun on what happened today? I was working all day. Why is the husband not on trial yet? Yeah, I'm not falling into that trap of blaming Patrick. Bird Mad Girl, high atheist Satanist here, political, not actual Satanist. even we protect your choice for religion to be out of the courts and support all of you, regardless if you believe it or not. We are outraged. All right, my friends, buckle up your seatbelts. I'm going to send you on over to Lawyer You Know so that you can get his thoughts too, and so that I can have some validation in thinking that I am not insane. Thank you, Tiny Mary, for coming into the chat today and for helping all of us stay safe. Oh, the vote results. Hold on. Don't go anywhere yet. Thank you. That would have been the second time. It would have been the second time that I didn't end the poll. Hold on, let me end the poll right now. Because I'm on StreamYard, I don't see the poll. We got a total of 16,000 votes. Um, 76% not criminally responsible, 18% not guilty, and 6% guilty. So that means that 18% of you thought that they didn't even prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Lindsay is the one who did these crimes. 76% not criminally responsible out of 16,000 votes. Thank you guys for being with me today. I will see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. my time. He passed on the slide about wrongfulness. Right. That's what I thought. Hold on one second. That's what I thought. It wasn't the slide on this, right? Oops. All right. You guys want to go see Peter? Go see Peter. I got to go back to sleep now. I will see you at 9 a.m. tomorrow. And we'll do this all again. And I love you all so much for spending so many of your days with me, so much of your time with me, for having an open mind, and for being interested in women's mental health and postpartum psychosis and depression, and believing, or even just giving it the chance, giving that defense a chance. All right. I'm sending you over there. All right. Let's see how many of you go there. Right now, Peter has 5,300 watching. Let's see how many he has after you guys go there. Buckle your seatbelts. It won't be a bumpy ride. I love you so much. Thank you, Sasha's dog, Mon. Here you go. Tell Peter I said